and in fact, doesn't seem to attend any school at all. He told police that the threat was for a specific student, not for the school, but it was a threat somebody saw on Snapchat, and it included the phrase, "It's open season on Lake Orion students," which makes it sound like it's way more about the school and the students there than one particular student. So, yeah. This is so sad. A pregnant woman and her unborn child were killed after being hit by a drunk driver in Whiteford Township late Saturday night. So the crash happened on US 23. It was right around 10 p.m. A 32-year-old woman was driving north when her car was sideswiped by a driver of this Chrysler 300. And according to authorities, the driver of the 300, this man from Ohio, was passing vehicles, driving really fast before merging, was trying to go around this woman and hit her. The impact caused her to roll over several times over an embankment. Kind of stopped on the right side, like crashed on the right side of the vehicle. She was taken to the hospital where she and her unborn baby were pronounced dead. She was 7 months pregnant. The guy fled on foot, but was later caught at a gas station nearby, arrested on 2 counts of second-degree homicide and 2 counts of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. Here's some good news for you. David Montgomery went back to school this offseason, and he earned his bachelor's degree from Ohio State. So he returned to where he had started school. Did I say Ohio State?
Iowa State.
I said Iowa State, right?
I was going to say, yeah.
I did say Iowa. Okay.
More. I thought you said Ohio State.
I might have because I just got off this story about this Ohio man. Iowa.
He was in
yeah, let's make sure that we correct that because it means more at Ohio State.
What do you mean? Oh.
At Iowa State, yeah. Yes.
Anyway.
Then getting one from Ohio State, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that would have been, okay, anybody could do that.
Anyway, pretty cool for him to go back and kind of finish what he started. He went to the school from 2016 to 2018 before he was selected third in the draft in 2019. So, pretty cool. There was a clip of him. The school posted of him in his cap and gown, walking across the stage.
Great for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that some athletes still value getting that degree.
I think it's going to be more on them to do this than ever before because of guys who transfer in the portal, and it's on you to make the effort once you get out of school to go back and finish the degree. Yeah. It's a great story for him.
It's awesome.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Tiger Conversation. It's 97.1. Wasn't the only highlight play he made in that inning.
No, counting for all 3 outs.
Catch at the wall, diving catch, throw in, double play.
Great stretch by Torres as well at second base.
Tigers pick up the win on Sunday, take 2 of 3 over the weekend. They've won 11 of 15 series. First team in baseball to 30 wins. They have 31. They have the best record in the sport. Saw a headline. It was on ESPN. Are the Tigers real playoff contenders? And I thought,
wait a second.
Duh.
Yeah, they were in the postseason last year.
And I clicked on the video, and Tim Kirkchin basically said that. Yeah, they won a playoff series a year ago. They're absolutely a real playoff contender. My thought is, why stop there?
Yeah.
And John, with the audience permission, I'd like to move the goalposts and ask the question, what is the expectation of this baseball team right now, knowing they don't really have a glaring weakness? They got good injury updates on Vierling and even Parker Meadows. They should be getting better. We always look to the trade deadline. You can add a power arm. You could add a bat, another tool for A.J. Hinch. What is the expectation of this baseball team?
Well, 47 games in.
It's not early anymore.
No, it's not early at all. And this is also on the heels of starting the season with the idea that the start of the schedule was brutal. And you're down not just one center fielder, 2 center fielders, 3 center fielders. You're basic, and then you put Javi in center field. And we asked the question, why not Riley Green every day? They didn't need to.
Nope.
I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Javi Baez, Javier Baez, is playing as an all-star center fielder. He's making the plays defensively. He has been really good at the plate. So, I mean, we moved the bar to begin with.
Yeah.
You were at 82, I was at 80.
We're both in the 90 plus now.
And I'm not going to raise the win total.
No.
Somewhere in the 90s is where this team is most likely going to be. But
where does it lead to is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
What is the expectation for this baseball team right now?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, not just a wild card team, which if they win a division, I mean, it doesn't have to be. I think this team it's ALCS or bust. I'm not going to sit there and say they have to win the World Series. This is much different than the Detroit Lions, where last year we had said it, right? And even at the end of the year, and Dan Campbell addressed it. It was a failure not to win the Super Bowl, not to even get to the Super Bowl, not to win a playoff game. I think that I would set the standard as you need to be participating in the ALCS.
A 7-game series to go to the World Series.
Yeah. Devastating injuries aside, and they've already overcome some devastating injuries. But, that aside, and not only that, we heard in the update, it was Vierling and Meadows are going to take live BP with Casey Mize. So it feels like Casey Mize's return is right around the corner,
which is good.
Along with Vierling.
Minor injury. Good to see he's on track. They've got the pitching to where they should win this division. Mm-hmm. They've got the lead. They're in a great position. Expectation is the Tigers are winning the American League Central Division. In the playoffs, is there a team in the American League that you think's better than them? I don't. Could I go one step further than you and say the expectation is to win the American League? I'm not going to say World Series either. I think what the Dodgers have going right now, I mean, John, they're number one in batting average, on base, slugging. They scored the most runs. Their arms, power arms, I think second only to the Phillies in strikeouts. Their pitching has let them down a little bit here, but they're the best team in baseball, and I'm not going to put that on the Tigers where they have to beat the Dodgers this season for the year to be a success. But I do look around the American League, and I think everybody's in the rearview mirror right now.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle, best record in the West.
Tigers took 2 or 3 against them. Yeah. Yankees, best in the East. They took 2 or 3 against the Yankees.
And I mean, so they lost the series to Houston, who are in the West, but
they beat them in the playoffs last year. And I don't think Houston's as good as they were a year ago.
No, I agree. I mean, obviously they don't have Bregman, and so it's looking in to say, okay, they beat the Yankees, they beat the Sox, they just beat the Blue Jays. Like they're going down the list.
Orioles
of teams.
Are in the tank.
Just fired their manager.
Yep.
And not only are the Detroit Tigers best record in the majors, best record by far in the American League. Like in this division, is this division tougher than we originally thought?
Yes.
So
it's not the Comedy Central.
It's not anymore. And they're going to be tested. Obviously, they've got 4 games coming up against Cleveland. That's going to be a huge series because Cleveland has, I don't want to say they've gone in the tank, but they've lost 4. Minnesota just went on that 13-game win streak, finally lost yesterday. But they have a chance to create some separation. And that's where I think this team, if they just continue to win series, they don't have to sweep the Twins.
No.
They don't have to sweep the Guardians. But you win those series. And you mentioned 11 out of 14 series. They have been very good at winning series. No one is expecting them to win all 3 games of a 3-game series. But if you could take 2 or 3, they just start adding up. And they have been adding up, just 15 games above 500.
It's unbelievable.
No one, even though the most optimistic fans, glass is always half full, weren't thinking that this was going to be a team 47 games in that were going to be 15 above 500.
And the injury updates, by the way, positive. Parker Meadows will take live batting practice today at Comerica Park. And with Vierling, he's played both right field and now third base. And AJ said you can't force it in game. It has to happen, but they want to see him make like competitive throws, like big time gun over to first base or make a big throw from the outfield. It just hasn't worked out that way yet.
Yeah.
But they are excited about his progress. ALCS or bust? AL pennant or bust? What is the expectation of this baseball team?
Yeah. Are you World Series or bust?
Maybe leapfrog both of us. 248-539-9797, and it's okay. Things have changed. It's not early. They have the best record. They should be getting healthier and better, and you let us know what the expectation is for this baseball team. 248-539-9797. Tom, before we get ticket texts and phone calls in the mix this morning, where are you at?
Because the bottom of the order has been really good. We talked about Javier, batting 9. You asked, when does he get moved up? And I thought it was a great response by AJ of, why would we mess with a good thing? And, I mean, Akil Baddoo has not been great at the plate, but it's still fresh.
I didn't think AJ was that superstitious, but he doesn't want to mess with it.
I don't think it's superstition. I think it's just he's doing good. Why mess with it?
So I'm still at just win the division.
Okay.
They didn't win the division last year. And I win the division with one of the top 2 records and avoid that 3-game series.
Yeah.
Which can really just derail and ruin a baseball season right now. I hate that thing. And they benefited from getting into it last year and winning it, but that's just something you don't want to mess with, right?
I think that's a really good note.
And that way you're then in the ALDS, and maybe I'm still kind of low. I just want to still see what else is going on in the American League. I'm expecting somebody to emerge. And
it's the Tigers.
No. Well,
you're saying
with
it's a
them.
threat. Yeah,
Yes. I kind of just like Water's finding its level, I think, in their division right now. In terms of how the Royals and Twins really came alive. So I want to see more of that. Because I always think, like, look, the Tigers are off to a great start, but mid-May-ish or so into early June, you really finally see who can maybe make a push here. And the Tigers were an anomaly last year because they did it so late. You usually find out, like, kind of who else is coming.
So here's what I like about the rest of May. They've got 4 against Cleveland, all 4 at home. Mm-hmm. And then to finish out the month and to start June 1, they've got 3 on the road to Kansas City. I think it's going to be a great tell as to how good this team really is.
I agree with you, and they have not played Cleveland yet at all. I think we should at least see that and see what materializes. But Cleveland looks a lot like, to me, like last year's team. I know they've got a few new pieces and stuff, but just eerily similar. They're going to float around 90 wins. And what's going on with this twin streak, though? I know it ended yesterday, but is that something or nothing? I don't know yet.
Well, they are, as a team, really streaking. Some of it's because their best players can hardly stay healthy for 162 games. Like, there's always the potential for the Twins to heat up, but we also saw the other side of it at the end of last season.
Oh, yeah, they just completely imploded.
They don't sustain for 162.
I just make a note about what I've said here, though. I'm not doubting the Tigers.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to see, I think,
who challenges them.
The landscape of the American League. Is it within the division? That's why I still only want the division, because I don't know is somebody coming to get them. But they do have a 5-game lead now, by the way.
I'm not shaming you because you're not going as far as somebody else. I think it's a good note. Win the division, one of the 2 best records, preferential playoff matchups. to our point, though, then you should be in the ALCS, and there's no one in the American League that I'm currently afraid of. Now, someone may emerge in the next 100 baseball games.
Well, but here's where I'm confident that the Tigers are going to maintain the lead, at least in their division. They haven't been streaky. They have just been consistent.
Methodical.
And you look at Minnesota, 13 in a row, but they started off horribly. We saw how they finished last year. I don't trust, and I think Twins fans don't trust that they're going to be consistent. And Cleveland hasn't been consistent, and they haven't been consistent in how they win games.
Some ticket text, some phone calls, 248-539-9797. With your blessing, your participation, move the goalposts from where you were at the start of the year. It's not early. They've got the best record. What is the expectation for this baseball team? It's 97-1. All right, guys, if you're injured in a car accident, you're looking for help, and I've got the place for you. It's a law firm. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, they have experienced staff. They get you the biggest possible payout, but the bottom line is the way they run their business. They care about you. They don't view you as a number in the insurance game. They'll look after you when you need it most. It's the way they do their business. 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Testimonials, real people, real results. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. Now, visit kgcares.com. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. ended up being the winning run. Some aggressive base running this weekend for the Tigers. They got thrown out a couple times, but it's who they are, and they take 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays. Big rivalry series.
Yeah, I mean, aggressive base running, that's just who they are.
By the way, dripping with sarcasm with big rivalry series. You notice that's what they were doing all weekend. Everyone's playing their rivals. We get the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I know.
I know back in the day, they were
a lot
division.
of it's manufactured, right? It's not the Subway Series. It's not
Chicago or
yeah.
But
so
it's important to beat your rivals, John, and they took 2 of 3 against.
It's not even the Vedder Cup, which is named after Eddie Vedder.
Really?
Yeah, Seattle and San Diego.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't have a bona fide rival. I guess the big rival, though, is who they'll see later this month, the Cleveland Guardians. And a couple people have pointed out that that's something they're circling before they really lock down their expectations. It's no longer early, but we asked you guys to move the goalposts with us. What are the expectations for the team with the best record in baseball and positive news on Vierling and Meadows over the weekend? Texter says the Cleveland series scares me. And another person says that they are the best team in the division. Says, don't jinx this, Costa. The Guardians are the best team in the AL Central. I'd like to know based on, like, what? Yeah, like, fine, let's not just do wins and losses. How about run differential? How about measuring pitching or hitting or any measurement at all? What is the argument that the Guardians are better other than they won the division a year ago?
Well, when the Guardians were so close, I mean, for half game back, game and a half, 2.5, and it kind of maintained that distance, the Tigers from the Guardians, they always had that negative run differential. And sometimes it was like as high as negative 35. And I know Dickerson brought it up on some of the broadcasts, like, how do they continue? And it was also Kansas City, where Kansas City has defensively been playing well, but they have struggled in the offensive department. And that's where I go to the Tigers. And whether it's defense, and we're seeing plays by Sweeney, we saw it by Young when he was here, they're certainly seeing it by Bays, but defensively they've been good. And at the plate, they've been good. They are just a really good team, offensively, defensively.
By the way, Javier Bays and Fear Javier t-shirts available. Shoptheticket.com.
Yeah, I know.
On Friday, I was getting blown up with messages because he made the play in center field and he hit the home run.
Yeah.
What is going on? It's incredible the season that Javi's been having. And for the Tigers, Ticket Texter puts it this way. If they simply have a winning record the rest of the way, that'd be 58 and 57. Says they'd end the year with 89 wins. Feels like they're going to be better than 500 the rest of the way. He says, exciting summer ahead. Go Tigers, Greg, on the Ticket Text. In terms of setting the bar, expectation for the Tigers is ALCS, according to Tyler on his way into work. That's what John said. Mm-hmm. Expecting us to lose to the Dodgers in the World Series unless we have a big move or two at the deadline. So this person expects an AL pennant, which is what I said. And this Ticket Texter follows up with, the minimum is to make an appearance in the ALCS and not get swept. The expectations may be higher, but I don't want to jinx Daniel in Berkeley.
Yeah, I think once you get to the ALCS, I mean, we've seen a lot of different things happen, whether it's been the Tigers or other teams. I think getting to the ALCS is the minimum standard.
It's progress from a year ago. Both winning the division and getting to the ALCS would be a step in the right direction. I just look around, and I don't know who in that ALCS I'm picking over the Tigers. Again, we're doing this in May, but we're asking for expectations. Texter points out they beat the Yankees already.
Yeah.
Says that team is scary good if Judge stays hot. But I'd add the Judge very rarely delivers in the postseason.
Well, it's the Yankees and the Red Sox team. Red Sox are a team that could heat up.
And it felt like some playoff matchups this last week when they went toe-to-toe.
That's my point, is you have that playoff feel in the stadium. And who won that series?
They swept them. They didn't just win the series. Well, and Detroit's been methodical about this, right? If they lose one or two, they get right back on the horse, and they've won 11 of the 15 series they've played. Mm-hmm. Ticket Texter says, I'd set the bar at the 1 seed in the AL. Avoid playing the wild card. Means you win your division. The 2nd seed being okay. You get home field in the ALDS and go from there. We're the favorite in the AL, so let's strive for it.
Yeah, I mean, did they basically just flip the script on the Guardians?
Right. Took pole position in the division.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it feels like. And if you don't have to play that 3-game series, now all of a sudden it's like it's like the Lions getting the 1 seed. You don't have to play that extra game. Now, we know that didn't go well for the Lions.
Don't bring that up.
But that was an abnormality. What's normal is if you don't have to play those games. Now it becomes, how do you maintain your rhythm when you're not playing for a week at that time or 10 days at that time?
Tex says you guys are putting the cart before the horse and getting a little excited here. It's still not a very talented lineup. They'd be lucky to get into the division series, let alone the ALCS or the World Series. What's holding that guy back?
Well, I think it's
time.
I'm gonna hit the brakes just a moment and say I understand what's holding him back. Okay, Javier has been Javier, but what if he becomes Javi?
All right,
Torque has been great, and he's playing like an all-star at first base. But what if he hits an extended slump and you don't have the power?
Right, but that's why Meadows and Veerling, like if those guys get 10% back, like take 10% a step back, but you get reinforcements, isn't it coming out in the wash?
Well, and here's the other thing is what can prevent that from happening is the wizardry of A.J. Hinch.
Yes.
Now he had, what did we say last year? Like he didn't have a leadoff hitter. He didn't have somebody he would put third, fourth, ninth. Now he has guys that they have a range where they could bat first, second, or third. Or, Javi Baez, we've seen him as high as 6, but normally he's at 9. You have the ability to create better matchups. You have the ability to protect some guys in the lineup because you can actually have guys that go out there and hit.
That's why that guy doesn't believe, because they don't have an everyday lineup. It's non-traditional baseball.
When does that haunt you? When does that come back to bite you? Because I don't think it's in the regular season.
I don't know if it ever does. Look, maybe it's the Dodger series showed us the very first series of the year. You know, you're going to have to really score some runs against them. I think lineups like the high-octane lineups can even get the Scooble to a degree and shorten his start.
Yes.
And so that's probably how you beat this. That's how you beat the A's when they were at their highest with Moneyball. I think that guy doesn't like the fact that he'll turn on a game one day and there's a different leadoff hitter or a different cleanup hitter. I mean, I've kind of just been raising an eyebrow a little bit at this small sample size of Carp leading off at times.
Yeah.
I mean,
get him extra ABs.
What are they doing? Is that a Schwarber move out of Philly?
Teams have done it now. I mean,
right.
You don't have to have your speed guy.
Better than Schwarber.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. This
Schwarber
year
was just power.
But the point, putting a slugger in the one spot.
Yeah. It's the idea of getting one of your best power hitters the most at bats possible. But then he doesn't do it every game. It's just he is tinkering and it's wizardry, like you said.
Yeah.
But to the average fan who watches this team, they'll turn on one game and they see this, and the next game they'll see Ibanez leading off. It's just
so Moneyball didn't win the A's a World Series and it didn't win the Rays a World Series. So there could be a ceiling in the postseason, which is why we asked the expectation question today. Like, everybody expects them to be in the playoffs. We're talking winning division, ALCS.
Yeah.
Do you expect to be in the World Series? What's the expectation for this baseball team as they win yet another series over the weekend? 7 o'clock hour. Maple Leafs are done. Mitch Marner set to be a free agent. I think his performance may have soured some people. Do you want Mitch Marner? That's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers took the series against the Blue Jays. 3-2 the final score yesterday. Spencer Torkelson drove in all 3 runs. Here's the first 2. An RBI single came later in the 7th. Jackson Jobe was cruising early, but hit a speed bump in the 4th, giving up a pair of runs. Jobe and the Tiger bullpen would shut them out the rest of the way. However, Will Vest notched the save. Wenzel Perez just began his rehab in West Michigan. Yesterday was lifted from the game early after being hit by a pitch. according to Emily Kaplan. Perez was not overly concerned with it after the game, though. And anything to forget for golfer John Ram at the PGA Championship yesterday. He was tied for the lead with Scotty Scheffler with 9 holes to go before eventually tying for 8th by round's end. Scheffler was 11 under par to win his 3rd major. Despite missing 10 of the first 15 shots, the Thunder eliminated the Nuggets 125-93. The Maple Leafs also buried the Panthers 6-1 in Game 7. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Did you expect anything else? Game 7 in Toronto? Brutal. They've lost 7 straight Game 7s. They got blown out. Season's over. And Mitch Marner yelling at his team to wake the F up. But his performance may have turned some people off. It's not like he had a great series. And this is the MO of the core 4 in Toronto. They don't get it done in the playoffs. From a Red Wing perspective today, are you in or out on Mitch Marner? Is he really the highest paid player on a team that wins the Stanley Cup? The TV broadcast called him out in the 3rd period, said he hasn't been a factor outside of the yelling at his team on the bench. Is he another player who shrinks in the big moment, or is he a star that the Red Wings need to add this summer? In or out on Mitch Marner? 248-539-9797. I suspect people who've watched him play in Toronto will have apprehension. I understand the hesitancy. I don't think Yzerman's going to add him because of 2 factors. 1, he doesn't win bidding wars highest and best on term. It's not his style. And 2, he's reiterated to us, it's not about getting in the playoffs, it's about winning a championship. So I don't think Marner will be a Red Wing, but John, he's a player I think they should be pursuing.
Certainly. Would he be an upgrade to this roster?
100%.
Enough said. You got to make your roster better to be able to get to the playoffs. And maybe the pressure of being an Ontario guy, being in Ontario, being in Toronto, maybe just a change of scenery for him could be a huge thing. The
pressure cooker that is Toronto. And it's a team issue. It's not just a Marner issue. Like, you wouldn't want Austin Matthews? He was a passenger. You wouldn't take Austin Matthews on this hockey team? Think about Mitch Marner, 100-point penalty-killing winger in his prime. Mm-hmm. Only Kucherov and McKinnon had more assists this year. And I've seen some weird narratives about he doesn't get primary assists. All his assists are secondary assists. Not true. Top 5 in the NHL in primary assists. He doesn't do all his damage on the power play. He does plenty of it 5-on-5. This is a complete hockey player who would upgrade this hockey team. He was second on the Maple Leafs in playoff points. It's not like you're getting a chronic underachiever. Does he need to perform better? Yes. Do the Wings need an upgrade? Yes. Like, John, to me, Marner helps in a lot of ways. It gives Yzerman a star player. It gives Larkin a true running mate that he was openly begging for. Does it tie up a lot of loose ends? Does it get this team to the next level? I'd love to get to that position and then figure it out from there, as opposed to stuck outside, not in the postseason. He comes with flaws. There's baggage. I understand it. I'm still in on Mitch Marner, even with the series and even with a lot of the vitriol that's going to come out of Toronto today and tomorrow and all offseason.
So even on Twitch, right, there's a lot of people that are saying, I'm out on Marner.
I expected that today.
And it's part of it is one of the things the Red Wings need. Yes, they need better players. They need more competitors. But does he bring that physicality, that toughness that the Wings need?
More than people realize, but no, he's not your traditional sandpaper playoff performer.
Right.
But I would argue you can add both.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The thought wouldn't be I sign Marner and my roster's built and here comes the Stanley Cup. The thought would be I've got Marner. I'm going to have to add a little grit on defense, and I'm going to have to count on the next few years here, Yzerman players taking the next step. Right? I mean, if Yzerman believes he's primed to pump and he's had all these drafts, 7 drafts, and all these first-round picks, as these guys make their way into the NHL to surround a Larkin and a Marner and a DeBrincat, that becomes your nucleus. You become a much deeper version of the Maple Leafs, hopefully a tougher version of the Maple Leafs that you're not relying on Marner to close the series out where you have to help around him. If you're building this the right way. Look, I think the opportunity's there for the Wings where Seider's locked in on an affordable deal long-term, Raymond's locked in on an affordable deal long-term, Larkin the same way. Cap's going up. There's a premium for Marner. I wouldn't be afraid to add him. I think a lot of people today are going to run from him. Good. Pile on. Hopefully the cost goes down a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully there's a lot of GMs that maybe sour on him.
Yeah.
Because I think the challenge is going to be money and term.
Yep.
Probably more term than anything, but he is 28. So you okay to give him an 8-year deal?
This is the kind of guy you're supposed to give an 8-year deal to, right?
Yeah.
This is the last big deal of his career. Ticket text. No to Mitch Marner. He needs a better supporting cast. Unless paired with Raymond, it's not going to work. The Leafs line makes him better. Texter says he would far and away be the best player on the Wings roster. It wouldn't even be a conversation. He'd be the best player we've had in Detroit in a long, long, long time. So there's a vote for adding Mitch Marner. Way out on Mitch. All in on Matty Nyes. That's the other player. See, Yzerman has a chance to bully Toronto a little bit this summer. We'll see if he's willing to get out of his comfort zone and bully a little bit in free agency. Because I don't know if Toronto can keep everybody.
I don't know if they want to keep everybody.
And they probably don't, but if he offers Sheets Nyes, it pins them down and forces them to pick. Nyes is 22 years old playing on the top line. He would fit the young timeline of this hockey team. There's another name if you want him.
Yeah, but it also pins Yzerman into, okay, if you're gonna put Toronto in a tough spot, if they say, okay, he's yours, now you got to be ready to pay him.
Yep, and you got to give up a first-round pick and more because he's a restricted free agent. Out on Marner, I think this team would benefit instead by adding a solid top 4 defender and a third-line center who can net 25-plus goals. Spread the wealth, don't add 1 star. Haven't we been arguing the opposite, though? That they've got a lot of mediocre? Right? Like, adding that third-line center who can score 25. You know what that sounds like? Cop and Confer.
Well, and it goes back to you want him to add talent, right?
Right.
And you want him to add good talent. It's hard to get the superstars. And I don't know if there's another sport where it's more difficult to add those players than it is in hockey. In fact, Yzerman has even talked about it. Like, those guys just aren't available. And I don't know if you want to put Marner in that superstar category or not, but it's hard to add those top-line guys because they don't become free. And they don't become free at the peak of their career.
You know who wanted to trade for Mitch Marner at the trade deadline, and he nixed it? He has a no-trade clause. One of the teams still left playing. Are they stupid? The Carolina Hurricanes wanted to add Mitch Marner. They found themselves in a boxed-in spot with Rantanen. They looked at Marner and said, yeah, we could bring him in here and he would benefit. If good teams want to add him, if they aren't scared away from this like playoff thing, the Wings shouldn't be scared either.
No, but
what do you got to lose?
They're adding him to with different components.
Yeah, but if you think he's a passenger, a soft loser who doesn't accomplish anything in the playoffs, then you wouldn't add him, right?
You don't have to be the extreme.
Well, that's what they're making him out to be.
Soft, but I mean, okay, he hasn't won in the playoffs, but
John, I'm telling you, that's the narrative today coming out of Toronto is these guys are all soft passengers who float around in the playoffs and play losing hockey. Why would you want to add that to the Red Wings? He'd fit right in with these losers who can't even make the playoffs. I think we will get
watch them go to 4 other teams and then watch those teams exceed.
That's the thought I have too. I feel like Marner is going to benefit with a change of scenery, and I'd like it to be here in Detroit where we need a boost, not exclusively in the top 6, but yeah, this team could use a star player. 248-539-9797. All caps, no way on Marner. See, John, we're getting this today. He's going to want $11 million plus. He's small, plays a soft game. His numbers are good, but that's because he's on a very talented team. Marner has no grit. He would not give the Wings what they need to make a deep run in the playoffs. You're getting plenty of this today. People who don't want a 100-point player.
I want to ask you this. You're the biggest hockey guy on the show.
Yeah.
Why do you think the Leafs have failed? Why has this core 4 not gotten it done? Because I think your answer might tell in whether they should do this or not. My take from afar is they got Tavares, and with these guys, it was the wrong combination.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
So Tavares was 28, and he came home.
You making the Larkin comparison to Tavares?
To a degree, not more so the age comparison to Marner. Is this the right move for the Red Wings? Let's say the Red Wings keep getting better here.
Yeah.
But they don't get over the hump. Like, is this guy, do you need something else with this guy? Like, do you need another star? Because then it's going to be hard. So is the coupling move here to go get Marner but also ship somebody? It's a two-pronged move, but you free back up money the other way. Or maybe you go get a defenseman for one of their forwards that they could maybe move. I'm just speculating here.
You're saying a real move and shake off season.
Yeah.
A real bob and weave, make some stuff happen.
It's not, because to me, if you just bring in Marner and you keep everything together, they get in the playoffs. Is that good enough for you?
Well, what does it do to Lucas Raymond? Do you bump Lucas Raymond down to second line if you bring in Marner?
Look, you got to figure it out, but you'd have a top six that would include Larkin, Raymond, DeBrincat, Marner.
Yeah.
My lesson from the Tavares,
Casper, who I really encouraged with.
My lesson from the Tavares thing with
Kane
the Leafs, ultimately, they went and got the wrong guy with their money. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
right?
well, it's hard to argue with.
So
yeah, I mean,
you've got to determine is this the right guy with this mix, or do you add him, but you also move something away because you've still got work to do with the total team chemistry, because that's what's killed the Leafs.
But I suppose the alternate is fine. He's not the right guy. So the move is to add mediocre players. You know what I'm saying? Like, when are you going to have access to a 100-point winger who kills penalties? Because I'll tell you the answer. Never.
But it's got to be the right guy, too. You got if he's not the right guy.
So you'd rather add a third center and a top 4
I'm
D-man.
not necessarily saying that more than I'm asking, seriously, do you add the right, if he's not the right guy, don't you have patience? And seriously,
we got plenty of that here.
Oh, yeah.
Because the ticket techs are leaning no on this.
Yeah, I figured we would get that today. I think that's a very, hey, they can't get it done. He's a losing player. No thanks.
But he's the available guy now.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to say he's soft and he's the reason not getting it done.
Yeah.
When the reality is that Tavares was the wrong guy they added to this mix with the core four.
I would just
and
challenge
they're paying for it.
I would challenge you. If you don't want Mitch Marner because he's a loser, you also wouldn't want Austin Matthews. This city would turn their nose at Austin Matthews because the same criticism would be said of him as Marner. And I think you'd be foolish to turn down players of that caliber when you're not even in the playoffs.
With all due respect, why not ask?
Okay.
They're vulnerable right now, the Leafs, because they got to do something.
248-539-9797. In or out on Mitch Marner, it's 97-1. All right, guys, we've had a cool weather weekend, but it's going to heat up, and you're making plans to head north for the summer. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you're ready to go electric and save at the pump, cruise into the summer with the 2025 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, and you can get it for a price. Lease it for $227 a month with only $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. Find your ride fast. You can shop online, moranexpress.com, or stop out and see them in person. Great staff. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township at Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Oh, I think it's going to be a hot debate all day today and across the sport of hockey. The Leafs go down. Marner's a free agent. Detroit, you in or you out? That performance may have soured some people. He's going to be a popular scapegoat. Losing player, soft passenger. He's a 100-point winger who kills penalties in the prime of his career. He would cost you no draft picks. He would cost you no prospects. The Yzer plan would continue as planned, but you get a big boost. It would give Dylan Larkin a true running mate that he's been begging for, a player that he loved playing with at the All-Star game a couple years ago. It would put the Wings into a different category, from a playoff hopeful to a playoff team. And the fear is, can you win a cup if Marner's your highest paid player? Like, we may get 2-3 years down the road and go, boy, we're roadblocked in the second round of the playoffs. I'd rather be 2 steps from the Stanley Cup than 4 or 5 steps from the Stanley Cup. And if Yzerman picks are who he thinks they are, they will help lift up the next wave of Red Wing hockey. But Marner's he's a needle mover, despite the scapegoating that's going to come out of Toronto today.
I think some of it will be, what does the market say? What does the market look like for Mitch Marner?
Yeah.
Is he a guy that's going to get 8 years and fill in the blank on what is it, 12 a year, 13 a year?
He's making 10.9 right now, and the deal's going to be more. I mean, it's 12 plus.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it really depends on what some of the other teams feel his value is as well. You're going to have to sit there and kind of feel out the market.
7 years is the most you can offer if you're not Toronto, unless they trade his rights, which who knows. But 7 years at 12, he'd be the highest paid Red Wing. He'd also be the best player for what it's worth.
I mean, so it gets him to 35. Are you okay with getting a guy like that to 35? I agree. I'm just asking the questions.
I am, and it's a good question for our listeners. 248-539-9797. I've told you I don't think Yzerman's going to do it because of 2 things. One, he doesn't go highest and best. Just not who he is. And 2, all along he said, I'm not making moves to make the playoffs. I'm making moves to win the Stanley Cup. And if your interpretation is he can't be my highest paid player if I'm winning a Stanley Cup, you won't pursue him. And instead, they'll add some grit and some sandpaper and trot along on the Yzer plan. But I don't think you should be. We're not too good for Mitch Marner. As a team that is staring down a decade without making the playoffs, we're gonna put our nose up at Mitch Marner. The Leafs have a Leafs problem that's bigger than a Marner problem. And I think conveniently because he's the free agent, because he's the one seen on the bench telling everybody to wake the F up.
How much could timing play into this? Like, if he is the only one available, and are you going to look at this or would Yzerman look at this as say, okay, we're going on 10 years without being in the playoffs?
Yeah, but he doesn't consider
it's 100 years of red. I understand he says that,
but does he actually mean it? Yeah, it's a good question.
No, they're like I said earlier, they're vulnerable right now. They may do something irrational. You might be able to get something out of Toronto that might look different than Mitch Marner.
Or you said call up on Matthews.
Yeah, to me,
if they're going to do something crazy.
I don't think they'll do that.
No, I don't think so either.
But look, I'll bring up an old friend of mine that I think should have been a Red Wing 3-4 years ago. Good old Matthew Tkachuk. Just wins, baby. And the Florida Panthers pounced and gave up a really good player as part of that deal, right? From a points perspective. But, when a team, Calgary was not going to be able to re-sign him, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Matthews down the road here wants out of Toronto. He is an American player.
American player with the winningest American franchise, the Detroit Red Wings. Look, I mean, I don't think it's likely, but everything feels on the table with Toronto on blow-up watch here. A couple quick texts. One thing I learned watching the playoffs, the Red Wings need too much help. If they were one player away, I'd be in on Marner, Dave in Chesterfield. There is a pushback. Absolutely want Marner. Every player has flaws. I think he is a good player and would get us in. A texter says, if you're going to bitch and moan about missing the playoffs and not having a team, you can't refuse to add the best player in the offseason. Texter says he had a point per game in the playoffs, and people are thumbing their nose at him. It's wild. You know who else was a point per game player in the playoffs before they won the Cup? Ovechkin and Stamkos. Bring Marner here. Change the scenery. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a devastating crash at the Brooklyn Bridge on Saturday night left 2 people dead and multiple others injured. A Mexican Navy ship hit the bridge, snapped its 3 masts, and then left multiple crew members dangling from their harnesses.
Yeah, because they were lining the masts.
Yeah, so a ton of crew members were up there. Yeah, and a bunch of tourists were there watching from shore. So, of course, there's a ton of different videos showing different angles. Officials said the ship was never actually supposed to go under the bridge, but it lost power, drifted down the East River in the wrong direction. 277 crew members were on board. 2 crew members were killed. 20 others were injured. And officials say very little damage to the bridge. The underside was banged up a little bit, but no major structural damages.
Did this boat not have an anchor?
Well, they're still looking into what led to the crash specifically, but crazy. It was crazy for sure. This is cool. For the second year in a row, Detroit's population has grown. So according to the newest data set, 645,705 residents were estimated last year in 2024. That's up from over 638,000 in 2023. They say between 2021 and 2024, Detroit saw an increase of over 12,000 residents. And during a press conference, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan said that we're moving in the right direction and there's no reason that, this is not something that's going to continue. Yeah. This is the first time since 1950 or in the 1950s that Detroit is leading the state in population growth. And in 2024, Detroit's population growth exceeded the national average.
That's awesome.
So it's great news. Police have arrested a suspect in a double shooting that took place at a Dearborn Heights home on Sunday. This guy is someone they were calling armed and dangerous. On Sunday morning, they got a call about shots fired. There was a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be the suspect's ex-girlfriend. Both shot. Suspect did flee the scene, but was arrested several hours later. Former President Joe Biden is facing a major health battle. He's been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. His team did release a statement saying that he was diagnosed on Friday, that his cancer had a Gleason score of 9 out of 10. And they did note that while obviously this cancer is very aggressive, it appears to be hormone sensitive, which does allow for some effective management. He is 82 years old. If you're going to be flying soon, I'm not going to talk to you about your IDs, but you should pay attention to the latest TSA announcement regarding some checked baggage rules. So the TSA is now banning passengers from storing portable chargers or power banks that use lithium batteries in their checked bags. And this is something a lot of people travel with. So any lithium ion or lithium metal batteries, including, those power banks or charging devices, have to be in your carry-on luggage only. This also includes e-cigarettes, vape pens. They must be in your carry-on, not in your checked baggage.
I'm curious as to, do they have a technology that they scan the bags with to find these?
They must, or they're going to go rummaging through everyone's bags. So they must have some sort of technology.
Because we've heard this for a while. Like, if you have any of these lithium batteries, don't put them in your checked baggage.
Yeah, this is new. I thought this was how it always was.
It's now new. Now it is banned. Before it was just a don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. Yeah.
But now it's Really don't do it.
Banned. Yeah. So we're going to
We'll find you.
it. Yeah, we'll find. We have a special set of skills.
We will find you.
And we will take your battery.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you. They're going to give you some sound advice and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me over the years and almost every member of my family, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help you support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Don't let the Tigers stay hot. Dan Dickerson on the call. Took 2 or 3 over the weekend against bitter rivals, air quotes, the Toronto Blue Jays. This team's exceeded all expectations. It's no longer early in the season. They have the best record in baseball. And with your blessing, you the listener, we'd like to move the goalposts. What is the expectation for this baseball team? Because it was one thing when the year began, and it feels like a completely different thing today. 31 wins, first team to 30. They've won 11 of their 15 series. They have a top 5 pitching staff and a top 5 offense. Vierling and Meadows, both positive reports over the weekend with their injuries. They should be getting better. What is the expectation for this team? What defines a successful season for the Detroit Tigers right now?
Well, and it's not just the getting better offensively or defensively, but it's
all of it.
Getting better with Casey Mize returning.
Yeah, and other good point. He's throwing 2 Parker Meadows today at Comerica Park for like a session.
We moved the goalposts a little bit a couple of weeks ago, where we went from, I was at 80 wins to start the season, 82, and I think we were justified.
Sure, we had concerns.
I mean, all the injuries at center field, and the fact that
you're going to count on Javi and Torque.
Well, and even, the season starts, and Gleyber Torres, who started out hot.
He got hurt, too.
He got hurt as well. So now all of a sudden, hey, you're back to Cole Keith at second, and, Torque at first, and is Torque going to be able to remain hitting home runs at the same pace? And he has.
The answer is yeah.
Baez has been able to maintain his level of performance while playing a number of different positions, and
including
one that
a premier
hasn't played since Little League.
Yes, he's a youngster.
So they've overcome a lot of obstacles, and they're about to get better. And it's not, hey, trade deadline better. It's not any of that. It's just the fact that all of those injuries at that center field position are going to have reinforcements. So then the question is for AJ, and we, talked a little bit about how you're going to use Matt Vierling when he comes back, because Zach McKinstry's been really good at third base.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Well, that's the key. So I think McKinstry has the highest batting average balls in play on this team. It suggests he's going to cool off. Well, Vierling's right around the corner. So that's the key here, is if you think there's going to be any regression, like Torque can't keep this up, or Baez can't keep this up, or McKinstry can't keep this, reinforcements are coming, and this team will continue to strategically play the matchups. You got a manager as good as any in the game at doing just that.
And they've had the bottom of the order be really good. Like, you look at a lot of lineups, and you get to the bottom of the order, and you're like, okay, well, we just started trying to find a way to get back to number one.
Yeah.
Well, okay, whether it was Jace Young, Baду, Colt Keith, like, there's always been a hole in the lineup.
Do you remember we used to have a stretch where you had no bats anybody feared?
Right.
And now there are very few easy outs in the Tiger lineup.
I think that's the thing. And I don't necessarily know that anybody is looking at Kerry Carpenter, a pitcher looking at Kerry Carpenter going, I'm shaking in my boots, but he can hurt you.
Yeah, he absolutely make you pay.
Same thing with Torres. Same thing with Riley Green, McKinstry, Torkelson, Sweeney throughout the month of May.
This
How
year,
about Dingler
Bays.
behind the pace?
And Dingler's been
we didn't even talk about Jake coming back.
Yeah, which just gives you a little more depth. And this baseball team has exceeded expectations. So we're moving to goalposts, and we want your participation. What defines a successful season? And John, you go ahead. Lead off.
ALCS. They got to be to the ALCS. And I'm not going to sit there and say they have to be playing in the World Series or have to win a World Series. It's going to be hard to argue that's your bar at this point, because they continue to create a gap between them and the Guardians, who they'll be able to play here in a couple of days.
This month,
They got 4 games coming up with them. They've got another 3 on the road to Kansas City that finish the month and start June. So they're going to have an opportunity to be able to directly impact their division by playing head-to-head against the Guardians. They don't play the Twins for quite a while now. I think it's at the end of June, and that's actually 3 games there. So they have an opportunity to create a gap, to be able to, and here's why I think that they set themselves up not having to play in that 3-game wild card division, is because they will win the division. They are the most consistent team, whether it's the bats, it's defense, or it's pitching.
Mm-hmm.
They had just been very consistent. The bats, you look at them and you think, okay, well, they've got 5 guys that are batting over 280. We talked about fear at the plate. they are a team that you may not fear any one individual, but if you get past Carpenter, then you got to face Torres. If you get past him, then you got to face McKinstry. Well, if you get past him, then it's Green. Then it's the power of Torkelson. Then it's Trey Sweeney because he's heating up. Like, you don't have an easy out at any time until you get down to Badou. But all of a sudden, Badou defensively has been good. Jace Young was good, but at the plate, you're going to get Veerling. You're going to get Meadows.
Mm-hmm. Texter says we're talking about Veerling and Meadows like there's some sort of all-stars coming off the injured list. Says they're average to below average bats and okay gloves. They're not the difference makers we're making them out to be.
Okay, are they better than 100 hitters?
Yes.
That was Jace Young. Are they better than what Badou is doing right now, who is, and it's small sample size, 167. Now, he could be better. He might be worse.
Yeah, sure.
But are either of those guys better at the plate than that?
No. Oh, those guys are both better. Yes. Yeah, they're both better. And I think it's to call them okay gloves. In the case of Parker Meadows, it's not an okay glove.
Oh, no. We talked about that at the end of last year. And Tom had the stat, I don't remember what it was, in regards to the impact of him when he came back from Toledo, the impact that he had in terms of this team starting to win, and we know that the run that they went on at the end of the year.
They're also like Tiger effort players. The first to third, really high IQ, base running, aggressive. They are the type of guys that make this team go. And they're missing both of them, and they haven't missed a beat.
Yeah, and his ability to steal bases.
Yep.
They're one of the worst teams in baseball at stealing bases. He at least provides a little extra oomph there. That's super important for
playoffs
offense
too,
like this. But I will say this, when we went into the season and I thought it kind of survived this era, that because of the way Baez is played in center, the Meadows effect won't be as big as we thought it was before the season because Baez has played so well. We didn't think they had somebody out there unless it was Riley Green that could kind of play like Meadows. Well, but Baez is kind of playing like Meadows. I still think Meadows is better. I just don't think the huge impact will be there unless it comes from the bat and he becomes your leadoff guy.
Ticket Texter says ALCS or bust, eat 'em up Tigers. That's Sean the mailman. Get me to the ALCS. Anything more is obviously fantastic, but that is the new expectation. Echoed by more. ALCS. Two teams playing to determine the best in the AL. Tigers need to be one of them. That's my expectation.
I don't think it's out of line to say that they should be playing in the ALCS at all.
Who's better in the American League than the Tigers? They took 2 or 3 against the Yankees. They took, was it 2 or 3 against the Mariners? They won that series. Well, their pitching sets up well in a 7-game series in the ALCS.
A lot of time between now and then. But
sure, someone could emerge later in the season.
And I'll just say the Yankees, if they're able to keep their lineup healthy, it was a 3-game series. Mm-hmm. You get to the end of the season, and that's why I say ALCS. If they face them in the ALCS, I'm not going to sit there and say that they're hands down a no-doubter to go to the World Series. Right. I think that would be a great series.
And we don't know, do the Yankees do something crazy at the deadline and make a bigger splash than the Tigers and change the thing? ALCS, division winner, one of the best 2 teams in the AL in the regular season. These are the expectations we have of this baseball team. 248-539-9797. We're taking more of your feedback because, again, it's not early anymore. Over the 40-game mark, this team's much better than expected, so what is the new expectation? It's 97-1. Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. That's Brightside Dental. That's your spot. If you're looking for a reason to finally book that dentist appointment, how about 2? Summer's approaching, school's almost out. So you want to get in before you're going to camps and sports and vacations. Whether it's your first visit or first in a long time, they're ready to take care of you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, no hidden fees. Make an appointment. Get back into that routine before the summer gets rolling. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Talking Tigers, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Moving the goalposts with your permission. Team's a lot better than everybody thought. It's not early. Should be getting better. Vierling and Meadows, positive injury reports. They keep taking series, methodically beating people, complete baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
Buyers at the deadline, keep it up, right? What are the expectations? And it's been reinforced, ALCS or bust by you guys this morning. How things have changed. 248-539-9797. I wouldn't count them out in that ALCS. I don't know that anybody in the American League is better. It's not the same as the Lions where it's you got to win the title. I mean, the Dodgers still exist. But, man, have expectations changed for our baseball team. We'll keep taking phone calls and ticket texts on that. 8 o'clock hour. All these changes in college football have our heads spinning, and it feels like it's not necessarily going in the right direction. Should they draw some inspiration from European soccer?
Yeah, let's throw another curveball in there. Let's see if we can make it even weirder than it already is.
I think it'd be hilarious if John Jansen, of all people, embraced European soccer model for college football. But we'll get to it top of the hour. And the Marner stuff. I know that's hot today. He's the scapegoat. The Leafs bounced in Game 7. Embarrassed again. With the Tigers. Just ordered my Javier Bay shirt. Thanks, fellas. Justin in Madison Heights.
There you go.
Shoptheticket.com. It says, I can't believe you guys are being so dishonest with your listeners right now. Still doing this bit?
Yeah.
I'm going to say ALDS, Ticket Texter says, because the rotation still scares me. 2 very good starters and 2 questions. Also, batting practice with Jack Flaherty. This bullpen has not been very good of late, and that is a concern to me.
So, okay, we're talking about weaknesses. I don't have it. You've got 2 starters and 2 weak ones.
He said questions and then Flaherty's batting practice.
So I think the question about Jackson Jobe isn't, is he a good pitcher? I think that question's been answered. 8-0 in starts that Jackson Jobe has had. The question is more, what are they going to do with his innings? Are they going to be able to get him?
Well, that's, I think, some of the value in Cobb.
Right. Okay, so you got Cobb. Mize will be back. It's.
I don't think Mize is a question mark, right?
I don't think so either.
I think he's pitched so well this season.
I think you've got a really good, especially if you're going to go to a 4-person rotation at that point.
That's the other thing. You drop off a guy when you get to the playoffs. Yeah. No one's running 5-man rotations.
I mean, if you want to paint the picture that Flaherty doesn't get,
fine.
He has problems throughout the year.
Fine.
Mize has health issues, and then you got to start watching Jobe's pitches. All of a sudden, that rotation thins quick. So I don't see that happening,
Right.
So mine is I'm going right now, just win the Central still, but do it with one of the top 2 records and avoid that 3-game series. I just think the 3-game series in baseball can ruin a great season. So you got to get one of those top 2 seeds because when you get a 3-game series, the Rangers series from last weekend can happen.
All of a sudden,
what if you run into them? What if they're the wild card and you play them and they got 2 top-line starters and
and the bats leave the yard a couple times opportunistically?
You have no margin for error in baseball, which you just get baseballed. You lose 2 out of 3 sometimes. I mean,
so a top 2 seed, you'd avoid that. And Texter points out that the other benefit is it lets you set up your pitching for your 5-game series. So instead of getting squeezed in the 3-gamer, you would set Scooble up for Game 1 of the ALDS and potentially Game 5 if necessary. If you get out of that, you could throw him 2 or even 3 times in a 7-game series.
Right. Well, if you win the series in 4 or less, then he starts Game 1 in the ALCS.
1, 4, 5, and 7 if necessary. Yeah. It says then you're right in that conversation, ALCS and more. The guy mentioned the bullpen has been shaky. I think there's going to be a lot of people calling for them to add a high leverage reliever at the trade deadline. AJ doesn't use the term closer, but a back end of the rotation guy back end of the bullpen guy who gets swing and miss. I'd like to point out for people that I think they should do that, but the bullpen is not some disaster. 4th best ERA in baseball out of the bullpen right now.
I think a lot of that is okay. The Tigers have been able to walk off a lot of wins, especially recently. They got walked off against Toronto, and there's been a couple recent games where the bullpen has given up leads. So, yeah, recency bias says a bullpen arm, which I'm not going to say they don't need. I just don't think it's necessarily as urgent as the last, let's just say, 10 days have maybe thought people believed.
They should add a bullpen arm because it's what contenders do.
Yeah.
It's the cheapest thing to add at the deadline. You don't have to give up top 100 prospects. Every bad team is trying to give up some guy out of their bullpen. Yeah, you'd add a guy.
It's the easiest add.
It's a given. Any contender is going to add a reliever.
I do have a little bit of Brisky concerns.
Okay, I'd hear that.
He's already been sent down. Not the greatest of innings on Friday night, but he was a key element in their bullpen last year at the back end, and I think that's the guy they may need. I know some people think closer, but yeah, I mean, we're a ways off of that. I wouldn't anticipate anything with that soon. It's more so the Meadows and the Vierling impact and what's that going to do to the roster and shaping of it. Just a quick thing, too. I don't think we give Scott Harris enough credit for getting Torres. He has fit in here very nicely.
Oh, I would note that. Yeah, he's been a really good addition for this team. One guy in the bullpen I'm keeping an eye on is Tyler Holton. I don't think he's the same guy as he was a year ago. They worked him a lot of innings, almost 100 innings a season ago.
Yeah, I agree. Both Holton and Brisky aren't what they were last year.
Yeah.
But they've got better starting pitching.
They do, and they're not running on 1.5 guys down the stretch, emptying out the bullpen. 248-539-9797. More ticket text highlighting Parker Meadows' addition when he comes back, guys. He's a game changer in center, and he's a problem when he gets on base for the other team. Says he's a top center fielder in the league, maybe the best as far as his glove goes. Stole so many home runs down the stretch last season. Incredible to watch him play.
Mm-hmm.
ALCS or bust?
I really think that's got to be the expectation. As things go, we have always changed our expectations positively and negatively as you start to learn more about a team. We started off, I wouldn't say negative, but we were very pessimistic at the beginning of the season. Would they be able to carry over what they did last year? Would it translate to wins this year? Was there going to be anything that they could do to create the magic that they had at the end of last year? And I would argue it's been better because it's more consistent. What you're getting at the plate, what you're getting in the field, what you're getting on the mound is more reliable than the pitching chaos that they had at the end of last year. And certainly at the plate.
At its core, you know what pitching chaos was? It was problem solving. They had a problem. They found a creative solution. That's a thing that needs to be highlighted more with this baseball team. They're a very good problem-solving organization, right? Finding some of these relievers and playing the matchups. Figuring out ways to tinker. They lose 3 center fielders. Would have crippled certain teams. Problem solve. All right, Javi, you've been in our ear about this. You've been wanting to play center field your whole career. What do we got to lose? Problem solving. This team has found solutions. There will be more problems between now and the end of the season. There may be some bullpen concerns. They may need to get creative with third base. There's a trade deadline, and there are other ways to solve these problems.
It's the wizardry of A.J. Hinch because he kind of sees them before they happen, and he's already addressed them.
Yep. The Job thing, innings, could be a problem. Is Cobb a solution? I think they're a very good problem-solving organization, which, coupled with a hot start, positions you for so much more later in the year. All right, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to get to this Marner thing. Are you in? Are you out? He's a scapegoat. Maple Leafs lose in Game 7. We'll get to that at 8:35. Coming up next, college football. Would you be open to this creative solution? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers 3, Blue Jays 2. Each game of the series just a 1-run final score. Detroit was able to take 2 out of 3 to mark their second straight series win. Spencer Torkelson added 3 RBIs to his team leading of 38 at this point. 2 of those came in the first inning off a hard-hit double. The Tiger defense shined in the first as well. Akil Baddoo had a leaping catch followed by a diving one that turned 2. Jackson Jobe allowed 2 earned runs in 6 innings of work. 4 Tiger relief pitchers were nearly flawless, allowing just a single hit after he departed. The PGA Championship crowned another winner.
The first 2 days I did not swing at my best. I was able to post a score somehow.
His third major win overall. According to Adam Schefter, NFL owners will meet again tomorrow and Wednesday to discuss and vote on a potential tush-push ban. This after they tabled the vote at the league meetings earlier. He said they're expected to put an official stamp on it this week. Thunder 125, Nuggets 93. OKC advances to take on Minnesota, despite the Nuggets outscoring the Thunder by 5 in the first quarter. Toronto also torched Florida 6-1 in NHL's version of Game 7 there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$8:35, we'll have the Marner conversation. In or out? Did his playoff turn you off? Can he be the highest paid player on a team chasing a Stanley Cup? That's what Yzerman wants to build. Not often 100-point wingers become available. We'll get to it 8:35. Tiger stuff is in the mix. You want to talk about the expectations? Move the goalpost with us, 248-539-9797. And John, the ever-changing landscape of college football. Let's get wacky with this. You want to draw some inspiration? You saw an idea floated out there, more of just a conversation starter, right?
It is, and it involves obviously something that you mentioned. It's kind of stealing from what we've seen in European soccer.
Little footy.
And that's it's a relegation promotion and relegation league. It's got three different series or three different levels. The first level is what would be called the Premier Division.
Premier, if we're using the
let's
European,
not get too wild and crazy.
Premier Division,
which would consist of the top 24 teams in the country. The second division would be the Championship Division, which would contain the next 32 teams, and then the final one, somewhere between 40 and 48 teams, the National Division. And you have a chance, like the National Division, the top 4 teams would then get promoted to the Championship Division. Mm-hmm. And then the last place in each division in the Championship Division would go down. You would also have a chance to move up from the Champion Division to the Premier Division. The bottom 3 teams relegated from the Premier Division based on win percentage would then get pushed down to the Championship Division. So you would always have, it would take a couple of years, which I think is probably the drawback for this in college football, because year to year, especially with the transfer portal, you could, like Indiana, if they were in let's just say the National Division this year, all of a sudden they win, the championship, they bump up, but then all those kids graduate, they hit the portal again, it doesn't work out. Now you're kind of capped off at that championship level. It's going to be, which we all see in college football, what would be the Premier Division is generally going to contain the top 15 programs year in, year out. They're always going to be in that, which, okay, if you're playing games scheduled and you're only drawing from those 24 opponents, you're going to get better college football week in, week out. Now, it may only be a handful of games, because you're not concerned about winning the Big 12, or you don't have
so that is the
conferences.
The drawback is you lose your Big 10, your SEC, some of those rivals, but we've already seen that in the sport. These divisions and these conferences have been warped so much so that I don't even know if that's a drawback. Like the way they pitch this, the top 24 teams in college football, you can guess who would be in the Premier Division. Your Alabamas and Georgias and Michigan and Ohio State, USC and Oklahoma and Texas and Notre Dame. You know who we're talking about.
Yeah.
The beauty of this system, though, is you're well within your right to earn your way into that class. If you're the little guy, you play your way up. And you're guaranteeing yourself the best of the best play more often. You're going to get yourself the best of the best playing for a championship. Premier League soccer doesn't do a playoff.
Right.
But could you still do kind of a playoff with this too? Like you take...
Oh, sure.
You would take...
Your top 6 teams.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't necessarily be drawing from 12 or 14 or 16 like they're talking about now, but you're going to see part of that play out throughout the course of the year, and then you could just narrow it down to the top 6 teams in that Premier Division.
What if you did... You tell me if this is doing too much. the Premier Division makes up the bulk of the playoff, but you give one playoff spot to the National Division and Champions Division.
You still want to allow those gold stars for those lesser teams.
They'd still have to play themselves to a national title, but it solves the one problem you said about you have this truly great group of juniors and seniors. They go undefeated in the second division, and then I just put them in there just to see how good they are. They're already getting a promotion.
Right.
Could they still compete for the title that year is a long shot for the entertainment value of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so the motivation is for the programs to build winners. The motivation for the players is still going to remain the same. I want to be able to go from, let's just say, Central Michigan to an Ohio State or a Michigan State or a Michigan so that I have a chance to play, and all of the best players are going to congregate at all of the top programs, which in the end is really great for the spectator, but it ruins maybe Saturdays for some of the lesser schools.
Well, that's the texter says mid-majors, if they aren't dead already, this will completely kill them.
I mean, they're kind of dead already.
Guys, I went to Central. We're not competing for a national title anytime soon. This requires you. It becomes incremental. So, John.
But to your point, though, if let's just say Central Michigan was in the lowest one, you have a chance to win a championship at that level.
Like teams going toe-to-toe. And if you do build real momentum year over year and you win, you get bounced up a level. So have you seen the I think it's on Hulu, this Wrexham show?
Oh, with what's his name who bought the team?
Yeah, the two guys. The one dude from Always Sunny and Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. They're doing it in kind of a crazy way, but they've bounced that program up multiple levels. So you can get a Cinderella story.
Sure, you can.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And I know that, I don't know the world of soccer well enough to know how much rosters change, how much they stay the same, how much they're able to, to retain their players so that they can grow, so that they can be promoted to these other leagues. But to counter that thinking of, well, a Central will never have a chance to win a national championship. Well, they don't really have a chance to win a national championship now. In this, I know Western did it in hockey, but they would have an opportunity to win it in the National Division or the Champions Division or the Premier Division.
And if you talk to people about Western's hockey program, it was Rome not built in a day type of thing, where it took decades of chipping away in progress. And this system at least would provide a format for you to be rewarded for your progress. And then, the only thing stopping you from getting to the big boys is yourself. You keep winning and you will keep progressing. Some ticket texters, they want to know where Michigan State would fit in this model.
Well, let me go back to what they have. So this is not me.
They would not be in the top 24 teams.
No, they would be in the Champions Division.
The second group of 32 teams. Mm-hmm. And you can play yourself up. Like if you have a D'Antonio thing again, right, where you put together 4 or 5 really good years, you can get yourself up into the top division in the sport. What else we got here? This would never work because conferences would never agree to it. Yes, we know. This is a thought exercise. Yeah. Is this better? For all the stupid tweaks we've seen where we're mashing up conferences and warping and twisting everything, is this just better?
I like this over the auto bids.
Yes.
Now, and I'm probably more in favor. I don't necessarily know I like the auto bids, but I think if you just let itself play out, you're still going to get 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten teams because of the strength of the conference.
Yeah, there's this idea getting floated out of a 16-team playoff with like 4 auto bids for the big
it's going to happen.
I'd rather this at that point.
Yes.
You guys let us know. Jacob in Plymouth, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. See, I don't like it because I think it'd be too difficult to get to the top 24 teams. Because you guys are just talking about different conferences. The second best team in the ACC has been awful for years. It's been like a Clemson or a top team. The rest has been garbage. And you would have too much regional arguing on what strength of schedule means. I mean, you guys brought up Michigan State. The year after they went to the playoff, they went 3-9. So if you went into the season, you'd say, well, that's a really tough schedule that we got coming up playing them. But then they end up sucking, and too many years of you don't know what the schedule actually is till the end of the year, and it'd be too much arguing back and forth on it.
I think the implementation would be a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
But if you actually if you could like wave a wand as a commissioner of college sports.
You wouldn't know what the schedule was until sometime in the offseason. Well, welcome to the NFL schedule reveal that we just had.
Some people were making fun of this. Just add ties, have flags, 5 minutes to draw flags, overtime, extra minutes instead, stoppage time. We're not going to make this soccer.
No.
But could you steal an idea from European soccer? 248-539-9797. We'll get the Marner stuff, talk about the big decisions ahead. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it is personal, and it certainly feels that way. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. He talks about get David, get paid. That's his slogan. It's not just something that he says. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
game-winning run driven in by Torkelson. All the runs driven in by Torkelson, and the Tigers take another series. 2-3 against the rival Toronto Blue Jays. Still get a kick out of it. Okay, that's our rival, apparently. The real rivalry, I think, is later this week when the Guardians are in town. I mean, this battle in the AL Central, 4 of the 5 teams have a winning record, and the Tigers are in first place. And we're talking about expectations and win the division, be in the ALCS. Conversations, we're moving the goalposts a little bit, but this team deserves those conversations. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Mitch Marner coming up at 8:35. Leafs go out. Marner, free agent. You in or you out? The playoffs sour you on him? Or is this a move Yzerman needs to go out and make? John, you threw this out with all the changes in college football just to see what people would think. Outside the box idea, what if they drew inspiration from European soccer of all places? And you don't strike me as a big European soccer fan.
No, but it's a fresh way of looking at how could you, with the ever-changing landscape of college football. And most people believe right now your premier division is made up of the Big Ten and the SEC.
Yeah, what if
it or not?
This basically says, what if you mash together the best 24 teams, had them play each other, and the worst teams drop out every year? The lower division can play themselves up every. You know what it takes out of it? Subjectivity. You win your way in, you lose your way out, and it's rare, but soccer teams do take multiple steps up, and you could rise from the ashes as a college football program. And it removes all this legacy stuff about you used to be good and now you're anchored in as a top brand forever. If you don't keep winning, you're going to fall down the stairs there. You're going to be in a lower division.
Yeah, and it takes every year, it takes the best teams of the Big Ten, the best teams of the SEC. If it's Clemson coming out of the ACC, maybe it's only one ACC team. Maybe it's only 1 or 2 Big 12 teams. But it takes all the best teams and it crams them into one division, and now you get a chance to have a great college football schedule during the regular season. And for those teams that are at the bottom that can't keep up, you bump them down, give somebody else a chance at an opportunity.
Yeah.
The problem is, obviously for European soccer, some players will play for a team for 15, 20 years.
Right.
You have a chance to build a roster, build your team, your franchise, and move up. In college football, your best players are only going to be there at most 3 years, maybe less if they start jumping around, because this would have to be in conjunction with contracts and staying at a school for a fixed number of years.
Yeah, there's a lot of things and obstacles that would keep this from going into place. But I think one thing that would help you is, let's say you were in Tier 2 division, the second division, and you're a sophomore or a junior and you win that division. You're going to be in the big boy division the next year.
Yeah.
Do you stick around with your boys, your group, if they can take care of you financially better now that you're moving up a division? Do you actually stay to say, hey, we're going to take a crack at the big boys in the big division?
And that's always going to be the wild card moving forward. How many guys end up playing their entire length of eligibility, whether it's 4 years or 5 years, because they can actually make decent money in college football now versus being a 5th-round pick, 6th-round pick, 7th-round pick, an undrafted free agent. We see guys leave all the time, and they go undrafted. I think we will start to see less of that, and making these teams, whether you're in the middle division, the bottom division, if you get guys that are sticking around because they're making more in college football, they'll have a chance to actually bump up a division.
248-539-9797. Texas says we already have divisions D1, D2, D3, NAIA. Yeah, but you can't play yourself up the same way.
Right, yeah. You're not taking a D3 school and within the next 6 years becoming a premier D1 school.
Let alone over 1 year. Because the way it works in the Premier League is if you are in the Champions League is the second league, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you win the Champions League, you're in the Premier League.
Yeah.
The next season.
If you're one of the top 3 teams.
Yes, it's not just number 1. It's 1, 2, and 3. You can play yourself into the top division. It doesn't exist right now where Central Michigan can be in the Big Ten.
No.
This effectively creates that dynamic where, as unlikely as it may be, the little guy can earn their way up. And there's no permanence at the top. You don't get to rest on your laurels and go, well, Northwestern's a founding member of the Big Ten Conference, and we're here until we die. No, if you are 1-7, your ass is going backwards. You get to go play in the little kids division.
I love the big boy voice.
Well, these teams are grandfathered in, and this would effectively uproot those grandfathered in teams.
I mean, it's the Vanderbilts, it's the Northwesterns, it's some of those teams. Yeah, and you have that chance to continue to move up. And the risk of obviously bumping down. So if somebody were to come in to say Northwestern, or let's just use Central Michigan, and I don't know how, I know Wrexham is the big story. I don't know that much about it.
Sure.
But if you had a donor that said, you know what, or a group of donors.
We're going to fund this.
We're going to fund this for Central Michigan. We want to see within the next 4 years this team go from being in the, let's just say, national division to getting a chance to compete in the premier division. And they just end up paying more money than anybody else.
Well, a better example might be not Central Michigan, but TJ Lang starts throwing some money at EMU with Max Crosby, and all of a sudden they're on a rocket ship to
professional sports franchise owner.
Could you imagine they do a documentary and it's TJ and Max Crosby in the style of the Wrexham show?
It could happen.
Crazier things have happened.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, before he wrapped up his hour-long set Sunday night at Ford Field, Jelly Roll surprised fans with a surprise special guest. So as he was performing a cover of Lose Yourself, none other than Eminem appeared there on stage and picked up the second verse, and then the two kind of closed out the song together. The crowd went wild, erupted in cheers. Pretty cool, for sure. Something not expected, but...
Yeah.
Maybe you were hoping for when you hear the
Ruby
song.
Ruby and Ellie were there.
I love it.
They sent me a video, and I think it was Ruby totally lost her mind when they realized when Eminem walked out, that entire place went bonkers.
The star power on that stage, like Post Malone, Jelly Roll, and then the surprise of it all of Eminem.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. A Mexican Navy ship lost power and hit the Brooklyn Bridge on Saturday, and there was a bunch of crew members working or up on the masts of the ship, and all three masts hit the top of, like, the underside of this bridge, and they were just dangling there by their harnesses. They had to wait for help. 2 crew members were killed. Over 20 others were injured.
So do we know at all, I'm going to ask a question you probably don't have an answer to, why it was there? Like, this is a tall ship, and I got to imagine was it a replica?
It wasn't supposed to be. It was such a beautiful ship, wasn't it? Yeah. And the lights on. Yeah. I mean, it was really pretty. It wasn't supposed to be there at all, but because it lost power... And
it was floating downstream.
Yeah. That's
all
I
just
know.
wondered if there was some performance.
There in the beginning. Oh, I don't know that.
Well, and why were the people on the top as they approached the bridge? You'd think, like, we got to get down.
I'm guessing just time
didn't
factor.
realize it quick enough.
It's probably better to be harnessed than, I don't know, but how it works to come down from the mast. But anyway, officials said the underside of the Brooklyn Bridge got banged up, but no major damages there structurally. They're still looking into exactly what led to that crash. Police were called to an elementary school in Pennsylvania last week after a kindergartner shared some Jell-O shots with their classmates. Yeah,
hey, bring treats. It's your week.
Mommy made Jell-O.
Yay! At least 3 students consumed the Jell-O shots. They were checked out by the school nurse, then were transported to the hospital out of an abundance of caution. Yeah. Officials are still investigating how this child got their hands on the Jell-O shots, but apparently...
Kids blew a 1-0.
Apparently, this isn't something new. Last month, there was a mom in Texas that was actually arrested for sending Jell-O shots, like legitimate Jell-O, to school with her 5th grader for a Christmas party.
Unbelievable.
Here, everyone's going to have a great time, so we need to take these to school.
You said the kids were sent to the hospital out of abundance of caution?
Yes. Yeah.
Translation, for having too much fun in kindergarten.
Yeah. My goodness.
Just don't get on that tricycle.
Jeez. Last week, we talked about the most popular baby names, like, in the nation. So we had Liam for a boy, Olivia for a girl topped the list there. But when it comes to the most popular baby names in Michigan, 2 different names kind of hold the top spots. So for girls, for the past 4 years, Charlotte has been the top girl's name in Michigan.
Charlie, like that one.
I like that one too. And for boys, for the past 3 years, Noah came out on top.
So are we officially done with the Caden, Aiden, all of those? Yeah.
I don't think we're done with them, but I don't think they're
Cold.
rounding out up at the very top now.
Okay.
They're more old-fashioned names. So the other top baby names in Michigan for girls, Amelia, Olivia, and Emma. And then for boys, Theodore, Oliver, and Henry.
Because it felt like for a while there, every third boy was an Aiden or a Jaden.
Aiden was really popular that was a while ago, but yeah.
Jalen's a big one.
Yep. So anyway, there you have that.
Aiden's coming back if the Lions win the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right about that. In another 18 years, a lot of Aidens coming out of high school.
Bill Belichick wants to put an end to all of the drama concerning his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, and I think we all do. Let's put an end to all of this drama, right? Like, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
So during an appearance on NFL analyst Ryan Clark's The Pivot podcast, Belichick kind of clarified what or why Hudson was CC'd on these emails and what her role was with North Carolina.
So naturally, you ask your 20-year-old girlfriend.
Hire someone. Post the job. Hire someone.
John,
He was hiring her.
well, they have a personal and professional relationship, as they've told us. But John, you've worked around athletic departments, and so have I.
Yeah.
The idea that the football program wouldn't have an SID and that they wouldn't just take someone from basketball in the interim or someone from another sport in the
bizarre.
interim. I don't believe that there was no one in the athletic department that could handle this except his 20-something girlfriend.
Right.
That doesn't pass the smell test.
Not at all.
Just say that you want, I wanted to give her, what's wrong with
I
just saying,
trust her and
I
wanted her
trusted
more
her and wanted
involved.
her to do this job?
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
To be a part of his personal requests. Hey, we want you to speak here. We want you to sign this, do this, and all that.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
You wanted her looped in for those reasons.
Yes.
That would make way more sense than this weird PR game they keep playing.
Yeah.
All right, the Maple Leafs lost last night in a Game 7. Water's wet, but now what do? Mitch Marner's a free agent. He's been discussed locally here in Detroit. He was getting bashed by his playoff performance. Are you in? Are you out? We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase, $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift cards sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with a new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in. Promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Toronto Maple Leafs lose a Game 7. Water's wet. Sky is blue. That's now 7 straight Game 7s for the Maple Leafs where they lose. And the setup is brilliant, right? They go up 2-0 in the series. They go up 2 goals in Game 3.
Oh, you think it's about their luck is about
year.
ready to change?
They win Game 6 on the road to set up Game 7 on home ice, and they lose.
I mean, yeah, insert fart noise. That's probably what they're doing in Toronto right now.
Got run off their own ice in Games 5 and 7. So now the fallout is here. Mitch Marner's a free agent. He's going to be scapegoated. He was seen yelling at his bench, wake the F up. And a lot of people on the internet pointed out he needed to wake the F up. TV broadcast called him out in the third period for being a non-factor in the game. Our question to you, the Red Wing fan, are you in or are you out on Mitch Marner? 248-539-9797. And we are getting a surprising amount of both today. Plenty of people who say out because they look at him and say, can he be the highest paid player on your team if you're winning the cup? They were turned off by his performance, and they view him as another player who shrinks on a team full of guys who've been shrinking in big moments.
So let me answer that question first with another question.
Yeah.
If you make this move, since you follow the Wings a little bit more, you're a season ticket holder, you know puck. At least you claim to.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Not everybody agrees, but thank you.
No, but you claim to. What does this, because he plays right wing.
Yeah.
You happen to have a young, promising, hopeful star in Lucas Raymond. Now, I understand more is always better. Mm-hmm. You get good players. You get a guy that's a point a game. All of that stuff means good. What does that do to Lucas Raymond? Does that bump him down to the second line, and then all of a sudden it's him along Alex DeBrincat? Does it make DeBrincat better?
He shoots right, Raymond and Marner, which it's some of those guys end up playing left wing. I think you can tinker with it, get good players on the ice, and build some chemistry. I wouldn't worry about the fact that he's a right winger.
Does it make Marco Kasper better?
Well, yeah, that's the thought and Kasper should make these guys better. I mean, if they have built this young nucleus of players that are going to grow and get better, this is the window to add a good player. Because they've got Raymond on a cost-controlled deal. They've got Seider on a long-term cost-controlled deal. Same with Dylan Larkin. They don't have to give up any draft picks. They don't have to give up any prospects. They have the cap space. I'm in on Marner. And I understand why some people may be hesitant, but he's a 100-point winger who kills penalties in the prime of his career. How much of this Maple Leafs thing is a Toronto thing more than a Marner thing? He's not the only guy underachieving. He's actually one of their better producers in the postseason. It feels like the issues in Toronto run really deep. He's an Ontario guy, Ontario kid playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and the pressure eats that franchise and that organization alive. They haven't won a cup since '67. If he were to be on a different team, not even just saying the Red Wings, is there a chance for a change of scenery? Is there a chance that they can get out from under the stain and the stench that is the Maple Leafs?
Just a fresh breath?
Yeah. Exhale.
Yeah, but is the pressure any less with an original 6 team that has been in the playoffs for 10 years? Going on 10 years?
It feels like Toronto is a top-heavy hockey team. They put a lot on the core 4. It feels like Yzerman has drafted well, and they've got this assembly line of young players that are on the way. He fits the timeline. And if you trust that you can fill out the roster better than Toronto has...
Well, what are you going to do with Tarasenko then?
See, that's the alternative. You don't want Marner? You get to sign Compher and Tarasenko. Those are your choices. You get what I'm saying? The other thing I'd say is people worry about stalling out. Let's say you add Marner and 2-3 years from now, yes, you're a playoff team, but you're not a cup team. I'd rather be 2 steps from the cup than 5 steps from the cup, which is where they are right now. You got to start taking steps towards the Stanley Cup.
I agree, and I'll stop, poking
Trolling.
the bear here. Well, I don't necessarily know I'm trolling. Yeah, I'm in on him. Yes, because is he better than any right wing you have right now?
He'd be their best player. Period.
Okay. Are we at the point where we don't want good players?
Right. Beggars can't be choosers.
We're not a playoff team. We haven't been for 9 years. Does this get you into the playoffs? And I understand the goal is to win a Stanley Cup. It doesn't mean that he can't win a Stanley Cup with another team. It doesn't even mean he can't win a Stanley Cup with Toronto.
Correct.
Hasn't yet. Hasn't been able to get to that next step, that next level.
The history of hockey is actually littered with Mitch Marners. Great players who get labeled soft and finesse until they end up winning, and then we change the narrative. I mean, Steven Stamkos, finesse. Steve Yzerman himself. You're going to have to get better defensively. You're going to have to sacrifice. You're going to have to become the gritty playoff winner.
So at the risk of asking really dumb questions about, what do you do with Lucas Raymond? What does it mean for Tarasenko? All of that. I'm trying to dumb it down for those like myself that aren't as in tune to what this would mean, because we've had a lot of people text in and call in to say no because he can't win in the playoffs. When did we get to the point with the Wings where we're saying no to good players?
John, I don't know, but these are the texts we're getting, and we'll get the phones in the mix. Texter says, I'm out on Marner. Soft, won't take a hit, too many turnovers, gets lazy. I don't care if he kills penalties. Watch the game. He's not a good defender. And Kendo says...
Well, fit right in.
That's what Kendo says. I think he'd fit perfect. He disappears like the Wings do.
How is he in March?
Adam in Heartland, where are you at, in or out?
I'll tell you what, I'm angry.
Oh. Angry Adam, what's going on?
I'm absolutely fed up with this, man. If you watch that game last night, watching Marner, he's not winning puck battles. He's not defending. Game 7, if you watch Leafs hockey for the last 8 years, it's been the same old same. I don't want that guy.
Are you a Leafs fan or a Wings fan? I'm just asking for...
I'm a Wings fan.
Okay. And you don't want Mitch Marner.
And that's why I don't want him, because he's a pushover. He's soft. He would fit right in with the Wings. I agree. And that's our problem. We need some grit. We need some sandpaper, some toughness.
Can you add both?
The guy that is scared to play against.
Can you add both, Adam? Is it Marner or sandpaper? Why not Marner and sandpaper? I mean, they have $22 million in cap space. They don't have any bad contracts on the books long term.
And are those sandpaper players? Are they going to be guys that score or has points like Marner? Can you get a guy with both? And is that guy available?
Look, I'd prefer Kyle Connor. He's not a free agent this year. I don't know that there's any guarantee he will be a free agent next year. Winnipeg won the President's Trophy. They're going to want to keep Kyle Connor. Is Marner the perfect player? No. But I don't know why we're looking the other way at a 100-point winger who produces a point per game in the playoffs. I'm sorry he's not Connor McDavid. So we'll just say no. I mean, is that what it's come to? If we can't add one of the 5 to 10 best players in the sport, and even then, Austin Matthews is one of the 5 to 10 best players in the sport. He doesn't show up in the playoffs. We would say no to Austin Matthews, is what that caller's telling me.
A year younger?
Right. We don't want Austin Matthews either.
So, I mean, wild. Yeah. And I'm curious, is it just simply the fact that he hasn't won in the playoffs is why people, I mean, he has had the opportunity to play in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. Bunch of them. Is it a Toronto issue or a Marner issue? Because it seems like it's deeper than Mitch Marner, right?
Yes, it feels like it's more than just one. You can't sit there and say, well, they're not winning because of Marner.
Right. So would you be willing to roll the dice in a clean slate, fresh situation with a younger, up-and-coming hockey team to give him a second chance, knowing he still has a second act in his career? I mean, he's only, 28 years old?
Right. And knowing that if you add him, he's still, the best player on your team.
And the other thing, I think, not the biggest reason to do this, but a reason to do this, there's this Larkin-Yzerman perceived rift, and maybe they've settled it and hashed it out, and Yzerman said they spoke.
I don't buy into it as much as some do.
Sure, that's why I said perceived, because I don't want to fight about it. Dylan Larkin played in the All-Star game in 2023, and his highlight in playing in that All-Star game, he said, was playing with Mitch Marner. Does this not help Dylan Larkin? Does this not help this dressing room? Does it give Steve Yzerman a big piece? Does
dressing
it give...
room.
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling that?
Yeah, the dressing room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what That's a hockey thing.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway.
That's fine. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's two birds, one stone. It gives Yzerman the star that we keep complaining he hasn't had his lottery luck and they never become available in hockey. One's finally available. Yzerman gets his big fish, and Dylan Larkin gets his running mate, the support piece that he's been publicly begging for. Mm-hmm. It does kind of achieve that happy medium and brings, I think, the team closer.
Well, it also raises the bar for a player like Dylan Larkin. It raises the bar for everyone on there. Like, you've got to be able to play along with this guy. If you said this after an All-Star game, the pleasure was playing with this player,
and they hooked
now
up.
All of a sudden they put you with that player. Dylan Larkin, you would assume, would play like he did in the Four Nations.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Larkin, surrounded by better talent, has excelled. Marner was also a contributor in the Canadian Four Nations win, and they played well. They hooked up, I think, 4 goals in that All-Star game a couple years ago. They're about the same age, same timeline. It fits. 248-539-9797. Our question is in or out on Marner. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app. You don't have to leave, and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. And if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, it's hotly debated this morning. We'll get the phone calls in the mix. Are you in or are you out on Mitch Marner? Set to be a free agent. The Maple Leaf season ended in hysterical fashion last night. A laugher in Game 7 on home ice.
Predictable.
Also predictable. I think Rieger is still laughing throughout the night.
He may actually, is he on at all today? Might not be available by 6 o'clock. He's still going to be partying.
You know what they say, if it lasts more than 4 hours, he may have to seek some medical attention. But we've asked you guys in or out on Mitch Marner. And John, I will argue with the people who are out on him. I get the reservations, but I think people are going too far. He was a point-per-game player in the playoffs. He's a 100-point winger who kills penalties in the prime of his career. It's a Toronto issue more than a Marner issue. I'm in on Mitch Marner.
I am as well, because it would be an upgrade to this roster. And we're looking for all upgrades right now. Now the question is going to be, and not to use a term we use in another sport, is it going to block not Lucas Raymond or anybody else, but is it going to block Steve Yzerman from doing something else?
So the cap's going up, and all their key players are locked in cost control deals that are going to age very well. Look,
so I'm trying to remove all the reservations. Like if it's 7 years and it's 12 a year, because he's making, 10 now?
10-9. So yeah, market
Does
prices.
that prevent him from keeping somebody or doing something else? And my argument to that is, well, what else is he going to do? He hasn't done anything.
Well, the alternative is you're going to overpay Kopp and Comfer and Tarasenko and Mrazek's making $4 million. Like, really, if we're going to cut costs somewhere, it's not going to be the frontline guys.
Because of the cap going up, you'll have money in a couple years.
Yeah.
In the meantime, it would be Marner probably getting this team to the playoffs and then younger players blossoming. And you would hope that they blossom significantly, and then you become a finalist for the East, and then maybe you go pluck another free agent, and there you go. Right? That would be the way you would do it.
It's real momentum. You ride that wave, and the next wave is Casper and Edvinsson and Sandin Pellikka. But you got to keep forward momentum going, and this team has stalled out, and we're getting to the point where we're going to look the other way for highly productive stars.
I mean, this kind of move kicks somebody down to the third line.
Right.
That's what the problem was last year with the third and fourth lines. It's just, you got to make sure he's the right guy. You know, what's the problem in Toronto? You don't want to bring the problem here. My eyes from afar say Tavares. When they went and got Tavares 7-8 years ago, it was the wrong guy to build around. And that's the way I feel. He's a free agent too, by the way.
What did you make of, so he yells at the bench, wake the F up? It's the clip that went viral last night. Marner was on the ice for the first goal they gave up, and the crowd tried to back him. They started "Let's go Leafs" chants. You know, they didn't want to see it go down in the tank. Marner was not on the ice for the second and third goal that added up real quick. You know, to blame Mitch Marner for the Leafs' collective collapse, I think is a really dumb thing to do if it's going to keep you from adding a player like Mitch Marner.
Tavares was a -3 last night.
Sure.
Very quick, by the way, John, you asked, I've got the data. Mitch Marner had 5 goals in March. Pretty solid. Second best goal production of any month.
Okay.
So he can help.
Stem the tide. Yes.
Step in the right direction. Brian in Westland, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. And I agree to a point with Angry Adam. The Wings need more sandpaper, or as I would call it, belligerence. But you can do both. You can add an elite scorer, and you can pick up some belligerence, some sandpaper with our salary cap. And not a Kachuk type guy, but I go back to the grind line, the Mulkey and the Burr type players, and you can do that. And as far as people questioning Marner's character or grit or whatever, well, you had a dysfunctional organization in Toronto. He comes here and he sees a guy in the room like Patrick Kane, okay, who has been through all of the adversity, and then who came to Detroit and decided he wants to stay in Detroit. That kind of leadership in the locker room and a coach like McClellan, I think Marner buys into the system. Even a Mo Seider, who goes out and plays tough every single game, he's going to look at that, and he's going to want to become part of that. And so I think would be just an awesome, awesome addition to our team. Well, and that is Brian Bentley's opinion in Westland.
Thank you, Brian, and for the sign-off.
So I'm curious, too, because we talked about bumping guys down the line. That would put Kane on the third line. Do you think he sticks if he's on the third line?
He could still be in the top 6, right?
Right wing, right wing, right wing.
It's a lot of right wings. You bump someone to the off wing.
I mean, okay. Just at his point in his career, does he want to, or maybe he's accepted the fact that I'm going to start bumping around.
248-539-9797. I mean, what Brian said is about getting this team to the next step. It's the natural next step for this hockey team. And you can add sandpaper around your star players. Like, I don't know, this idea that if everybody's not a Kachuk, you can't win. Let's get to Brian and Holly. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
My thought is I'm out on Marner. Reason being is there's other talent out there that's grit and scoring. I like Marchand. He'll be available.
This offseason, yeah, Brad Marchand will be available. I assume at this point in his career, he's only joining Stanley Cup contenders. I mean, yeah, you could pursue Brad Marchand on a short-term 1 to 2 year deal if he'd pick you. And then by the time that deal's done,
yeah, where you at?
Yeah, you've made some progress and then it's gone. The appeal to Marner is 7-year window that times up with all the other guys.
It's a young player who is looking for a big payday. Maybe he's looking for a breath of fresh air somewhere else, start over. And you're looking at a guy that, I mean, he's a point-a-game guy, better than a point-a-game guy.
So some of the misconceptions I've seen, like Maple Leafs social media, flipping out and freaking out and going, he gets a lot of secondary assists, right? The hockey assist, not the primary assist. But then you look at the numbers, and Mitch Marner was top 5 in the league in primary assists this season. And I believe top 5 in playoff primary assists this season. He does drive scoring chances, despite what people want to say about him after this series. Actually, I hope everybody dumps on him. I hope the hockey world thinks he's no good. Because
I don't think you're going to get that. And then it's going to come down to what's the value? What does somebody else value Marner at?
Well, and then the question will be, is Steve Yzerman willing to pay term, highest and best in free agency? Typically not his MO. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers beat the Blue Jays 3-2 at the Rogers Center Sunday to take the series. Their 31 wins is the most in baseball by 2. Spencer Torkelson drove in all 3 runs. He used a 2 RBI double and an RBI single to do so. He joined FanDuel Sports Network afterwards. Jackson Joe made the start, allowing a pair of earned runs in 6 innings. He's the first Tiger pitcher in history to have the team secure a win in their first 8 starts in the big leagues. 4 Tiger relievers followed up that with just 1 hit given up in 4 innings of work. On the injury front, Matt Vierling continues to make his way back in Toledo. He's getting closer, but the team wants to see him challenged a bit more defensively at this point. Scotty Scheffler won the PGA Championship yesterday. It was his 3rd major title, his first PGA Championship title, though. The Thunder knocked off the Nuggets in Game 7, 125-93. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led all scorers with 35 points. The Panthers also blew out the Maple Leafs 6-1 in Game 7 of that series. Florida scored 3 goals in the 2nd and 3rd combined. Michigan State basketball landed Miami transfer point guard Divine Ikechukwu. He averaged 20 minutes this year as a freshman. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we want more of your phone calls in or out on Mitch Marner. He's the hot free agent officially now that Toronto's season ended last night. Hilarious. Can the Wings benefit? Should the Wings go in on Marner? In or out? Let's get to Johnny in Garden City. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
You guys, as a screener probably told you, I was, from here, born and raised here, huge Leafs fan, so I'm in misery this morning per the usual. my stance on it, you guys would benefit huge from Mitch Marner. Excellent, excellent player.
You're not trolling us.
No.
Because some people say, he'd fit right in with this bunch of losers who can't get in the playoffs to begin with. You legitimately mean that?
I legitimately mean that, and I think he's better than anybody that you guys currently have right now.
Yep.
Anybody. He's a great skater. He's not soft whatsoever. He's like you've been saying, he's a point producer. I think the biggest problem with us is the pressure, and he's going to be gone. But this is the problem: he's going to cost a lot of money.
Yep.
Are they willing to pay him?
My gut says no. My gut on two levels. One, the deals Yzerman's done, they've been battles, and he does not like to give ground on contracts. He's not someone who races out and gives highest and best, and he's really against some of the term that's been handed out. Now, maybe it's different because they're at a point where they need to go out and add an impact player, and Marner is that. But the other thing Yzerman has repeatedly told us, I'm not going to make a move just to get in the playoffs. I'm making moves to win the Stanley Cup. Does Yzerman believe Mitch Marner can be the highest paid player on a Stanley Cup team? And he might take the long approach and say no. But we've seen you got to take one step before you take 2 and 3.
Yeah, well, we know he's usually going to take the long approach.
It's been 8 years, you know.
So if a move like this, he'd have to act like swiftly, way quicker than normal. Like there's no time to digest and term and get into some tangling. This is a guy that will probably have a contract by 2-3 o'clock the first day.
Immediately.
Yes.
He'll be presented with offers from more than a handful of teams.
This is a splash. This opens eyes around the league. I mean, think about it for a second here, because I've been waffling a little bit, but when you just put it simply as he would be the best player on their team next season, go do it and figure out the rest.
Yeah, that's my thing. If we stall out 2-3 years from now, we're already stalling now. Let's stall out 2 rounds deeper and be in a position to have better conversations. Yeah, those are conversations you'd rather be having.
It would certainly shake things up. It would. Maybe another move comes with it this summer. Maybe that move doesn't need to come because you want to see how Marner blends with these guys. He's pacifying his captain. His captain pleaded out for something like this. I mean,
he's already talked publicly about Marner.
And I don't think you're getting a bust here. That's the one thing why I really like. I don't think you're going to get a guy who just ends up floundering. That doesn't happen at this age in the NHL with guys who have the point production that he has.
He's in the prime of his career, and he's already shown that he's proven year in, year out.
I mean, the more I'm thinking about this, first off, he's not interested. I don't know what. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
But if he loses out, there's going to be talk of free agents don't want to come here and this or that. If Yzerman actually swung for the fences.
Look, there's going to be a lot of teams to go after Mitch Marner. I think one team to watch for, and it might be to their own detriment, is Pittsburgh. Their general manager is the old Maple Leafs GM. If they're trying to keep this Crosby, Carlson, Letang, Malkin ship afloat, they may
try to win it one more time.
Throw him an absurd amount of money. I mean, we just don't know how this is going to play out. But for Wings fans to go, we don't want him.
I think if Yzerman went for the big swing and missed, it would be a little bit like Harris missing on Bregman in terms of, hey, at least we know he went after it and he changed his philosophy to it. Because right now the thought is he won't do this because he won't give them what other teams will, right?
So, I mean, the big question is going to be, what are other teams willing to give him? 7 years, 12?
12-5?
If it goes to 12-5, like, is there that 13? Much of a difference? If you're willing to go 12, why wouldn't you go 12-5? If you're going to go 12, why wouldn't you go 13?
But he has nickel and dimed contracts in the past.
Steve Yzerman, yes. I mean, Stamkos famously, probably could have got more if he didn't stay in Tampa at the time, but Yzerman whittled him down and fought him on every dollar. The Larkin thing, that didn't get ugly, but it did get to a point where someone had to blink, and Yzerman kept him under $9 million.
I would argue, though, that it was quite tactful to nickel and dime a Stamkos type deal. This is not a nickel dimer. This is a splash. You better have them sewn up probably as the sun rises that day.
And it was an easier sell to Stamkos. Hey, we're chasing a Stanley Cup. And he was a guy already on the roster. To get a free agent, guys hit free agency because they want to get paid. And again, cap's going up. All your guys are cost controlled. All your key young players are on long-term friendly deals. this is the time to justify it.
And
this
again,
the question is this the player? But I'll say, yeah, I'll take a shot on him getting a second chance, second life with a new organization, and pin a lot of this on the fact that Toronto is a toxic organization that hasn't won a cup in 50 plus years now? 67, their last championship. Let's get to Nick in Pontiac. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Like your show.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Hey, I just wanted to say, we look at the Marner situation like buying a stock. His stock could have a dip right now, so this actually might be good timing. You guys were touching on that a little bit earlier. I don't think a lot of teams are going to assess him as a bum that can't win in the playoffs. And to people's point about him not having grit, he played 80 games last year. I mean, he's missed 12 games in the past 3 years. A player has to have grit to get through the NHL season that way.
Yeah, he played 81 games this year, all but one game. Super productive player, career high in points, 102 points, 75 assists, the third most in hockey behind only McKinnon and Kucherov. And again, a lot of those primary assists, despite what the spin out of Toronto is. Look, if they scapegoat him, someone else's game.
Yeah, I mean, they could, if they do scapegoat him, and you got to give enough credit to a lot of other GMs that they're going to still covet Mitch Marner. It's not, if he can't win in the playoffs in Toronto, it doesn't mean he can't win in the playoffs. It doesn't mean he can't make your team better.
I also wonder if he still stays in Toronto. I know it feels unthinkable today, the day after the team collapsed. He's from Ontario. If they pony up, they could say, hey, this is the deepest we've been, the closest we've been. We took the reigning Stanley Cup champs to a Game 7 on our home ice. It's not good enough. We're going to keep taking cracks at it. I don't know if he hits true free agency, but the moment the door's cracked open right now, their season's over, and he should at least hear offers from around the league at this point.
Yeah, so if anybody's wondering, it's noon on July 1st.
Countdown's on.
And I don't think he lasts till the end of business on July 1st.
No. EOD? I don't think so. Okay, we got some ticket texts. Go all in on Marner. If not, Vegas or a competitor will pick him up, and he'll be a stud on somebody else's team.
Yeah.
Will Kosa be up by the time that Marner's contract expires? I sure hope so.
A lot of smarm in these texts.
There is quite a bit of smarm, including this one. I'm not sure I like Marner calling out players and asking them to wake up. Signed to Dylan in Royal Oak. Everyone keeps talking sandpaper. I must have missed where the sandpaper guys like Maltby, Draper, and McCarty played on the top line with Yzerman and Fedorov scoring like bandits. Gotta love Monday morning morons. Yeah, I think the key here would be if you add Marner, you still need to add some grit. You still need to add some sandpaper, and you can do both. I mean, how long ago was it? It's a while, where the Wings were dealing with some of these same questions. Couldn't get over the hump, couldn't win the cup, the captain's too finesse. They had to show a spine and a backbone, and everybody remembers the Avs and how things changed. And it was because of guys like Draper and McCarty and the grit that you can have both on your hockey team.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't win with just McCarty and Draper. You need Fedorov and Yzerman and these frontline offensive players. Marner's a frontline offensive player. 248-539-9797. We'll get some more calls on this. We're going to get to the Tigers at 9:35 this morning. A conversation with your blessing that we'd like to have. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer's almost here, promise, because we've had some nice weather. It's going to be a little cool this week, but don't wait, because whatever you need for your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, you got to call the team at Mastercraft. They're the experts of the heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical world. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours just the same. You can upgrade your system right now, no matter what it is, and save up to $1,000. You can need to call for details, and you could schedule a free in-home estimate. If you need same-day service, you call before noon. They're going to be there. All you have to do is visit them online to get more information. That's mastercraftheating.com. Online, again, it's mastercraftheating.com.
Resetting where we're at. It's the Mitch Marner conversation. Maple Leaf season is over. Are you in? Are you out? Marner's getting scapegoated. He's a passenger. He floats. He's soft. He's not gritty. He'll fit in right with this bunch of losers who don't win anything in Detroit. Guys, take a step back. Take a deep breath. Point per game in the playoffs. 100-point winger who kills penalties. They don't grow on trees. The Red Wings team has a bunch of young players who are cost-controlled. They don't have to give up prospects or picks. They have the cap space. He makes them better.
Well, and we go back and forth with this argument of the Yzer plan. It's taking too long. If you don't want a Mitch Marner, then what is the plan? How do you get better this year with a guy that would come on and instantly be the best player on the team?
Larkin has some familiarity playing in the All-Star game with him. It was the highlight. The highlight was playing with Mitch Marner. He loves playing with Marner. You give your captain the olive branch. You give Steve Yzerman his big piece. You give the fan base a playoff appearance. And I know it's about so much more, but you get this team out of this stagnant spot they're in, and you elevate the conversation to, we're a playoff team and we're only getting better. Right? Because Edvinsson and Casper and Pelika and all these young players, Danielson eventually, if Yzerman's drafting as well as everybody believes he is, that second wave boosts the Larkins and the Marners, and you actually have a window to compete.
And if you're concerned about term, it takes care of that. All of these players coming along, now you have instant help. Now you have more help coming in the future for players that you believe. This is where, like Steve Yzerman, there's not much of an argument. He has drafted well.
Yes.
It takes a long time in the NHL. But you can't just be a drafter. What's our thing about Brad Holmes? Like you want to be able to complement this roster, and you've got to find ways, creative ways. And there's not much creativity involved here. You don't have to package players to send and future picks to send. This is a free agent.
Wings have a lot of estimate, $22 million. Marner's probably going to be 12, give or take. You'd still have 10. Plus, if you can get out from a bad contract more, you could add Marner and a blue liner and a gritty third-line guy. And you could be a playoff team as quickly as next season with upside because you didn't give up any of your young players. Yeah. All the things Yzerman still wants to do are on the table. Well, who are they going to lose because of it? I don't know. They're all locked up right now. They're all affordable right now. And the cap's going up? The answer is yes. As unpopular as it may be the day after the Leafs get eliminated and he could have done more, and I'm still in on Marner. Let's get to Dan. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Good morning.
Hey, but yeah, I am saying we need to make sacrifices for this team. Like, in 2002, Ken Holland literally put together the greatest Red Wings team probably in history. I mean, it was like $65 million that, they spent and everything. And they were like, I actually heard some of the players on that huge roster actually made sacrifices, with their own salary to make it happen. We need to, some players should make sacrifices, and they need to get someone stardom like Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner should be our guy.
Well, I don't think the selling point is you guys take less so we can bring in this guy. I don't know that it's a different time, it's a different era, different players.
The team you're talking about 02 is pre-salary cap. So when you can overpay everybody and then skim a little off the top, it's a completely different game than there is now.
Yeah.
There's a salary cap, it's going up. They've got the space.
Yeah, they got the space, and if they want to make any more additions, first of all, they can this year, but in 2 or 3 years, if we're having the argument of how do they get past the second round of the playoffs, first of all, great argument to have. We would die for that right now. Then the cap goes up, and you can find ways to get more guys.
Of course.
And you become more attractive.
Also true. Chris in Livonia, good morning.
Chris, good morning. How you doing?
Good show. Sorry about that. Good show. Working and stuff. Hey, the one side of the equation, and I can't deny it. I was a 27-year-old guy, scores 100 points. Love to have him. But the other side of the equation is, what makes you think Detroit looks good to him? 9 years without the playoffs and everything, there's there's nothing. I mean, there's going to be other teams. He's going to want to, after what he's dealt with in Toronto, he was going to want to go to an established contender. I know one thing. Minnesota's got the Suter and the Parisi contracts coming up. I know they're knocking off $14 million. They'll probably take somewhere in that time frame. But I'd love to have Marner, but I think a more realistic guy is going to be Bennett out of Florida, to be honest with you. And hey, John, real quick.
Yeah.
Love the podcast, man. They're awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Man.
Appreciate you listening.
So Sam Bennett's still playing. He's on Florida. Yeah. He is a classic, like, gritty playoff player. I'm not going to be mad if the Wings add him, but I think Marner's the better player. So we fixate on Marner. Marner's available as of
now.
Well, July 1.
July
but
1,
yes, their season's over and the conversation begins, and certainly has already begun in Toronto. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Lions running back David Montgomery has officially earned his bachelor's degree from Iowa State after going back to school this offseason. So
good for
that's
him.
Awesome. He attended the university from 2016 through 2018, obviously before leaving to pursue his NFL career. And the school shared a little clip of him walking across the stage in his cap and gown, and some of his teammates as well, including Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, posted videos congratulating him.
St. Brown there at the end. Look, this story is cool, and you're going to need guys are going to have to put in the work, especially now with the transfer portal. Guys' credits aren't always going to transfer, and if you go to the NFL early, it's incumbent on you if you want to finish your school. So credit to David Montgomery for putting in the work.
Yeah, it's awesome. Hey, listen to this. According to Aaron Rodgers' biographer, he'll be signing with the Steelers soon. By the end of the month. Yes.
By the end of May.
Yeah, Ian O'Connor, he wrote the book Out of the Darkness, The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers. He appeared on 93.7 The Fans, the PM team on Friday, and expressed his confidence that Rodgers will be a Steeler by the end of the month. And he also said that he thinks it will be the perfect place for Rodgers to end his career.
Sure feels like Pittsburgh feels that way.
Yeah, I mean
they haven't done anything.
No, it feels like the Jets from 2 years ago, where they just didn't do anything and they were kind of held hostage, and now the hostage situation's in Pittsburgh.
The only other place that makes sense right now is what? Maybe New Orleans for Aaron Rodgers? With Carr retiring?
But depending on what he wants to be paid, because they are up against the cap.
Right. It's got to be Pittsburgh.
This is a really nice story. The hockey community has rallied to support Winnipeg Jets center Mark Sheffley.
Yeah.
After his dad passed away unexpectedly the night before the Jets' second round playoff game against the Dallas Stars. So despite the shock of his father's passing, Sheffley still played in Saturday's Game 6. He scored the team's only goal. They were eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't the ending that obviously they were hoping for. But players from the Stars really supported him during the handshake line. And then some of them and other people in this hockey community chose to make $55 donations to the Jets Charitable Foundation, because 55 is his jersey number. Sounds like a ton of money. More than $30,000 was raised in these $55 donations. And other people were supporting other charities that he supports as well, like the Kids Sport Canada. I don't know, pretty cool that people were just coming to his defense,
an outpouring
and his
of
side.
support. Yeah.
Because a tough spot. I mean,
For sure.
you have one of the biggest games of your hockey career, and it feels so secondary when you lose a father, but he still laced him up, went out there, scored a goal, and cool to see the community rally around him.
Let's see, I've got two stories here I want to share. Have you heard of the millennial mole?
No.
All right. Well, I'm going to look over here at Jim since you're
Wow.
not a millennial.
Yes, no,
okay,
I'm not.
So this millennial mole is like this concept, phenomenon that has taken over social media where millennials claim that they all have this specific mole on their left forearm. It's
at least it's somewhere you care to look.
Yeah. So it's on your left forearm, like a couple of inches below your elbow.
No, I don't.
No. Well, it'd be like right in here.
Mole.
I have a lot
really.
of freckles.
Yeah, I have some.
But I don't really have the one where people are saying I should have one.
Does it have to have hair sticking out of it?
No, it doesn't need to be grotesque or anything. It's just like a little beauty mark. But anyway, people claim that millennials everyone's got this like millennial stamp. Why?
You're not a true millennial.
Well, who knows? There's a lot of different reasons why.
You're on an island to himself with no
generation.
Country. Yeah.
Some people say it has like this cosmic or spiritual connection.
Oh.
Others just say it's
weird.
The sun exposure.
Yeah.
But dermatologists are really excited that people are actually like looking at their skin because hey, if you see something weird,
okay, yeah, on your
go
forearm.
get it looked at.
Sure.
Well, yeah, but
Well, it could be anywhere on your
it could
skin.
be anywhere. But at least
Not if you're a millennial. It has to be in one spot.
At least we're looking.
No,
paying
she's
attention.
saying in general, any
Yeah.
weird moles, get them looked at so
Yeah.
you can take care of it.
Yes.
Heather with the news. All right, hey, Tigers 2-3 over the weekend, John.
Yes. They are fun.
What is this, 11 series wins?
11, and it was against their big rival, too. I'm not sure if you understood that. It was a rivalry weekend in Major League Baseball. Toronto.
Who knew? Anyway, with the Tigers, they continue to win. We want your permission to have this conversation next. It's 97.1. I think he's more than a passenger. You can call him soft. He doesn't win in the playoffs. Mitch Marner, point per game in the postseason. I think it's a Toronto Maple Leafs issue. That's a toxic situation, and if he can get out of it, good for him.
Yeah.
And if he can do it here in Detroit, even better. I'm in on Mitch Marner. I know there will be people today who think, oh, yeah, he'll fit right in with this group of losers. Dylan Larkin.
Well, then we can get to the second round of the playoffs, and you can talk about how he can't win in the playoffs.
Elevated conversations. But I think
a preview of what's to come in a couple of years.
We'll move on in a second. But just last note on this. Dylan Larkin, 2023, played in the All-Star game. Him and Marner hooked up for 5 goals. He said it was awesome to play with Mitch Marner. You want to throw your captain a bone. You want to push your hockey team to a better place. You want to get this team in the playoffs. I know that's not the end goal, but it's the next step.
Mm-hmm.
Then you know how you take the next step from there? Yzerman draft picks deliver, right? Casper continues the growth, and Edvinsson grows, and Seider and Raymond hit another gear, and the things Yzerman wants to build this hockey team around, they can still do that. But let's have those conversations in the second round of the playoffs and move from there.
Mm-hmm.
Marner will be a winning player on a different team, and I hope that team is Detroit. Speaking of winning teams.
Oh, we got one.
Oh, we got one, John.
Best in Major League Baseball still. And you want to talk about best in the American League? Like it's not even really close. It's got a 4-game lead over the Yankees, a 5-game lead over the Mariners, and refresh my memory. Have they beaten both of those teams in a series?
Yes, John, they have. Yes.
Mm-hmm. This is a team that is just consistent. They're not a streaky team like we see with the Minnesota Twins, who won 13 in a row until they finally lost yesterday. But they started off the season on a streak that nobody wants, which dug them a huge hole. They're starting to play better, but I still don't believe that they're going to be a consistent team. They can't even stay consistently healthy. Now, the Tigers have had some health issues, but they've overcome all of those because of the wizardry of A.J. Hinch.
They have put themselves in a different conversation. Speaking of elevated conversations, the Tigers have the best record in baseball, and we are not early into the season anymore, right? We're past the 40-game mark. It's not early. Pretty good sense of who they are, and they should be getting better with Vierling and Meadows
on the horizon.
Good medical reports over the weekend. With your permission, guys, we'd like to move the goalpost, but we want your help in doing so.
Where do we move them to?
Where are they? What is the expectation for this baseball team? Whatever you thought preseason, whatever you thought before they really got going, things have changed in so many great ways, so many pleasant surprises. It's no longer early. We think they'll add at the deadline. They're going to get healthy. All these factors have us very excited. Where do we place the goalposts? What's the expectation, John?
My expectation is to get the ALCS. Get there and then see what happens. Could they be a World Series team? Sure. Could they win the World Series? Sure. I'm not going to predict that right now.
Yeah, the Dodgers still exist, but figure it out.
But I think that they're a team that, especially if they can avoid the wild card round, and then you drop a pitcher out of the rotation, you got 4 that you're playing, and in a 7-game series, if you have to go to 7 games, we see Skubal 3 times?
Potentially, if you got it set up, yeah.
I mean, I'll take that.
They should win this division. I think that's an expectation we can have.
5-game lead currently.
If they have one of the 2 best records in the American League, they avoid the wild card round in the 3-game series. I think that's a fair expectation. ALCS or bust feels like a fair bar for this team. And I don't know who in a 7-game series you're afraid of. I mean, look at the series they've won this season. Yankees and Mariners. Red Sox played some playoff-like baseball against the Tigers this last week, and Detroit swept them. Detroit took care of the Padres earlier this year. Like, look at how they've matched up with some of the better teams in baseball. We'll get to see them against the Guardians later this week. It'll be a big litmus test. ALCS or bust. That's where we place the goalpost today.
And they're playing sustainable baseball, sustainable winning baseball. They're a team that, outside of that Dodgers series that they started off with, it'd be kind of ironic. Start with the Dodgers, finish with the Dodgers in the World Series, and see how much better they are at the end of the year. With we have no idea what other injuries are going to happen, but they have found ways to overcome those. And I talk about a streaky team. They've had a couple of 5-game win streaks. They've had a couple of 4-game win streaks. Their longest losing streak was at 3 against the Dodgers. Since then, the longest skid they've ever been on is 2 games.
Well, that's because of pitching. With pitching, you don't go on prolonged losing stretches because the next guy takes the ball and gives you a chance to win.
So they're consistently performing in every facet of the game.
They're methodically beating everybody they play.
And correct me, you may not have heard me say this. I've said this a number of times. Greg will probably roll his eyes when I say this. Consistency is the truest measure of performance. 2 thumbs up from Greg.
It has to be.
And especially in 162, if you can just be consistent, you don't have to win every game, but you got to be consistent. And they have done that through the first quarter of the season.
I mean, if they play 500 ball the rest of the way, they're a 90-win team.
I believe 89.
Okay, round up, but you get the point.
Round up? We don't round up.
Yeah, they'd have to go 59 and 57. Yeah, something like that. 56, whatever it is.
Yes.
Math on the radio.
Math on the radio.
I say that because I think they're going to be better than a 500 baseball team down the stretch. They're incredible at solving problems, right? They lose 3 center fielders and they navigate it. Last year, they have a pitcher and a half. They navigate it. They've solved problems on the fly, and they're going to get solutions with moves at the deadline. Like if you're at all nervous about this bullpen, and I've seen some whispers about the bullpen. They are top 5 in bullpen ERA, but if you want some more swing and miss, a high leverage guy, Hinch doesn't do closers, but high leverage guy, it's the easiest thing to acquire at the deadline because half the teams in the league aren't going to be in a position to buy, and a lot of them will sell.
Yep. It's going to cost you the least.
Yeah, you're not giving up top 100 prospects to get back-end relievers. It's the cheapest, easiest thing to add at the deadline. If that's your biggest concern, I got good news for you. You're going to be able to add that. They're going to have creative solutions to any problems that pop up along the way. I think they've shown that. So, yes, one of the 2 best records in the AL. Avoid that wild card round. Winning your division. These are things they didn't do a year ago. Winning the ALDS, something they didn't do a year ago.
Right.
Hard to fault them at that point. If they don't get further than the ALCS, you'll be bummed because they lose, but you won't look at the season as a disappointment.
No, and we're always looking for measuring sticks with this team. Is it for real? I think after a quarter of the season, you could say, yeah, it's for real.
Sure.
And the next measuring stick will come against Cleveland. 4-game stretch at home. At the end of the month, 3 games on the road to Kansas City. We'll know even more. And as master of the obvious, the more baseball you play, the more you're going to learn about this team. And what we have learned is they've got really good pitching. They've been, other than that, really the series against LA, they've been very opportunistic with runners in scoring position. They are disciplined with the strike zone. And AJ does a great job of creating matchups, protecting guys in the order or exposing guys when they have a good matchup. And no lineup is the same. The only thing that's really been consistent is Javi Baez is batting 9th. Other than that, you've got sometimes you got a different leadoff hitter.
Carpenter a little
bounces around from 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Green 2 will bobble up and down. Yeah. Look, that's the other thing with this lineup. And we had questions about this lineup before the season started. They don't have easy outs in this batting order.
The hole in the lineup has been, they've always had the one, right? With Jace Young, Colt Keith early in the year, Akil Baddoo now.
But they don't have, they used to have 4 or 5,
That's my point. The back end of the lineup, you got Dingler who's hitting almost 290. You got Baez who is hitting 290. That's your 7 and 9 hitter. And then all of a sudden, Veerling comes back. And we had this text earlier. We're kind of building up Veerling as he's like this all-star coming back, or Parker Meadows is an all-star coming back. Jace Young was batting 100. It's awful. Akil Baddoo right now is batting 167. Do we think either of those guys will be better at the plate than Jace Young or Akil Baddoo?
Both should be. And both are good defenders. I want to see Veerling in the arm, but both, when healthy, are good defenders. They're also good base runners, which is the other thing this team does really well.
The thing is, it's like there's a little bit of a charm or magic to this because you're right about Baddoo. He'll be gone soon. He's going to go down when Veerling comes back. But he makes that catch yesterday.
Right.
A game of
2 catches.
2 catches.
Right. But and he's in that spot at that time when they need him.
It's the wizardry.
Right. It's the piecing together that, look, you can be all the wizard you want. That's lucky timing that he just so happened to be up to make that play.
Is it lucky when it happens over and over? Like Chase Young.
Okay, so
and the
he
plays
knew that he
defensively.
needed Badu a week ago when they sent
I
Young
don't know.
down. Okay, I'm going to need him in Toronto.
The only time it didn't happen was last year in the ALDS games 4 and 5. And I think it's a different conversation when you get deep in playoff series. Yeah. But for the regular season, the mixing and matching, the Moneyball thing, I mean, the A's never won a World Series, but you can have some great regular seasons. And if you have a good enough regular season in today's baseball, you avoid the wild card round.
And how much does that experience?
Sure.
Being in that position, playing Cleveland, how much does that pay off this year, especially since those guys weren't blocked?
Really?
I had to throw it in.
I'm going to show real growth. I'm not going to take the bait. We're going to go to commercial. We're going to continue this riveting conversation. We have a bunch of thoughts on the ticket text and the phones. It's 97.1. Winning run. Tigers take 2 of 3 against the rival Toronto Blue Jays.
That's comical.
Like some teams, there's a natural rival. You got the Subway Series with the Yankees and the Mets.
Yeah, you got a Chicago series between the Cubs and the Sox. Okay, I get that.
I know the Blue Jays and Tigers used to be in the same division, but
yeah,
sure.
Okay, manufacture whatever you got to manufacture.
That's our bitter rival. How much do you hate the Blue Jays? 2-4-8. Just another weekend, but another weekend where the Tigers win. Mm-hmm. That's 2 of 3. Our question was, we want to move the goalposts, defining a successful season. Win the division, be in the ALCS. Is that a fair bar to set for this baseball team right now? Ticket Texter says, biggest concern is they're hitting against playoff pitching. Okay.
It goes both ways.
Tigers need a hard-throwing closer reliever with strikeout stuff. Come trade deadline, poach one from a non-contender. Need someone that can get a big strikeout when needed. Vest isn't that guy. Really strong, but not that guy in the playoffs.
Right now, that's my initial want. Now, things can change, obviously, before the trade deadline. Injuries happen, but if I were to say, what does this team need right now to get to the ALCS, to give them a chance at the big games in the World Series, they need a dominant closer.
Well, that would be great too, but I do think one of the few flaws on this team has been the way Brisky's pitched this year. He's not pitching like he pitched last September. So if they're missing that a little bit, the guy that can get the punch out when you need it most. He was important in that run last year.
Yeah, very. Both those guys.
Holton was critically important for this baseball team, too. They used him as an opener. They used him as a super reliever. He almost had 100 innings last year, and I don't know if we're seeing the effect of it. Holton's last 8 outings, he has an ERA of 6.48. He's given up 6 runs in just over 8 innings. That's something to circle there because he was a key cog last year out of the pen.
Yeah, but
you'll add a bullpen arm.
Right. Bright side, Job is probably – I thought that was a huge start for him yesterday. You want to win the series. You know, I think a tough place to pitch to a degree. Big bat and Guerrero, you know. I just thought that was a nice spot start for him and a good sign for the future here, especially with Mize. You know, they're going to run into a problem. Potentially Cobb will be back. But they're going to have to start managing Job's innings.
Well, we've seen that already a little bit. I think there was 12 days in between a couple of starts where they skipped one, and it was opportunistic because of the rainout, the doubleheader, and they were able to buy him an extra start.
They'll probably do that 2 or 3 more times. One naturally right around the All-Star break. I think they'll be wise and do that.
We were talking off the air. You could create almost a 16 days rest if you get him in the rotation out at the right time, take the games leading up, the games leading out of the break, and then the break itself.
Well, and that's part of why being in first place is so beneficial is you have a little bit of wiggle room.
They did that with Skubal last year. I remember now. They bought him some time off around the break.
I think the understanding is, and the Dodgers have been doing this for years, you need more than 5 starting pitchers to get through 162. You'll trim it down to your best 4 power arms for the postseason, but you need 6 or 7 starters.
And they've already used Montero.
Yep.
They're going to get Cobb. Mize will be back. I mean, Mize is already part of that rotation. But, they're going to have 6 or 7 arms that they can draw from.
And I have no problem with Montero starting. I'm at full trust with him at the back end of a rotation at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get hit up occasionally, but he's number 5 guy.
He is what he is. Number 5s you just kind of hope can get you a 500 record in their starts, right?
Yeah. And Joe might be putting this thing together to go back to what you said there. There's couple starts in a row that going back to against the Red Sox, some big punch outs, building some confidence. You know, he wasn't perfect against Toronto, but he had some big strikeouts. I mean, when his stuff is, he's twisting guys up, and it's not one out pitch. It's the changeup, it's the power fastball, it's the breaking stuff. He's only going to get better.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what he's been able to, the first time in Tigers history that a pitcher's first 8 starts have all resulted in victories. Now, he's only got credit for 4 of them.
Well, he hasn't been, great in all of them. Like the Rockies start, he gave up 6 runs in less than 4 innings.
Right, and still gets a win, right?
So it's a little misleading.
We're talking about how good that is for him, and then we take Jack Flaherty and we talk about, is Jack Flaherty dropping off? You got to take each start and see what the team around them did defensively and obviously support at the plate.
Gator, we did something people don't like, moving the goalposts. We said, where can we put expectations for this Tigers team? It's not early. They've played enough. They're in first. They're getting healthy. Where would you set the expectations for the Tigers? John and I said ALCS is where this team needs to be.
I mean, at this point, the way they're playing, yeah, you can expect that, sure.
Win the division, yeah.
What it means if they don't live up to it, I mean,
well, you'd be disappointed, right? If they didn't.
Yeah.
No. I'm not firing people or trading guys away. But if they don't get further than last year, given this start, it'd be a disappointment.
Yeah, it would be disappointing if they don't get farther than last year. That I would agree with that. So that means you win the ALDS,
But I don't know how chesty you are. If it's World Series or bust or
I feel
anything.
pretty chesty. This is a World Series caliber team. I think if they played the Yankees, I think Yankees are the second best team in the American League.
Okay.
And, when they get healthy, it's a really difficult lineup to face.
Yeah.
But the Tigers beat them in the series earlier, and the Tigers aren't healthy right now. So and we don't know what's going to happen at the trade deadline. Also, that's a wild card.
Yeah.
Because the Tigers are in a position where they can add not just a piece, they can add a monster piece if they want to.
Yep.
They've got the prospects to give up. They've got money to spend. And frankly, they've also got, if some team wants to have like major league ready players in addition to a prospect, they can do that. They can go that route too. I mean, they're in a really good position right now. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying what your expectations. But listen, it's human nature to change the expectations as you're seeing it unfold in front of your eyes. So when you're watching this team and they are 31-16 at this point, which is laughable for how good it's been, it's why not dare to dream and think how good this team can be.
Heads up for you guys. Hottest thing we talked about all day, Mitch Marner.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if you guys plan to get into that, but what's the plan today?
It's on the agenda, plus Champ at 10:35. So ton of, summer. Let's go.
All
Tiger.
right.
At least we got the Tigers, right?
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yep.
All right, Carson Anderson are next. It's 97.1.
Well, what's up, and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program on a Monday. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott the Gator Anderson.
Hello, Doug Karsh.
And I hope you had a good weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Anything exciting other than the Tigers, which obviously we'll get into, and anything fun?
I mean,
that fast single life that you were leading.
That fast single life. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Living that fast lane. It was just a nice weekend.
Yep.
Nice. It was a lovely weekend.
Was it?
Sure.
Yeah.
A little chilly out, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty much convinced if I'm supposed to be at a kids' baseball game, the weather's going to suck. Thursday and Friday, beautiful days, no games. Saturday, cold, spitting rain at us. That's just the way it's been this spring. I don't speak for all baseball parents, but if you're on the same schedule that we've been on, which is Monday, Wednesdays, and usually Saturdays, I swear Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, the bulk of the days, been terrible weather, but it is what it is. So,
how'd they play?
At times they look great. Other times not so much. But we're down in Tecumseh. You ever been to Tecumseh?
No. Is it south of Ann Arbor?
Yes. Yeah. And it's quite a drive.
We have a friend from Tecumseh. But
yes, we do. And so I asked him, where do we need to hang out in Tecumseh between games? His dad used to own a camera shop. It's turned into the Tecumseh Tavern. So I'm like, I'm going to the Tecumseh Tavern between games. Power through a summer shandy and go back for game 2. Nice little place. Really nice little place.
There you go.
Yeah, I was happy, find a new spot. But did you get into any more of those was it Oberon Lights or New Discovery that you like?
I had a couple this weekend.
Yeah.
Literally a couple. It's a really, really good beer. Good light beer.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of flavor.
You're down.
Yeah, I'm totally down. In fact, my brother came over last night for a minute, and I told him, I said, you got to try this out. Because he's the one that introduced me to Bell's Brewery in the first place.
Okay.
Many moons ago, when we were both, I think I hadn't graduated college yet, and my brother had just graduated from undergrad, and so still living in the house, and he had brought in a 6-pack of Bell's Best Brown Ale.
Okay.
I'm like, what's this? He goes, you want to try one? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, wow, that's pretty tasty, right? At this point, I was like 19 or 20, and I'm just trying out different things, and I'm like that's a tasty.
It was Gator's experimental stage, people.
Yeah, it was a tasty beer. It's a tasty beer, and then a couple years later, I discovered what would become Oberon. Back then, it was called Soul Sun, I believe, from Oberon, from Bell's, and then I realized Bell's is a pretty good brewery. They know what they're doing over there, and all these years later, they're still getting it done.
Yeah.
And now Oberon Light is really tasty.
Yeah, we got
for a light beer. It's really flavorful.
No shortage of breweries in our state. That's for sure. So, all right. So the Tigers are the big story. I mean, it's funny because I was looking at the power rankings that came out, and you heard there during the update. I believe it's MLB Network has the Tigers as the number 1 team in baseball. No, I'm sorry. They have them number 2 in baseball. CBS has them as the number 1 team in baseball. So CBS Power Rankings, Tigers 1, Dodgers 2, Yankees 3. MLB has Dodgers 1, Tigers 2. So between CBS ranks the Tigers number 1 in baseball, MLB ranks the Tigers number 2 in baseball. I say we open up the debate. Are the Tigers the best team in baseball or the second best team in baseball? 248-539-9797. Let's get after it. Incredible.
It really is incredible. I mean, they're 31-16, 16 losses, and they're 15 games above 500. That's fun. This team just keeps playing and winning series as they did over the weekend. Their run differential is still great. It's second now to the Yankees. I think they're at plus 90. The Tigers are at like plus 87 or something. Regardless, they're so fun to watch right now. It really is great. And it's a tough division, man. 4 teams above 500, and they're all well above 500. Kansas City's in 4th place, and they're 4 games above 500. And I know the go-to for people, oh, yeah, well, you got Chicago in that division. Yeah, Chicago, the White Sox have only played 16 games within the division. They only won 2 of them. But it's only 16 games. It's not like the entire season has been played against the Chicago White Sox. This division
Every team in the AL Central is always playing the Chicago White Sox.
This division is good. It's really good. And this division is actually, when you look at the American League East, how are these numbers? The White Sox against the AL East, 3-4.
Really?
Yes. Kansas City is 8-7. The Guardians are 6-6. Minnesota is 8-1 against the East, and the Tigers are 10-2 against the East. Shut up, New York. Okay, so it's, if you want to say that the Tigers are first place or first or second in all of baseball right now, I don't really care too much about it. I would say this: I would probably have the Tigers second behind the Dodgers because they actually faced each other and lost, even though it was the first series of the season, and they were actually close games for a couple of those. They still lost those games. So I recognize the Tigers have a better record than the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But when they went head-to-head, Dodgers win, so they get the slight edge for me. But I do think the Tigers are definitely the first or second best team in baseball right now.
Yeah.
And this team can get better.
No, they can. They absolutely
can get a lot better.
You know, the thing about it is, like, they're winning one-run games. They've won blowouts. They've won, whatever style you want them to win. Pitchers duel, shootouts. But, the thing about it is...
Overtime.
Yeah, right.
Double overtime.
The thing about it is, what they've been. We've established what they've been so far. The true question is, what are you going to be? And there's a lot of baseball to be played. Like, being first or second in the power rankings on May 19th isn't particularly, life-changing. It's what you're going to be in, August, September, October that really measures what kind of season you have. What's fun is it all is validating that what happened at the end of last season wasn't a fluke. That was the Tigers turning the corner and becoming a quality, really good baseball team. And I got a theory.
Oh, a theory.
I got a theory, but I just feel like when I'm watching them play, that the winning has become contagious. That it doesn't matter who you are in this organization. I think it's more than just the major league roster, because I think it's the 40-man roster. They use all and I'll give you an example. Akil Baddoo was responsible for an inning yesterday. Was it the first inning? It was the first inning, right? He makes a catch climbing the wall.
Face plants into the scoreboard and makes the catch.
And then he has the double play where he lays out and I mean, that's Akil Baddoo. That's a player that it felt like his time in Detroit had perhaps passed him up, and he got hurt and he ends up in Toledo and he gets a call up and he makes winning plays. And I just feel like there's a contagious nature to this of everybody wanting to, row the boat in the same direction. Yeah.
And we got PJ Fleck leading this team.
Everybody's contributing. They want to contribute in any way they can. And I just feel like the winning plays are contagious. There was a play yesterday. It's first and second. It's the 6th or 7th inning. I can't remember exactly. Torkelson's at the plate. There's 2 outs. Gleyber Torres is at second. And Andy Ibanez is at first. This is the game-winning run, as it turns out. Torres singles to center. Torkelson singles to center. Torres is going to score easily from second. And he rounds third, and maybe you say he never should have slowed up, but he slows up a little bit, turns and sees that Ibanez is going first to third, turns the gas on, and touches home plate right before Ibanez gets thrown out. Now, so he scores the run when he sees that Ibanez is going first to third. You can make the case that he never should, with
Correct.
2 outs, you should always be going.
And I'll bet you he does from here on out.
I bet you he does, but he did turn the gas on to make sure he got home. You can't lollygag because if Ibanez gets thrown out before he crosses home, that run doesn't count, and the Tigers don't take the 3-2 lead, which ended up being the final score. Accumulation of all these little things is making the difference. And when you're winning, I think your attention to detail is peaked. I think your focus is peaked. I think you feel like you're a part of something special, and it just feeds off itself. And then you've got the little subtleties of the game that make a difference in a 1-run game.
It's special because the Baddoo plays in the field were fantastic. He also went 1 for 3 at the plate with a walk and a stolen base. So he's making contributions there, and he probably knows what's going to happen this week sometime. The Veerling's going to come up, and it's quite possible Akil Badu is sent down. He may not be, though.
Mm-hmm.
He may not be. I originally thought this could be the easy button to hit for the Tigers. That this is what could happen. But there's another possible move that we probably need to consider.
Well, we'll get to that today at 10:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Mondays, of course, mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having the worst weekend? We will tally up your votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. You hear a nomination you like, of course, you can second it. Get your votes in. We tally them up. Hey, don't pass on the responsibility to vote for Champ and Chump of the weekend. You all have a responsibility. Let your voice be heard. Champ and Chump. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's really fun. The beginning of a summer, we feel like we're going to be talking Tiger baseball. Maybe all summer long, because they're going to stick in this thing and be a factor in the American League. And we were impressed. We were impressed with they losing to begin the season because of the way they played and some of what they showed and the way they battled. And now here they are. It's just like each week it feels like they get better. Each week we sit here on Monday, we kind of recap the weekend and there's more confidence in them and it feels like they're getting better. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. As much as I hate to say it, the Tigers are number 2 in baseball until the Dodgers get knocked off their perch. Tigers number 2 in MLB, but number 1 in my heart. That's from an unnamed texter. You don't have to hate to say it. Oh dear, we're not the very best team in baseball. Like, I got it. I'm not even, let's be clear. When it all settles, it shakes out in the end after 162, maybe they won't even be one of the top 2 teams in baseball, but it's, we keep crossing weeks off the calendar and we're getting, it's the old saying, it's getting late early. We're just getting deeper and deeper into the season. And they're still hanging around. Now, what was the other move that you wanted to talk about?
So I think it's easy for people to say that if Vierling comes back, that Akil Baddoo gets sent down. And that may be the case. But there are so many options that A.J. Hinch has at his disposal here, right? He's got to consider all these things. Yeah, you could do that. But Vierling gives you all the versatility because he plays third base and he can play in the outfield positions, right? Mm-hmm. So would you say that it has to be Akil Baddoo, or do you consider that it could be Andy Ibanez? Because Ibanez is not as good defensively, but he's got one amazing skill. He kills left-handed pitching. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of it. That's what he does. Now, he can play second, he can play third, and that helps you out. But if you got Vierling back, then that doesn't really matter. Plus, because you've done this experiment with Colt Keith. Is he playing first base? Is he a DH? Is he a second baseman? You've got an extra second baseman with he and Torres, right? So you don't have to worry about that. So Ibanez could be a guy. It depends what A.J. Hinch feels the need for this Tiger team is. If he feels the need for speed, if he wants speed and more outfielder versatility, then maybe Baddoo stays. And Justin Henry Malloy is another one. What happens with Justin Henry Malloy? Now, all this is going to work itself out because people are coming back. And when Meadows comes back, it's going to make it even more obvious. But, Jake Rogers comes back as an easy move with a catcher. But I'm just saying, I'm not sure it's so punch button easy to say it's Baddoo based on what you saw last night. Baddoo playing well defensively, and he's got speed on the base paths, and he's got power as well. Is that more than what Andy Ibanez can offer when he's got the one skill, which is being able to hit lefties? And understand that Javi Baez has the versatility to go back and play in the infield as well if you need him to play third base.
I don't want to send any of these guys down.
But you have to.
You have to.
Now, you don't have to do it right away, and it doesn't seem like they're going to wait a few days on Vierling to bring him up. But I'm just saying the options are there for A.J. Hinch, and it's not going to be an easy decision.
Probably running the risk of falling in love with their own guys too much. You know what I mean? Like you don't. It's certainly acceptable to have to make these tough decisions. It's what we prefer, right? That's what I'm getting at. But these are tough decisions that you have to make. A bunch of guys that have helped them win.
They all have a particular set of skills.
Yeah.
That makes them a nightmare for other teams. Whether it's being able to hit left-handed pitching, whether it's, to be able to sit in the batter's box and know that you're going to see at least 5 pitches this at bat and that you draw a ton of walks like Malloy does. Or if you know that you can add to this team because you need somebody as a late, pinch running specialist or somebody you can put in the outfield and not really miss too much of a beat like Akil Baddoo can do. I mean, everybody brings something else to the table. That's what's fun about it. In the end, you want this team to be ultra healthy. And when they're ultra healthy, it's Parker Meadows in center field. It's Matt Vierling probably playing third base with extensions in the outfield. And then what does that mean for Javi Baez?
don't know. You know, I mean, Javi's playing great right now. A little bit of a hitting slump here in the last couple games, but he's still hitting at 290. And we know what he's done in the last month has been fantastic, better than anybody in baseball.
Yeah, these are all questions that will get answered when they need to get answered. They don't need to be answered now, but when guys become available and get healthy, you know, there's always a chance that somebody else will get hurt and the decision becomes obvious.
Right.
In fact, it's probable that somebody else will get hurt.
likely
It's
to
just
happen.
it's just the way it works out. Scott in Carlton says, "Champ the Tigers. Great series win again. Also me, I had some incredible pulled pork Saturday."
Nice. Well done, sir.
Go you. Chump everything Toronto. That's from Scott in.
Oh boy.
What happened in Toronto? Something happened.
Did they lose a baseball series? And did they? Well, they must have. I mean, they had a 2-0 lead, a 2-0 lead over Florida. They wouldn't possibly have blown that, did they?
Jamie writes in, Champ Javi Baez, this dude, man, Chump Maple Leafs, hilarious once again. So somebody called last week and said they're rooting for Toronto, and I'm like, and it was in some way he tied it into the Lions. He wanted Toronto to win because Lions, and I'm like,
because they hadn't won since '67.
yeah, and my whole thing is, I don't want to be like the last cursed team standing. Like the Cubs have won a World Series, the Red Sox.
It's always Cleveland.
Yeah, there is. I mean, the Rangers, the whole Rangers fight back in the 90s. Oh, Rangers will never win. They'll never win. They'll never win. They did. And it's like the Lions. I don't want us to be the last team standing that hasn't won. Because, good God, we have a streak that needs to get broken. Let's see. Champ the Tigers for keeping on winning. Chump Scott Harris for not getting Skubal signed long term. Give him 6 years, $65 million. Football fan in Belleville.
$65 million a year for 6 years. Wow, that's
I don't know that today's a great day to chump Scott Harris. Like I can understand you want him signed, and I get wanting him signed. Hell, I want him signed. He said something last week
it was
about
on a podcast or something.
yeah, where he said, keep in mind, it takes two people to agree to get signed. It sounds, and I'm a little, I don't want to question it, but the whole idea that they didn't make a competitive offer, I'd like to hear the Tigers side of that story about whether or not they thought their offer was competitive. Did they really make an offer? Did they put together a framework of a deal? Who said it wasn't competitive? This was a story. I can't remember who had it.
I saw it late last week, but it was quoted from a podcast.
And I understand the angst about this, okay? And, you know, I'd prefer that they sign him long term. But I always get a little bit hesitant with a Scott Boras client that Boras wants to take him to New York or Boston or L.A. And he doesn't want his client to sign in Detroit.
You know what it reminds me of, or I hope it doesn't end up like this, but it's starting to a little bit. It reminds me of the 2014 season, right before the season began. And the Tigers wanted to sign Max Scherzer long term. Mm-hmm. He had come off a 21-3 season with a 2.9 earned run average. And they said, hey, we want you long term. They made an offer, and Max said, nope, no thank you. I'm going to play the season out, and I'm going to enter free agency. He bet on himself.
Yep.
And that's when we started the whole bit, and Kang was brilliant with it, with the whole kudos to Max. And it paid off for him because he got a giant contract to leave and go to the Nationals. And he had a great season with the Tigers that year too. Went 18-5 with a 3.15 earned run average and a top 5 Cy Young finish. And he was an all-star.
Yeah.
Tarek Skubal is pitching better than Max Scherzer was.
Mm-hmm.
Now, eventually the Tigers turned around and they gave all that money they offered to Max and they gave it to Miggy and then some.
Yep.
I think we'd all like to see the Tigers give it to Skubal. Now, here's the other interesting part. How old is Tarek Skubal right now?
Was he 26?
I want to say it's like 28, I think. But Max Scherzer was 29 in 2014 when he was in this final run with the Tigers.
He is 28.
So this is a very similar situation.
Mm-hmm.
And what will Chris Ilitch learn from losing Max Scherzer? And does that apply to Tarek Skubal?
It's a valid question. Look, I'd like to see them lock him up, but this is one of those deals where everybody wants to see him in a Tiger uniform forever,
mm-hmm.
and then he gets hurt, and you're like, I'm glad they didn't sign him, or he never gets. I don't know. It's so easy to say, it's so easy to say lock
Really
him
is.
up. And in the moment, it feels like they really should. And I still hope they do. But I always leery of a Boris client. Am I wrong for being leery of that?
No.
Champ and Chump, our nominations at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 A Ticket. Justin in Madison Heights writes in, Akil Baddoo hands down is my chump of the weekend. Those back-to-back plays in the outfield won them the game yesterday. In retrospect, the Maple Leafs are the obvious chumps. I feel so bad for those fans. I saw something I've never seen before in Game 7. Never seen this before. I'm not sure it's ever been done. Maybe it has, but we'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. And look, there were a bunch of things. Like Akil Baddoo, first inning, was great. Was it the fourth where it was like single, double, walk, or walk, double, single, whatever it was that Toronto opened up. The fact that they only got 2 runs that inning, that Job minimized the damage. Last out coming on that play deep behind the bag with McKinstry at third. That was big. Joe in Chesterfield says, Champ Scotty Scheffler, what a performance, chump the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler winning the PGA Championship. That's his third major. He's 29 years old. It's impressive. I think it's his 15th tournament that he's won. He played really well on Saturday, shot a 65 to kind of move into that position, and then maintained his lead for a while there, though. It did get tied up at 9 under with John Rahm heading into the back nine, and then Rahm didn't do so well to finish off, and Scheffler did enough to build up a 6-stroke lead, ended up winning by 5, and holding off those live golfers, Doug, those pesky live golfers. It's just, you just hate to see it.
Yeah. Let's go to Ivory in Redford. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, how you doing this morning?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. So we were just talking about this a second ago as far as Scooble. You know, it's real simple for me. Like, I know it's not simple for them in the sense that they want him long term. I hope they do, like, long term. But as a GM, and this goes with any sport, really, not just baseball or specific to Scooble, but when you have a player his value, you want to keep him long term and everything, but it's real simple. I'm basically taking the Costa way of it. If I'm Scott Harris, I'm going to have a meeting with them and let them know in the most respectful way, because he deserves that, Scooble, But I'm not losing you for nothing. Player his value, you should never hit free agency under my team. We're gonna make a competitive offer. I don't know what that would be. Something like, if you want to make 50 per 6 years, 50 per whatever. I'm gonna make a very, very competitive offer. And if you don't accept it by whatever, like winter meeting date, we will put your name out there and trade you with aggression. Because I'm not losing a guy like that for nothing. So if Boris wants to take his client to wherever, and he doesn't want him to sign, and they play hardball, that's fine. But you're going to either go into the 26th season under our team on a long-term extension or on another team, in the last year. I'm not losing them for nothing.
I totally understand what you're saying, Ivory, and I kind of subscribe to that same theory, if you will.
You don't want to go that route. You don't want to do that.
No,
I mean,
you don't. But to your point, you don't want to lose them for nothing. You don't want to have the Scherzer situation and be. I mean, the difference with the Tigers is they were competing for a World Series, that season, and it's like, well, can't trade them during the season. So the time you trade him is in the off season. But they thought that they were going to make a great offer to him, but they're going to accept it, and he didn't.
I guess I would say this is a topic for probably pretty far down the road, and I'm not mad at you, but I don't even want to really think about it until we absolutely have to.
But I'm saying, like, it's a long way down the road, but it's really not in a certain sense, because it's say for instance, what I hope they win the World Series, like. If they win, that's a hard thing. Like, you trade a guy like that after but I know it's down the road, but it's really not, because it's really right in front of their face. Like, there, all the players know it. He knows it. The agent knows it.
Yeah, yes. Right now, got it, Ivory. You're looking down the road. I'm so singularly focused on tonight's game at St. Louis. Not literally, but I want to win the World Series this year. And the whole Scooble, long-term issue with this contract it's a big topic. Don't get me wrong, and I get where you're coming from. It's not front of mind right now. If they can get something done now, that'd be great.
No, I think all the fans would love to hear that there's an extension that has been signed in the next few weeks. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think any of that talk is probably tabled for after the season, and then you can address it at that point. But I mean, this is what we have seen this, and the Lions did it with T.J. Hawkinson. If you know that you're either A, you're not going to sign the player, or two, that it's just you can't sign the player because they're asking for too much, then you absolutely want to do the right thing by your team and your organization, which is get something for that player before he leaves for nothing. But don't want to think about that till the end of the season, because that's when you just start thinking about it.
Kang, behind the glass, first of all, hope you had a great weekend.
I did, thank you.
Good.
The weather's a always sketchy around here.
Yep.
You know, she's always drunk. I'm talking about Mother Nature. So anyway, yeah, she is. But Doug, I think you're speaking for yourself, of course, as you always do, but you're speaking as a fan. And as a GM or president of a baseball team or any team, you've got to keep your eye on the future as well. And I think that's what the caller was kind of bringing up, saying, yeah, it's down the road, but it's also something you have to deal with now as far as you keep an eye on it, right? Like going back to not losing him for anything. Adama Sue, Martin Mayhew should have had a plan B. The plan B never, it's almost like he didn't have a plan B. It was like, we're going to sign Sue and we're going to move on. I mean, of course, we're trying to win games right now with Sue, but we'll have him sign at the end of the year. That didn't happen. And they did lose him for nothing, and they didn't have his replacement either with Aaron Donald.
His replacement was a tight end.
Yeah, exactly. And Aaron Donald was staring him right in the face at the draft. So that's, I think, what fans and callers are worried about, Doug, is, yeah, we want to win now for sure, but also we can't, if we don't win and then we don't have Scooble, we literally have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Right now, I'm not worried about it. Should I be?
I don't think it should be now, but I mean, like to Kang's point about, you have to have a plan B.
Hold on. Sorry. Of course you're right. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Kang, you're right, and Ivory's right. If you're in Scott Harris's office, I hope they're thinking about all the possible scenarios. But I'm not I guess my point is, there's no reason to force the issue until you have to force the issue, and we're not anywhere close to that.
No, you don't, but I'm just to bring it up as a talking point like Ivory did, it's fine. And for Kang's point on the plan B, I mean, you can say that did Scott Harris have a plan B when the Rodriguez trade backfired? When all of a sudden he's like, I can't go to LA, and he nixed that trade a couple of years ago?
Not really.
It didn't look good. No. So is that something that you learn from that situation, or is that you're bound to relive it? I tend to think he's probably learned from that, and I also would have to imagine if you're a GM. I mean, even if it's us as fans, we're already throwing out numbers in our head. Well, I'd sign him for 6 years and $50 million a year,
right?
And okay, so he's got numbers in his head of what he thinks he'd like to do. Whether or not he's expressed that to Scott Boras, who's Scooble's agent, don't know, and you don't know where that's at. But I think it was clear with the comments that he made last week, Scott Harris, that he would love to have Tarek Scooble here long term. But it also seemed to, when I'm reading between the lines of what he had to say, it sounded like he wants to do that, but the other side can't be ridiculous with their demands. And it's almost setting it up like, look, we can compete to a point, but if you're going to be expecting $60 million a year,
I guess
we're not going to compete in that area.
I've just never known a Boris client to not expect the ridiculous. I think that's why you hire Scott Boras. But let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is the Toronto Maple Leafs for completely crashing out and blaming Mitch Marner to create the perfect scenario. Now go sign him, Steve Yzerman.
I like it. My champ is AJ Hinch. She just continues to push all the right buttons, whether it's the lineup, the pinch hitting, you're making a mound visit just to emphasize a point, not to pull the pitcher. He's been cool and calm. He's the number one reason why this team is where they're at. And it was kind of hard to find just one Tiger to give it to because every game somebody else is contributing. But AJ Hinch is the constant.
My chump of the weekend, Game 7s. Both blowouts. You get fired up for Game 7. Is there anything better than a Game 7? Yes, a close Game 7. Neither were. Game 7s didn't live up to it. My chump of the weekend.
You weren't happy with the Thunder Nuggets?
No, I wasn't happy with the Thunder Nuggets.
My chump is it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. You did it again. You lost a 7th straight Game 7, tying the NHL record, you beautiful bastards. Fans actually booed Mitch Marner every time he touched the puck. I shouldn't say every time, but towards the end of the game when he was touching the puck, the fans are booing. It's unbelievable what has happened there in Toronto and what continues to be just the laughingstock of the Stanley Cup playoffs is that they're just bound and determined to not advance that far.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in, 248-539-9797. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. We will continue to take your votes throughout the day. More open line calls next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. Fourth in Major League Baseball. Last year, he had 37 RBIs. Spencer Torkelson, the turnaround has been amazing.
He got 11 home runs. Last year, he had 10.
It's been useful, all of that. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tony in Saginaw, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Tony?
Gentlemen, good morning. I have been highly critical of Scott Harris and the whole idea of an A.J. Hinch for being complicit in it, the whole idea of having all this flexibility in the lineup. It has, over the last 2 years, led to one of the worst fielding teams in all of baseball. However, and everybody down there knows who I am. When I say everybody, A.J. knows, all the players know, my voice carries, and I get very, very supportive when they're doing things well. And one of the things that I've mentioned to every one of them down there this year is I'm so impressed with how so many of the players have improved in the offseason. Zach McKinstry is playing much better defensively. If you take a look at Spencer Torkelson, that kid, I knew from the day he came up, he was going to be a winner. And here's why. In his very first game up, the day before Miguel got his 3,000th hit, he had a ball hit behind him, 30 feet behind him, a pop-up, that he totally whiffed on. I'm down there the following day, and that kid goes 120 feet. When Miguel gets the 3,000 hit, he goes 120 feet down the line, and he catches that ball, which in Old Tiger Stadium would have been on the in the bullpen. This year, he has been amazing, and he is defensively scooping balls on his backhand. But he had 2 balls on his glove side that he dropped that he should not have. And I just mentioned to Coach Cora, hey, let's work on that glove side. And, Spencer has picked up the last 2 balls have been dirt glove side. He's made them flawlessly. Javi coming around has been great. Trey Sweeney is improving. That kid is erratic as all hell making throws. Now, I will say this. I would prefer to have Alex Bregman over there at third base every day. It's nice to see Gleyber Torres. But you know what? Colt Keith, that kid was crying in front of his locker, and he is now fielding better. The entire team not only has this idea of we're going to win, and they're going out there and doing it, and it's contagious, but I'm seeing that personal improvement. Kerry Carpenter's another example in the outfield, boys. This team, and even Joey Cora, is extending people recklessly for the most part. I'll turn it over to you boys and listen. Thank you.
No, thank you, Tony. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you. The Tigers thank you. A.J. Hinch thanks you. Spencer Torkelson thanks you for not giving up on him, even though he was the first player taken in the draft. Joey Cora, more than anybody else, probably thanks you above all else for your loud, booming voice that clearly has resonated in the clubhouse. Thank you. Don't thank us. Thank you.
The best thing I saw posted on Twitch was from Shanked71. He has many leather-bound books. Hey, that guy's awesome. That guy's awesome.
Lots of mahogany in that desk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. It's good to know.
Trying to find the points that he was making aside from patting himself on the back. There's no question this team has gotten better defensively. There's no question about that. And Torkelson, I think when Torkelson first started, it was a big question mark because he hadn't played first base. And then he made some plays and then didn't make some plays. But the plays you make are like, wow, that was really good. Can he be more consistent? He's been in the league now for 4 or 5 years here. So he's gotten better defensively.
Can I ask you a question?
You can.
Can I change my champ vote?
You can do whatever you like.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Okay.
Feedback coming in. Veerling will mess up the juju that's going on right now.
Will he?
Well,
I mean, I feel like does it mess the juju when you bring up Akil Baddoo? And plug him into the lineup?
Yeah, right.
Does it mess the juju when you say before the season begins that you're going to put Colt Keith over at first base and Torkelson's going to have to find a bat somewhere?
I mean, everything AJ Hinch has done, for the most part, has worked brilliantly. And I think this whole plan is that he wants these players back.
Yeah, and I made the point earlier, and people can. I do think there is something to be said. People can disagree with this, but I think there's something to be said about winning begets winning. That it's contagious. That it doesn't matter who they put out there. Their attention to detail is heightened. The focus is higher. You see little things like the turning on the gas from Torres to make sure he crosses the plate before Ibanez gets thrown out when he sees he's going first to third, to the big things like the spectacular catches in left field by Akil Baddoo. All these little things matter for a team. If you got a bunch of Shohei Ohtanis in your lineup, you're just so talented you beat people. But when you're not like that, if you got a bunch of guys that started their careers, many of these guys had to do everything they possibly could just to get a shot. McKinstry, Carpenter, Baddoo, Reese Olson. How good was he on Saturday? He gives up a leadoff single and then faces the minimum for 6 innings after that.
And left with a finger issue, but apparently he's okay.
He's got a finger. So that attention to detail is heightened for many of these guys anyway, who had to do everything they could to scratch and claw and get here. But now that they're here and they're winning, it just feels like it's all contagious, and nobody's surprised anymore when McKinstry's the star of the game, or Baddoo is the star of the game, or insert name of underappreciated, not by us, Tiger here, and they make a play.
And that's the juju of the team.
Yeah.
Is that it's not dependent on one player carrying the load. It's that you probably got a real strong core of 3 or 4 or 5 players, and everybody else plays their role and does it well. That's why I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the lineup changes from night to night, because I don't think you're going to have your set lineup. It's going to change every night when everybody gets healthy, because you've got the versatility to put guys in different places, give guys rest and time off. We talk about the 84 season because the last time the Tigers won the World Series. One of the many statistical anomalies of that season that I love is that they only had 4 players play more than 140 games that season. 4. And none of them played 150 games in that season. Kirk Gibson led the Tigers with 149 games played. But Trammell only played 139. Darrell Evans played 131. Larry Herndon, your starting outfielder, played 125 games. That means that Larry Herndon had 37 days off. So which is amazing when you think that team was so good, but they were fresh, and they were able to stay fresh the whole season long. I think that's what we could see with this team. When you're getting guys back from injury and they're going to wean them back, it's not like you're going to see Parker Meadows play 15 straight games, and they're going to get some time off when he comes back. They have the versatility to put other guys in there to keep this team as fresh as possible, which might be the secret sauce when you get to a postseason in today's baseball. Because in today's baseball, you got to do that with your pitchers, with your pitching staff for sure now, because you get 100 pitches and whoa, watch out, better take them out. But what about the lineup itself? You want to keep them fresh, and I think they can do that with this team.
Unnamed texter writes in, Tigers record with Dingler in the lineup is 26-12. Rogers can sit the bench. See, I don't think decisions like that need to be made at this moment. Like, you don't have to say we don't need Jake Rogers anymore because of that stat. You use Jake Rogers in advantageous positions to use Jake Rogers. Same thing with Dingler. Dingler's taking an opportunity and run, and that's great. But it doesn't have to be dismissing of Jake Rogers.
No, not at all. It does not have to be that way. And I think that's one of the great things they have here. Tomas Nido has done a real nice job in his part-time duty this year with hitting .343 and 35 at bats. But when Jake Rogers comes back, I think we know what's going to happen with Tomas Nido. He's not going to be on this team. And Jake is starting to take at bats at Toledo right now.
Unnamed texter, Dingler and the shortstop are the difference in the Tigers' turnaround.
Yeah, Trey Sweeney has been very good for the Tigers.
Coming up today at 11:05. I saw something in Game 7 last night, Toronto and Florida, I have never seen before in sports. And maybe I've just missed it. I've never seen this happen before. We will get to it at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers are scheduled to be back in the field tonight in St. Louis, but will the weather allow them to be? Montero is scheduled to pitch on the mound. Pro Football Focus released their list of the top 25 NFL players under 25 years old. Lions offensive lineman Penei Sewell tops the list. Quote, most impressive about Sewell's top PFF overall grade is that he has played more snaps, 4,773, than any other qualifying player for the list, keeping him as the top player under 25 for one more year, end quote. Brian Branch was 8th, Jahmyr Gibbs ranked 10th, Sam Laporta 23rd, and Kirby Joseph capped the list at 25. No NBA or NHL playoff games tonight. They'll resume tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, feedback coming in from Chad in Midland. Champ and Scotty Scheffler starting to think he might be the one to break all the major records. Chump the Toronto Maple Leafs for the pitiful Game 7 performance at home. All right, Scotty, we'll talk about Scotty before the show is done. Champ Scotty Scheffler just keeps winning big tournaments. Chump the Leafs, although is this really a chump? It's right on par with every year. It's from Andrew in Livonia. Yeah, got it. We've seen a ton of it before. Let's see here. From Scott in the 810, I want to thank Coach Tony for turning the Tigers around. Couldn't have done it without him. Champ vote for Coach Tony. Next text. I guess, boys, my champ of the weekend needs to go to Tony. Unnamed texter. Bless you, boys. Bless you, Tony. Finally, prayers answered. Can I add players know me because my voice carries guy to my chump? Oh, I thought he'd be champ. Champ, obviously, Tony for his contributions he's made to the Tigers' turnaround this season. That's from John in a truck. Luke says, God forbid I sit next to that guy my next trip to Comerica. Fandom to the next level of absurdity. Well, his voice carries.
And people say we don't do interviews here. He's on the organization, right? Tigers
Right,
organization,
right.
right?
Yeah.
Definitely. We got someone straight from the source.
There was a lot of feedback while that call was going on. A lot of feedback. All right, Gator. I saw something last night, Game 7. This is a public commitment to disgust. And I thought afterwards, I'm not sure I've ever seen this. And maybe I'm just forgetting or blanking, but the commitment level that this fan showed last night, down 5-1 in the third period of Game 7, a fan threw his Maple Leaf sweater onto the ice. I've never seen a fan give up. And like, I went on NHL.com. A blank cheap one is $135.
Yeah.
If it's got a number on it, it's pushing $200. If it's authentic, you're getting even higher. He threw his jersey onto the ice.
Yeah. That's how pissed he was.
I've never seen that before. That level of disdain.
Seen hat. Obviously, the hat gets thrown on. Normally, it's enjoy. But I've never seen somebody throw a jersey out there either.
You're worked
Beverages, food, yes. And nothing should be thrown on the ice unless it's a hat after a hat trick. That's the only thing that should ever be thrown on the ice. My man threw the jersey out there.
Yeah.
Did we see what jersey it was?
I didn't see. But that's a commitment, isn't it?
That's a commitment to disgust. Yes.
And I'm rather impressed, I must say. That's a lot of money to be throwing away.
It is. It is. If you're gonna be that Toronto fan, you're gonna throw away that jersey on the ice like that.
Yep.
It can't be like Austin Matthews, right?
I don't know.
It's got to be a Mitch Marner.
It probably is. It could be a blank. But yeah, that's.
That's a sign.
If it's a Marner, he's going to be a Red Winger.
Period. That you've
had enough.
Yeah. When the fans are starting to turn on it like that.
Yeah. So I guess our question is, have you ever thrown away or burned or gotten rid of a jersey? Have you ever just said, that's it, I'm done? Because these aren't cheap. And even old, out-of-date ones, old, out-of-date ones have kind of become a thing.
Yeah, retro, they're cool.
I don't know. I was shocked.
That's the equivalent of I've retired as a fan of your team.
Yeah.
I'm hanging them up. You know what I mean? When a fighter retires, Gator, what do? They take off their gloves.
Yeah.
They leave them in the octagon or
In
the
pro
ring.
wrestling,
Yep.
they take their boots off, leave
Yeah.
the boots in the ring.
Dude, when a fan does that, I'm done. I'm done. Take this, put it away.
I'm out.
Yep.
I'm moving to Ottawa.
Right.
That's what that guy just said.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah. No mas.
Le Canadien.
Right?
Yeah. I'm no longer going to support this crappy team that has just disappointed me year after year after. I mean, look, do we think Lions fans did this in the 90s?
Threw away
in the
jerseys?
2000s? I bet you they did.
I'm
I mean, you don't
guessing
throw them on a football field, and it's not that. But I mean, do I think that you're asking the question of people gotten rid of their jerseys or burned them or whatever? And I think that there's a lot of Lions fans that had gotten rid of some of that gear.
Throwing
Joey Harrington jersey or something.
Throwing a jersey onto the ice is such a I give. You've defeated me.
Yeah.
I'm out. I can't do this anymore move. It's a commitment. I'm not interested in getting rid of a $200 piece of, even if I am disgusted. There's always next year. I know they're probably sick of that, but do you think there'll be regret there?
There's definitely regret.
Not even one letter?
Anyway, did you ever have to get rid of a jersey, feel compelled to get rid of a jersey, throw away a jersey? Seems like one hell of a commitment.
Yeah, I can think of a bunch of reasons why, but I don't want to steal any from the people.
Right, for what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a player can you could turn on a player.
100% you can turn on a player.
Yep. Sometimes that player loses. You lose your ability to love your guy. He used to be my guy.
And yet, when you have the retro jersey, a player's long since retired or moved on, whatever, and you see that jersey at a ballpark or at a hockey rink or an arena or a stadium, it's really cool to see that. I love seeing the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I never forget walking around Comerica Park like 15 years ago and seeing somebody with a Stan Pappy jersey.
Nice.
Like, what?
Right.
This bit player from the 80s with the Tigers, and you've got that. Yes, absolutely. You know what people are still wearing? They'll rock a Prince Fielder jersey.
Yep.
It's cool to see.
No, here.
But you don't hear too often of I'm so disgusted with this effort that the jersey's gone. I've given up my colors.
I think my favorite old school throwback was a Reed Larson.
No?
You know, you just never know. Was he 28?
I think it was 28.
Was he? 248-539-9797. Was this ever you for any reason? Toronto fan in the middle of the game, late in the game actually, said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And got rid of their jersey, threw it on the ice. That is a statement, people. A statement. Let's go to Mike and Troy here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I saw that last night. I couldn't believe it, but I was telling your call screener, in 2014, the game before the Lions played Thanksgiving, they lost the game. They had a 12-point. They were favored by 12. They played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and lost. Stafford threw 4 interceptions. Calvin Johnson dropped 3 footballs. The next week, Thanksgiving, they won like about 40 points. And I said, I'm done with this team. I got rid of my gear. I got rid of my 8 season tickets. I haven't looked back. And even though they're winning now, once you're done, you're done.
Well, I give you credit for that. Because I think people that say that you didn't watch last year at all.
I watched because my wife watched it. It's like the championship game when they were up 17 points, they didn't go to Super Bowl. I smiled and she cried because once you're done with a team, you're done. You do not go back.
Again, level of commitment is high. I give you credit for that, but I don't like the smiling when other people are hurting.
Well, I don't like the smiling just because it supports that. I mean, it's a weird situation, right? He gives up on the team, and now instead of being a fan of that team, he's dedicated to rooting against them at all cost.
Yeah,
which is so dumb. In this, I mean, because it's your own team, man. I get that you gave up on it.
You gave up on him.
You saved yourself a financial commitment because you had 8 season tickets, and you gave up on that in 2014. And 10 years later, this team's playing. They're a Super Bowl contending team. there has to be some regret there. There just has to be.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, he doesn't want to make it sound like that, but he's still watching the games, and don't tell me it's just because your wife is watching.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, your garage door, is it making any kind of weird noises? Is it a little kind of sluggish like a wet sponge? Is it just not working the way you want it to? Well, here's the good news. There's a company out there that can help fix all those problems. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I know personally because they came out to my house years ago and fixed the problems I had with my garage door. In fact, I called them up. They came out the next day. It was amazing. And if you need to make an appointment online, it's easy enough. In fact, it's really easy. You just simply go to precisiondoormi.com and you schedule an appointment for a time that works for you. They'll work with your schedule. Or you can just pick up the phone and call them yourself at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. And when it's time to get new garage doors, you know who to call. Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or set up that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. I got an offer last night.
Oh, yeah?
I was talking with my cousin. He called me up last night from Wisconsin. He said, hey, September, first week of the season. Lions at the Packers. Come on. Let's go.
It's probably, is it a cheaper ticket to see him in Green Bay?
It probably is.
And I mean, in all seriousness, I think with the prices on some of the home tickets, it was going around my family last night about going to the Bears game, and I took a screenshot of what the standing room tickets were going for, and eventually somebody said it's probably cheaper just to go see him in Chicago, and it might be because they play Chicago at the end of the year. And if the Bears are better, but not appreciably better, that game might not mean anything for them, and it's a January game. There could be a lot of give up in Chicago. You might be able to get that ticket cheap relative to any game at Ford Field.
Yeah, see Hendon Hooker and the Lions take on. Could be.
Hope.
Yeah, but I got to start thinking, Doug, because he's got season tickets. So it's, do I want to get out there, Green Bay? That first week of the season?
You've been there, yeah. That'd be
I've
awesome,
never been
dude.
there, and he's doing a good sales job too. He's like, listen, you'll never get better weather in Green Bay than the first week of the season.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right. So I'm thinking about it.
That's strong. 248-539-9797. Kang, you did some research on the jersey that got thrown onto the ice in Game 7 last night.
Yeah, it was an Austin Matthews jersey. And apparently a Leafs fan did it Game 5 as well.
I mean, that's next level disgust, isn't it?
Yeah, man, you're retiring as a fan from that team. This isn't like, I don't know if he was specifically mad at Matthews, probably was, but this seems like a whole team thing, right? When you throw your jersey onto the ice at Game 7. Because, like you guys have mentioned, people have burned certain players' jerseys for whatever reason, where they leave town or did something. This is, I think he's giving up his fandom for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's booking a flight to Calgary or whatever, right? Or he's learning French to be a Montreal fan.
Maybe. That's a commitment.
Yeah. Austin Matthews had 11 points in 13 games, including 3 goals. Mitch Marner had 13 points in 13 games, only 2 goals. And William Nylander led the team with 15 points in 13 games with 6 goals.
Call me crazy, and we'll get to this topic we'll do it later because we got people on hold. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Flint. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon or morning, whatever time it is.
What's up?
So I never close, whatever time. So I never burned a jersey, but the Super Bowl I'm still mad about, and I'll get over when football comes. When the Chiefs lost, I threw my Kansas City Chiefs chain into the Kansas City River because it just made me so mad.
How valuable was this chain?
Yeah, how long ago was this?
This was right after the game. I drove to the river and I chucked it in the river. I'm still going to support them, but that Super Bowl really made me mad.
Damn chain.
And the chain.
Didn't they win like 3 others before that?
Well, I was mad because they didn't get the 3-peat. Right? You had a chance in history, and they screwed it up.
Wow.
But the chain was like between $100 and $120 bucks. But then I got a friend for some reason who's a Cowboys fan, and every year he's an idiot. He buys a Cowboys jersey, and when they lose, he burns it. Every year he does it.
So he's an idiot every year. You were just an idiot this past year.
Well, yeah, he's an idiot every year. I can't support him being a Cowboys fan.
No, I get that.
I mean, your team's really good.
It seems like an overreaction to a team that's won, 3 of the last 5 Super Bowls, whatever it is.
If they don't win 4 out of 6, I'm done with this team. I'm done with this team. I mean, come on. Do we even care?
We're going to address the elephant in the room, but it's time to break them up.
3-2 in Super Bowls?
Got some unhinged people out there, man.
Come on.
I mean, really unhinged.
Mahomes sucks.
Totally.
And it's this damn chain.
Right in the Kansas City River.
Does he hear himself if we don't win another Super Bowl?
Right. This guy. That's cute. That's cute. And then he's ripping on the Cowboys fan, and that's only a team that's won 4 or 5 Super Bowls.
I think
good for you.
Toronto hasn't won the Stanley Cup since when?
67.
And they're throwing jerseys onto the ice like 55 years later or whatever it is. They still can't win a Stanley Cup. Fan mad, throws jersey on the ice. Chiefs fan, we didn't win 3 in a row. I'm getting rid of this chain.
After a Super Bowl loss. Not after losing in the second round.
He answered. The truth is, he answered the question. Have you ever gotten rid of your stuff out of disgust?
Well, he did. Yeah, you're right. We asked
His
for it.
level of disgust, though,
It was not what I was expecting.
No,
was not expecting a fan of a team that wins.
Yep.
To call in to be so disgusted with his team for losing in literally the final game of the season. After successfully finishing the season with a win on 3 other occasions in recent times. Then now that's enough. That's it. Over the edge. Got to go.
Those sons of bitches let me down.
Wow.
Let's go to Phil in Southfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Phil!
Okay, so it was when the Lions had the free practice. You could come down to the practice at Ford Field, and Steve was the coach. I had a Joey Harrington. I had the gray one with the royal blue 3 on it.
Yep.
And I'm at the practice, and they booed him. I took the jersey off and gave it to my coworker. I've never been to Ford Field since.
They booed Joey Harrington at the practice?
They booed him in the practice. If anybody is listening that was there, they could tell you to vouch for. They booed him in the practice.
So not only they booed him at the practice, but that compelled you to remove your Joey Harrington jersey and give it to somebody else.
Absolutely, because who gets booed in practice games?
I mean, I get it, and I
Nobody
understand
gets booed
it.
in practice.
It sounds like you
You're
let
right.
somebody else set your agenda, but sure. I mean, it did get bad with Joey for a while there. Let's go to Bill in Auburn Hills. You're next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. Hi, Doug and Scott. How are you?
We're good. Thank you.
Close.
Yep.
Yeah. I just got a champ and chump.
Okay.
My champ.
Are you eating, Bill?
Yeah,
are you eating
a sandwich or something, Bill?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I just finished, guys. I just
What'd you have?
took a test at school. Let's see. What is this? Nature Valley peanut butter granola bar.
Granola bar. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe get some water, rinse it out, or you know. All right. So you got a champ and chump for us.
Yes. I haven't been listening, but my champ is Mark Scheifele from the Jets, and I don't know if anybody's called in for him yet, but I don't know if you guys watched that handshake line between the Stars and the Jets after the Stars eliminated them.
Did not.
Yeah, it's a tearjerker. For people that don't know. Mark Scheifele's dad died the morning of that game.
Oh.
And he played, and it was heartbreaking. They lost. The Jets lost and got eliminated in overtime.
And he scored the lone goal for Winnipeg in the overtime, or in the game, I should say, when they lost.
Did he? Okay, yeah. I did. I don't know. I know that he played well, and it was just a real. If you watch it, you can just see the emotion, the release of emotion that he had.
Yeah, that's.
And it's one of the reasons why we love hockey.
Yep.
But the chump, I'll stay north of the border. Definitely the Maple Leafs. What a drag for the fans! I mean, oh my God.
It's unbelievable. And you know what the thing is? Again, I said we get to it, but I think it's interesting that Mitch Marner is being. Like, there's a lot of venom his way, and I guess he didn't re-sign with them, and so fans were probably already on edge because he might be likely leaving, and so he did have like the 6th most points in the playoffs. And they played more games than some teams. Got it, but
no, he's point a game though.
But do you think it might be more than Mitch Marner that cost him? Like, do you think there might be an organizational issue? Do you think when the other team's coach is now 6-0 in Game 7s, that there might be something wrong with the DNA of the organization? It might be very easy to just scapegoat one guy. We'll take him gladly.
Yeah, we'll take him. I think it's just, to me, it's funny to see what has happened with them, because it seems like over time
Toronto has always done like the flashy thing.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say always, but like last 15, 20 years, like they've done the flashy thing. They've gone out and they've spent money on big players. Like they have, when you put out there, you've got Austin Matthews who you drafted, right? You win the lottery, you get him. But then you've got other players, high-priced players. You got Mitch Marner on this team, and Nylander on this team is really good. And then you go out and you sign John Tavares a couple years ago and give him a nice contract. And you spend all this money on the players. You've gone out there and tried to get flashy with the coach. Remember they signed Babcock?
Yeah.
And it was, that should work. No, it didn't work out. They've changed general managers. Now they got Brendan Shanahan, came from the league, and now he's settling in as a GM. And I mean, just all these flashy and big time moves, and it just continues to fail. Epically.
It really does.
I mean, it's 7 straight game 7s they have lost. That is unbelievable.
Yep. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So listen, buying a car is a rough experience for a lot of people. You don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of angst, a lot of anxiety. But I'll tell you what, when you go to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, throw all of that out the window, because these folks make it easy and they make it fun. And right now, they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are really hard to beat. How about this? Drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for just $249 a month for 24 months with only $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck that works as hard as you do, the 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months, and it's got the same low down payment. And here's the big thing. That includes the taxes and the fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options, and they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment needed. And heads up, their Memorial Day sale lasts all month long, so now's the perfect time to make your move. And you're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive.
Okay, Gator, I'm going to do something and say something I typically don't do because I don't believe it. I'll say all the time, there's more than one way, one path to a championship. There's more moves. There's different things you can do. And if you zero in, and an example is Jalen Carter, the people that really, really wanted the Lions to draft Jalen Carter. I would argue that there's multiple paths to the Lions winning a Super Bowl. They don't all exclusively go through Jalen Carter. And they're going to make mistakes along the way, and that's okay. You just got to find a different path, right? It's a kind of a catchphrase I've got that I use a lot when people are irate about a move that was made or not made. Say, hey, yeah, I get your frustrations, but there's more than one way to get to the mountaintop. I'm not sure that I want to do anything other than sign Mitch Marner. I'm not sure I want to talk about any other scenario. I'm not sure I'm going to be happy this offseason unless they go get Mitch Marner. This might be the most coveted free agent to come along in the NHL in years. And it's been the perfect crash out in Toronto that makes him available. His lack of productivity in this postseason is the 6th most postseason points. That, I guess, is the floor. Wasn't particularly productive, but clearly, like that shot they showed of him imploring his teammates, there's a leadership element there. He's well liked in the locker room there. He was good during the Four Nations, had some key moments in the Four Nations. I don't think there's anything about Mitch Marner's DNA that says he can't produce. I think there's something about Toronto's DNA that they struggle. I don't think Toronto's problem is and was Mitch Marner. He's available. We're kind of in a desperate place. He's only 28. He's not 36. This isn't Kane at the end. I'm just at that point, man, where I think this is what they have to do. They have to go get Mitch Marner.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I've been banging this drum for a while, for over a month now, and I absolutely want him. I don't care that they flamed out in the playoffs. That's Toronto. That's just what they do. This guy had 100 points this past season, 102 points. He's consistently going to score 25 to 30 goals, and he's consistently going to provide you 90 points. Point-a-game guy. Mm-hmm. I think it was Costa brought this up in the morning show. I think if you went back to the 2023 All-Star game, he and Larkin played together on a line, and they combined for 5. Now it's an All-Star game, right? I mean, they don't really play defense, but the fact that you can have chemistry like that quickly, I'd love to see him here. Is he fit? Does he check all the boxes? No. He doesn't check the box for being a big physical player, but he checks the box for adding more offense to this team, and he's a veteran player that, it's not – the veteran players they've added, seemingly aside from Patrick Kane, are guys that were point every other game. This is a point-a-game guy.
Yep.
This is a guy that immediately becomes one of your top 6 forwards and makes the offense significantly better and really gives you so many options of how you want to fill out those top 6 forwards and maybe even the top 9 forwards. You're going to drop some guys back and be really, really competitive. It doesn't answer all the questions for the Red Wings, but it doesn't have to, because signing Mitch Marner doesn't account for your entire cap space that you have available to you. You'll have plenty of cap left over to go and fill other holes or sign players to other contracts if you feel that's necessary. But I think this is there's going to be a lot of pressure on Steve Yzerman starting today to make this happen. Now, of course, you can't negotiate just yet.
We're like 6 weeks from free agency.
Yeah, but when it happens, you want this one to happen quickly. You want this to be one of the first contracts that's off the board. As a fan of the Red Wings, that's what you want to hear. Because we get a little PTSD of being in the bidding for players and not landing them for whatever sport it is.
Yep.
We just went through the Bregman stuff. We don't want to go through that again. What we want to hear is, yep, they got him right away. Mitch Marner and the Red Wings is a perfect matchup. They should make this happen. And yes, he'll get $12, $13 million a year, and the Red Wings can afford it. And they're going to agree to terms on a 6-year deal or whatever it is going to be.
But this one has to happen. It feels like it's a has to.
It feels like it has to happen. And I don't always, eggs in one basket isn't really my thing. It's just not. And this time around, honestly, I feel like this is a must do.
Well, it comes with a couple of things here. He's a fantastic player. And the other players the Red Wings have that were rookies or second-year players, they're really starting to come into their own. Marco Kasper is a really good player. I can't wait to see what he's going to be like next year. You know, you look at what Lucas Raymond has become, and DeBrincat's fitting in here perfectly with his team. And, you know, Patrick Kane wants to come back and play, and he's not a throw-in. Patrick Kane's a good player. He's a plus player on this team. You look at the defense and knowing what they have coming up with Sandin Pellikka and other forwards, Brandzik Nygaard and Danielson. These are all guys that you feel like, okay, here's the opportunity. And again, this is something that Jim had brought up in the morning show, and I agree with him 100%. Adding a player like Marner, who's a superstar player, and then bringing in the draft picks that you had that are now starting and ready to contribute. This is that kind of perfect storm where you're hitting the ground running and you can be competitive, really competitive for years to come.
Get it done, Steve Yzerman. And let's face it, he's like that press conference that he had, the postseason wrap press conference. The pressure's on. He knows the pressure's on. He didn't use Marner's name, but he said he was, when asked about a big money free agent, and everybody knows who is.
Everyone knows who is, yeah.
And he's like, absolutely.
Absolutely,
we're interested. And so now that it's a recruiting job, right? Because they won't be the only team that want him, the only team that wants Mitch Marner. So you have to convince him that this is the best place for him.
It's the best place for him. It is.
These are not the droids you're looking for?
No, I mean, dude, this is, you want to play somewhere where you're going to be beloved. It's here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think there's any question you had Mitch Marner to this team, they're a playoff team. And you want an opportunity, who's the Red Wings' number one rival? It's the Toronto Maple Leafs. You want to get back at them? Here you go. You know, more fuel to that fire. Here it is.
It feels like that's there for the taking. Now, the appeal, look, the building has done some good for free agents. They wanted to be they wanted an upgrade with the facility. This was something I was told years ago by an agent who had clients that didn't want to come to Detroit. It's an Original Six organization. It's a town that takes its hockey seriously. You know, this is it's a attractive landing spot. It's the results, though. The results haven't been there, and you have to buy in that I'm not going to a team that's missing the playoffs. I would argue with Mitch Marner. Now, does he want more than that? Does he want to go to a team that he absolutely feels like has a chance to win? He might.
He might, but I don't know if those teams have the money to spend.
248-539-9797. Anyway, Red Wing fans, I don't, you know, this doesn't need to turn into, I mean, maybe it does turn into Marner or bust. If anybody else wants to come up with some other creative ways that they can make a massive splash, I'm here for it.
There are.
Yes. But to me, it's Marner or bust. I'm in a rare place for me. Get it done. This move.
Well, I like where your head's at.
Well, because it's fading faith, right? It's fading faith in a beloved person here in Detroit, and growing. It's getting uncomfortable, and I don't think this is a bad hockey move, and it would reinstill faith. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this. Champ and Chump, let's get them in. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking and brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Open the show with some Tiger talk. Get back to the Tigers as the show goes on. Man, best team in baseball. Now 2 games clear of the Mets and Dodgers as the best team in baseball.
Mets and Dodgers.
Hard to believe, but we thought they'd be good, okay? Admittedly, we did not think they'd be the best team in baseball. It's been a fun watch. It was a hell of a weekend on a variety of fronts. Again, we opened the show, and we'll get back to it. If you're dying, though, for Tiger Talk, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. It's where the beginning of our show started. We got Champ and Chump today. The Leafs fan who threw a jersey onto the ice last night. That's a commitment to displeasure, to making a statement. Mitch Marner to Detroit feels like it has to happen. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
So, you guys will probably not like this, but I'm a Buckeyes fan, and last year when they lost for the 4th time in a row, I got rid of my JT Barrett jersey. I torched it. I give up. I don't care how many national championships they win. I know it sounds petty. If you can't beat Michigan, I'm done.
Let me ask you a question. Do you go into this season wanting Ryan Day to change anything because he just won a national championship but didn't beat Michigan? Do you want him to just come back with the same formula and game plan because it worked to win a national championship, or does he have to change something to beat Michigan?
Well, I was going into the season hoping that he would be gone because I'm sick of Ryan Day. But I do want him to change. I don't want him to be like, oh, let's show how tough we are against one particular team. You play the same game plan against every team. All right, you don't need to show how tough you are. Just win the damn game.
But you don't want him gone anymore, or you still want him gone?
No, I do. I want him gone.
Ridiculous.
Strap him to a rocket, ship him to the sun.
It's ridiculous. You're absolutely ridiculous. You just won a national championship.
Oh,
and it's not good enough.
No, he's a man of principle.
These people. I mean, are you kidding me?
Hey.
I mean, has he done it with
remember
dishonesty or anything like that? If they had, are they under microscope of NCAA investigations, or they just spend more money?
He's we always talk about how sports talk sometimes gets into a battle of who's got higher standards. My man's got high standards. 248-539-9797. As for Marner, from unnamed texter, Steve isn't signing anyone over $8 million. He's not $4 million better than Larkin. Guy doesn't fight. Is fighting a big part of it? He's not. He wouldn't be signed to fight.
Yeah, it's not a big part.
I love Marner, and the Red Wings need to make a run at him. Stevie Y's future could hang on signing him or not. But if I'm taking someone off Toronto, give me Max Domi. The Wings need a lot of grit right now. Well, I mean, if they're breaking it all up, there's a lot of different players. Yes, I wouldn't mind seeing a player like Max Domi. Is there any? I haven't checked his. I haven't heard speculation that he's going to be available. I'm going to check his contract here.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you think he's the most popular guy in Toronto right now?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, he's under contract. Hopefully the Red Wings make a splash signing like Marner, and what Larkin said about not making a move at the deadline put some pressure on Yzerman. In turn, what Yzerman said should also put some pressure on Larkin to play like a superstar if Yzerman signs one. They can both say, see, I told you so. Win-win.
Yeah, it is a win-win. It's a perfect fit. Two guys play well together.
Yep.
Let's go. LFG.
Yep.
Do we have to wait a few weeks?
He's not coming here. Stevie isn't going to give in. What does that mean?
Give in to what?
Yeah, he said
when he was
absolutely
asked, absolutely was his response.
Yeah.
Would they consider that? Now, did he kind of walk it back a little bit later in that press conference? I mean, he kind of played both ends of it, but the fact is the first thing he said was absolutely.
Yeah, I think
would they consider it if it's a right fit for this team?
Well, and if you mean he's not giving in, the one thing that he hasn't given in to is selling their prospects. Right? He hasn't. That is something that he is, but so maybe he won't make a big trade. This is a free agent where he wouldn't have to sell any prospects. Well, that's the not give in part is.
You like to have the grittier players, right? Without question. Marco Kasper is kind of a grittier player. Now, he's not a guy who's going to drop the gloves and fight, but he goes in the corners fearlessly.
Brandzeg Nygaard is also a player like that. He's got that kind of reputation, and he's showing it at the world stage now in the World Championships. He's kind of playing like that. If Brandzeg Nygaard is anywhere near what Marco Kasper is, they've got two really good young forwards to look forward to be abrasive and have the scoring touch.
From Joe and Fenton, hot take, boys. Shanny already told Stevie they aren't re-signing Mitchie the Kid, and here we go. They might have talked.
Well, Shanny and Eisman were friends.
Yeah, I wouldn't dismiss that. Matt in Fowlerville, I don't mind adding Marner at all, but my number one option is Ekblad. He is a very good two-way player, and we gave up way too many goals last year. Love the show, boys. Yeah, like I said, there are other options, but I don't really want to hear them right now.
Don't talk to me about that.
Don't you?
We're talking about this.
Hold on.
Look at these bright lights.
Where did I see this? I think it was in a story in The Athletic about, like, this is the most coveted player in free agency since. I'm not finding it. It's been this is a notable player available in free agency. That is now available, and it's been a long time since a player like this would become available. From an unnamed texter, Eminem at Post Malone Jelly Roll was pretty sweet. Jelly Roll is my champ. Chump is Toronto. Welcome to Detroit, Mitch. Blank check, writes this person.
Yeah, he wants him too.
So Eminem appearing at concerts in Detroit has kind of become a thing, and it seems like everybody loves it every time he does. But this is the second or third surprise Eminem appearance that I can think of. He appeared with Ed Sheeran at Ford Field back in 2023.
Did he wear his satin jacket?
That's a whole nother sidebar that nobody knows what you're talking about, but I doubt it.
No Ed Sheeran NFL satin jacket that they sold. Probably not. Yeah, he also appeared with Jack White when they did the unveiling of the train station.
Yep.
Or train depot or whatever.
Yep. The rededication thing.
Ford headquarters.
Yeah, it's a thing, and everybody loves it every time it happens. My champ of the weekend is the Tigers for obvious reasons. My chump of the weekend are Red Wings fans who don't want Mitch Marner. How could you guys say you want to improve and then not want to sign the best player available? Well, I'll say this is if you can take the same money and spin it into a bunch of good players, several good players, there's usually more than one path. I guess I just don't want to hear it. Because I feel like if you get Mitch Marner, then somebody in the league that has a market for them is choosing Yzerman's team. And I actually think that's part of what's important here is a stamp of credibility. Is the stamp of credibility of somebody choosing to come to Detroit and saying, yeah, I think they can get it done here. But I'm here for it.
Yeah, the person that brought up Ekblad, the defenseman from Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd be great as well. He's a free agent at the end of the season. But the knock on him is that he hasn't been able to stay healthy. He hasn't played a full season since pre-COVID. He's played 67, 35, 61, 71 and 22, 23, 51, and then 56 games this year. But he's a big defenseman. There's no question he's really good. Mm-hmm. And you wonder if he becomes a free agent, what that price would be for somebody who's 29 years old. And do they have enough to do both? Because we're going to get greedy. We're going to be greedy about it.
Yzerman has to have a very good offseason. Very good offseason. Well, look, the idea that he's been given more time than most others would in a reasonable evaluation period is true. So now it feels like splash, add talent to a player pool, a young player pool that he has shown his belief in. But if you don't get better quick, unfortunately, you're not around to see, all your patience pay off. And I would imagine that Steve knows it. Gator, I want to try something here. I'm going to give you a name, and based on the name, you give me a profession.
Okay.
All right?
Sounds good.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a name. Kang, I want you to participate too. I give you the name, and based on the name, you tell me what this person does for a living. You ready?
I am.
The name is Robert Schwartzman.
I know the answer to this, but I can play along.
I can
Robert
definitely play along.
Schwartzman.
Robert Schwartzman sounds like he should be Robert Schwartzman Esquire.
Okay.
Sounds like an attorney.
Okay.
But that's not what he does.
Robert Schwartzman.
Loan officer.
Okay. Send him down to Schwartzman's office.
Yes.
All right. 248-539-9797. It's just like to offer up a line of work for Robert Schwartzman.
Yeah.
We'll read some of your texts coming up.
Go talk to Bob.
And then we'll Bob will get it approved. Then we will
Bob never loses a case.
Then we will tell you what Robert Schwartzman does. At 12:03 here on Carson Anderson. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. Spirited voting, champ and chump this week. 248-539-9797 to get your champ and chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who needs to be called out? We will post on our website on Tuesday. Who do people select as champ and chump of the weekend? Talk some Tigers to open it up. And, of course, there's a lot to talk about. That team is playing so stinking well. What impressed you most over the weekend, taking 2 of 3 in Toronto against the Jays? Now they're going up against one of the hottest teams in baseball, although the weather's not good for tonight. But St. Louis at one point was 12-17. They are now 26-21. So they're playing much better. And the Tigers, obviously, right now, tracked in a very positive direction. Best record in baseball, all by themselves. We asked the question before the break. Schwartzman, Robert Schwartzman. I say that name, you tell me the profession. Unnamed texter, Robert Schwartzman, divorce attorney. With Klingerman, Ingersoll, Stone, and Schwartzman. Robert Schwartzman, golf course architect. That's from William in Birmingham.
Okay.
Robert Schwartzman, chess master. That's from an unnamed texter. Robert Schwartzman sounds like an agent. That's from Brian in Berkeley.
Does sound like an agent.
Bobby Schwartzman is a plastic surgeon. That's from Bruno. Robert Schwartzman, notary public. Mike in Westland, I know the answer because I'm a big fan, but he sounds like a financial advisor. And then an unnamed texter sent out the following, and some of you knew this, and Gator, you did. Rookie pole sitter at this year's Indy 500. That's right. Robert Schwartzman is atop the field at the Indy 500, qualifying over the weekend. Congratulations to him.
Good for Bob.
Robert Schwartzman.
He's where is he from? Germany?
No, he's actually got dual citizenship. I think he's Israeli and Russian.
Wow, really?
I'm dead serious.
Because he speaks English, but there is an accent. There's a heavy accent to it. But he could not have been happier. And I saw last night at Sportsworks that they had some footage of him being interviewed afterwards. And he's just happy as hell and excited to be this young, be a rookie, and set the pole 232 miles an hour.
Here you go. He was born in Tel Aviv, Israel, was raised in St. Petersburg. His nationality is listed as Russian Israeli. So there you go, Robert Schwartzman.
Good luck, Bob.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Phil is in Southgate and on 97 won the ticket.
What's going on, fellas?
Phil!
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on the already attractive free agent, that being Mitch Marner. Sure, it would be awesome, and that would be, I guess, goal or acquisition number one to obtain. But just watching that game last night, just watching Florida's defense and how they just dominated the puck, and whether it was the defensive end or in the neutral zone, and just made the Maple Leafs look like they were lost for pretty much the entire game. Big Mo needs some help back on our D line, and I think along with Marner, just like someone take a text in like open check, which I agree, but it would also be nice to add some younger but obviously some veteran defensive help for our team, and it'd be nice to get the Red Wings as in part of the talk of town along with our first place Detroit Tigers and what the Pistons and the Lions have been doing.
I keep waiting for you to say a name. I thought you were going to give us. You wanted to add on the blue line.
Well, I know. About 5 or 10 minutes ago, someone had said something about Ekblad, and I know he's kind of like a often injured type of guy. But that Florida defense, I'm not sure if any of their other defensemen are unrestricted free agents or how that's looking. But Ekblad would be a great add. I'm sure there are other free agents in the off season here, but I would really like to see them along, obviously with Marner, just add another solid defender or two. And
yeah, I would imagine that they would like to. They'd consider that for sure to look at bolstering the blue line. But I also probably think that they're looking within on the defense and seeing if guys can take steps forward. Will Albert Johansson be better now that he's got a season under his belt?
Obviously you love Sider and Edvinson. Axel Sending Pelika is going to get a shot, you would imagine, to make this club next year. But they've got other spots you're not sure about. Is Ben Sherratt going to be with this team? Or other players? Jeff Petrie, he's or actually he's a free agent now, so they can let Petrie go. But do they have the guys in the minors that are ready to take that step up? That's kind of to be determined. I think it's going to be a very competitive training camp this year on the blue line for the Red Wings. But they could absolutely add in free agency. They need the right players. I love it. Ekblad would be great. But again,
he is a free agent.
Just don't count on him playing 80 games this year. But yes, he is a free agent.
Thank you, Phil. 248-539-9797. It's a huge offseason for Steve Yzerman. I mean, I don't want to overstate the case. And I don't know if anybody would disagree with it. This feels like this offseason is Yzerman's last stand.
Yeah,
he's got to have a great offseason.
I think he does. I think he does as well. And this team has to take big strides to becoming a playoff team, to being a playoff team, not becoming. You have to be a playoff team this upcoming season. Yep. Too close the last few years to say that, the fourth time, we'll give another. No, we're not giving it another couple. I mean, this has to happen. And I think it's things organically. Look, is this plan gone as quickly as Yzerman wanted it to? No, I imagine absolutely not. But what he has done is, I don't want to use the term stockpile because I think the Tigers have kind of stockpiled the minors. Have the Red Wings stockpiled it? I don't know if they've stockpiled it, but they got a lot of guys that are kind of ready to give them their chance and run with it, and we'll see how far they can go with it. But I do like the future of this team. But the future you need to help it along too. And adding a guy like Marner would definitely help that.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Westlander next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, just wanted to piggyback more on the Robert Schwartzman thing. Also appreciate you guys reading my text. I was the guy who texted in about the financial advisor. But I'm a big fan of motorsports, and I was reading more into this guy and saw, and I don't 100% know if this is true, but saw a few people talking about how his engineer on the team actually has a full-time job at SpaceX and is like using his PTO to run the Indy 500 with him. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Wow. So part-time team engineer.
Yeah, and now they're sitting on the pole for arguably the biggest race in the world.
That's cool. That's really cool. I mean, look, this is the Indy 500. I'll watch because I watch every year, and it's got a great history and tradition. And look, I love that we have an Indy race here now. So I'm not into it as I once was. But.
Yes, and I'm a big NASCAR guy, so I'll watch the Indy 500 every year. But now with Kyle Larson doing both the Indy 500 and then hopefully the Coke 600 this year, and hopefully the weather allows him to actually do it, unlike he was able to do last year. That'll be.
You said you're a big NASCAR guy. Can you help me with something?
Yeah.
The All-Star race they just had, North Wilkesboro. When's the last time they ran at North Wilkesboro?
So this is their third year doing it. So they did it in 23, 24, and now 25.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry. When was it last a regular NASCAR race?
I think 95.
Okay.
95 around that time. So I know I'm pretty confident Jeff Gordon won the last one there when he was still a kid.
So the track has been retired since 1995, and now they use it for this All-Star race?
Yeah, so they had like Dale Earnhardt Jr. kind of started this, I don't know, like 2019-ish era around pre-COVID or right around COVID or right after, somewhere in that, 19 to 21 window where they had like trees and like grass and like a bunch of crap growing in the track itself, like through the pavement and all that. And so they did a big refurbished job on it. So iRacing, the video game, could scan it and add it into their software. And they did such a good enough job that they were able to race on it. And then 2023, the first year of the All-Star race, they still had the old asphalt on it.
Yeah.
And then they repaved it for last year's race and now continue to use it, and actually had a decent race yesterday. Even being that it's an all-star exhibition race that isn't necessarily taken as serious as a regular season race.
The answer to Doug's question was yes, you can help him with a NASCAR question.
Dude, this guy could have helped me with a ton of NASCAR stuff. Mike knows his stuff. The reason I asked is because I'm sort of fascinated with going back to a place that, the old school. People talk about retro this, retro that. They actually went back. This isn't we're going to make a jersey that looks like it or paint a car to look like it or whatever the case. They went back to a place that they don't race. And obviously they've done it for a couple of years now, as Mike said. Obviously you knew that.
Yeah.
I've talked about 3 places we have here in Detroit. 3 places I'd like to see go back. See our teams go back and play. And we'll get to that coming up today at 12:18. Plus your phone calls and feedback, your open lines on a Monday. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Carson. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. So, Gator, you looked at me with a perplexed look on your face when I asked NASCAR guy for the history of North Wilkesboro, the track.
Yeah, I was like, where are you going with it?
Yep. So I was going somewhere. It wasn't just sort of a random, let's interview Mike, the NASCAR fan. I've talked about going back to old stadiums as part of I think it'd be a fun trip back in time. It'd be cool for everybody involved, whether you were there or not, obviously. And I've talked about the Detroit Stars Negro League team. I've got one for Michigan State, and a Detroit team. The Detroit Stars Negro League team played at Hamtramck Stadium, and it's still standing. I think it'd be so cool if the Tigers went back and played a game there. And it's tiny, it's small, but that's not the point. It just brings more attention to the Negro League team that played here in Detroit, which baseball really does a good job of paying homage to that era of the game, Major League Baseball now. It'd be a throwback. It would be really cool. And I've only seen pictures of the place. I imagine it would take a lot of refurbishment to make it Major League quality.
Probably millions and millions of dollars.
Probably millions of dollars. But I love the thought of doing that, going back and playing in that old ballpark. I think it'd be an awesome gesture and bring a lot of attention to an era long gone. That's one. Two is Michigan State basketball go play a game in Jennison Fieldhouse. I think that would be awesome. Old school.
Springy floor.
Yeah, it's a very springy floor.
Players all of a sudden add 5 inches to their vertical leap.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah.
And three is, how about Michigan basketball go play a game at Yost Ice Arena? Great old barn. They used to play basketball there. You could just, how many places put a basketball court over ice? It can be done. I don't know. I've always had these thoughts of go back to these old school places just once.
Just once?
Just once.
Just get it done. Just one time. One time.
I mean, costs, of course, are the biggest. These things aren't cheap. You don't just refurbish an entire stadium and suddenly make it Major League caliber. I mean, that historic Hamtramck Stadium, I imagine would need a lot of work. But these things have been kicking around in my head. So when I saw the NASCAR race was back at North Wilkesboro, and back when I worked at 1050 and had to do 3 races, 3 shows every race weekend from out at the track, I learned a lot more about NASCAR than I ever imagined. And North Wilkesboro was one of those tracks that was in use back then. And so I kind of had heard the name.
Yeah, the problem with this is obviously trying to think of places that are old that are still around.
Yep.
And locally, it's not easy. I mean, you've found a way to do it with both Michigan and Michigan State, with Jennison and Yost. That would be interesting for sure, and could easily happen. You could easily make that happen. And for Michigan State, I mean, go play at Jennison, have one of those early exhibition games there. Why not?
248-539-9797. I'm just looking at some pictures of this Hamtramck field, too. It looks like it's in great shape. Now, when this picture was taken, I don't know.
Is this where the soccer stadium is?
I think it's really close to where DCFC plays. But anyway, just a thought. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to D in Detroit. You're next. What's up, D?
DK.
Hey.
Gator Kane, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, before I get to my point, I went to Sonic's and had that smasher burger Gator.
Yeah.
Bro, you talking about top of the line? It was hot and juicy, and the cheese and the special sauce. Hey, bro, that was the best burger I done had in a while. And I'm so mad now because it's a damn shame. There's none in Warren, Roseville, Centerline, Detroit, downtown Detroit. Can we get a Sonic's to spread its wings, bro? You know what I'm saying? Because that's a damn good burger, man. I was impressed.
Gator, now you know.
I listen. Smash burgers are great. Love smash burgers. You know, you just
gotta be
get
Sonic
that thin
still.
patty.
Can't be no
It's got to be
butterfly.
Sonic. He says. Okay, I
Gotta
haven't
be
had it.
Sonic.
I said
Watch
last
it now
week or the
with
week
the
before. I'm afraid of ordering at Sonic because there's like no menu.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's that you can't go. It's a drive-in place or drive-through place, and it feels like I don't know. I've only been there once or twice, and I just get overwhelmed because I feel like you have to know what you're ordering before you get there. I need to look at it
That's
for
why
a
you got to
while.
watch the commercial. Gator, you got to watch the commercials, bro. They hype you up with the commercials alone. Now, let me get to my point, homie.
Probably, I'll start watching some TV then.
Okay. Hey. Now, when Ben Johnson left, man, I'm not going to lie. I was shaking on needles and pins, bro. I was worried, like, man, this offense just might not be the same. But after hearing Coach John Morton speak over the weekend, my confidence in this offense is back where it was, bro. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as good as it was, but I don't think it's going to fall off that much, as far as points per game and being creative. So I just want to say, bro, I'm feeling real good about Coach Morton and his philosophies and what he got planned. And he kept saying, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, in all his statements. So that told me this man has a plan, bro. Super Bowl or bust. Love the show, fellas.
So, you know what? The one thing, there's a lot of angst, and I get it. The coordinators being changed for the Lions. The guy that hired the coordinators, I mean, it's Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. They're going to know some people. They're going to have a chance to go out and get guys that let's just say this. Were they shocked they lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn? Of course not.
Not even a little.
Had they started to compile a list of people they wanted, and given that they've done a great job building a staff in the first place, sure, you'd like to build a powerhouse staff and keep them together forever, but they had time to prepare for this. I'm reasonably optimistic that people who've made some really good decisions will continue to make really good decisions, talking about Holmes and Dan Campbell. I think they're going to continue making really good decisions.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. The time was right for those guys to get those jobs, and you knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable. When you have success like this is what happens.
Yep.
With successful teams. I know it's hard to think that's where we're at as Lions fans or Lions as an organization, but this is going to continue going on. Not only are they going to be plucking coaches to become head coaches, they're going to take assistant coaches to become coordinators. We've already started to see that.
Another takeaway from that call is I'm totally on board with D's food reviews. If he's gonna like try stuff and call up and review it for us, D, I'm on board with that. Are you okay with that?
I mean, you're not gonna have a smash burger. But...
Oh no, but I like listening to him talk.
Can you do a smash turkey burger?
I've tried.
Or does it just fall apart?
I suspect that there are better ways to do it. I got to do some research on that. But I like the concept. Outside on the griddle. Yeah.
Well, you do have one.
I do have one.
And you do make turkey burgers.
Let's go to Rich in Shelby Township here next. Hello, Rich.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're great, thank you.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, Caller D's like Jules from Pulp Fiction. That is one tasty burger.
That is.
Two quick things before I get to my champ and chump. First of all, thank God that referee's okay from last night. He got clipped just over the eye, and they took care of him, and it didn't hit him in the eye with the stick. I don't know if you guys watched the game or not.
That was scary. That was scary.
It was. There was all that blood on the ice. It's amazing that officials don't get hurt more,
Yeah, and I mean that was the blade of the stick got underneath the visor and clipped him. It looked like it was just above the eye. I didn't hear anything that said like it was his eye, but it looked like it was maybe just above it. He bled a lot. I mean, that was a lot of blood. That's a lot of watermelon slush out there on the ice.
Yeah, it's too bad caller Tony wasn't in Toronto last night. He might have been able to help the Leafs win the game. So
I'm okay. I'm okay with the result.
Me too. My champ is Spencer Torkelson. The Tigers are doing obviously great this year, and Spencer's just turned everything around, and everything. And just like I think you pointed out, Gator, he's got one less home run than he did all of last year.
No, he's got one more than he had all last year.
Oh, one more. Okay. And same thing with the RBIs and stuff. So, and the chump is Toronto. And I do want to get to the Mitch Marner point too. Toronto being the chump for losing. They were up 2-0 and actually up 3-1 in game 3. And they lost in overtime and stuff like that. And I know everybody's on the Mitch Marner train right now, but the player that I want, and I talked with Kenny last week, we had a little disagreement on it. I'd like to see Sam Bennett here. He's the same age. He's 28. He's got more goals in the playoffs. He's played like 10 more playoff games and stuff, but I think he could help Larkin be a true leader. I don't think Marner coming in here would help in the leadership role that I think Sam Bennett would. And then Neil Pionk, I believe he played for Winnipeg this year. He's a free agent. He's a big kid too and stuff. So I'd like to see that's my choice is Sam Bennett.
So interesting you say that because I got happened as we're having the discussion, got my phone buzz and I looked down. It was a hockey guy who's, let's just say he knows what he's talking about. He told me Sam Bennett. He said Sam Bennett is the kind of guy that's tough to play against. That'd be a cheaper option that would make the Red Wings better, and he is available.
And he's a playoff performer. He's got, I looked up his stats compared to Marner's stats. They're kind of similar. Marner's like an assist hero. He doesn't have the goal scoring. And in the series against Florida, he had 1 goal, and I think it was 3 assists. And the 1 goal he had was in the first game.
Thank you for the phone call.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Marner's a point-a-game guy, and he's not a big goal scorer. He's going to score 25 to 30 goals. But what he's also going to do is dish out 60 assists. So you're getting twice the production out of that than you would from Sam Bennett. I like Sam Bennett too, but Sam Bennett's coming off his best season, where he had 51 points this past year, and it's nice. But I worry about Sam Bennett. Does he end up being the next guy? Is he the next Comfer? Is he the next Cop? Veteran players that you bring in,
kind of
that are at this point of their career where maybe if they should be the prime years at age 28, but. Is this the best he can be? Is 51 points, 25 goals? I'll take 25 goals. I'll take 51 points, and I like the intangibles he brings, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, if that's an addition to Marner, absolutely, but I don't know if they can sign both.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, if you need a new garage door, I'm telling you, the only place to call is Precision Garage Door Services. This is what I did a couple years ago, and I couldn't be happier. They came out right away. Walked me through the entire process. We went through all the options, and I picked out the perfect doors for my house. Here's what's great for you. They've got a warehouse where they house tons of garage doors. They have them there in stock, so they might be able to install a garage door for you in as little as 24 hours. How's that for service? It's awesome. They offer the industry's leading warranty, by the way. It's called the Precision Promise, and all calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. Now, you can call them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, but there's another way too. You can go online and schedule an appointment at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That way, it works for you, it works for them, you get the job done, and you'll be completely satisfied. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or again, schedule an appointment at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Get back to the Tigers coming up today at 12:48. What a great weekend. What impressed you most about the Tigers this weekend? And there were some things that stood out, but what really caught your eye? What is your number one Tiger takeaway from 3 games in Toronto? Took 2 of 3, best record in baseball. Let's go to Lou in Dearborn Heights. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lou.
Yeah, I worked baseball. I'm an umpire, and I worked baseball back at Hamtramck Stadium back in the early '80s, and it was in sad shape then. And they finally ended up condemning the seating area behind home plate because it was just so bad. But they got a federal grant about 5 years ago, and the seating area has been completely redone. The roof over it is completely redone. Everything's brand new over there. The dugouts, unfortunately, would never hold a major league team. It's basically a recreation baseball diamond, and if you can get 15 guys in there, that's a lot. But they've got a snow fence. With it's in good shape. The grounds crew over there has done wonders with the diamond. It's you don't get hardly any bad hops over there, and it's in good shape.
So that's interesting. Look, I had thought that the field would probably be one of the bigger challenges. And yes, Gator, you asked, this is the one right near Keyworth. And we bring it up just because it was a thought after Major League or the NASCAR race went to North Wilkesboro, went back to an old place that had been closed down. And, I've always thought, if they're ever going to pay homage to the Negro Leagues, could they play a game at that Hamtramck Stadium where the Detroit Stars played? And that's what led to this phone call. I just want to explain for people just joining us. There's no question that it would have to come with massive upgrades to certain things to get major leaguers to be able to play there. So in your case, you say the dugouts.
Yeah, the dugouts, you can only seat you might be able to cram 1,000 people inside underneath the in stands.
Yep.
But everything's new there.
So, I'm sure they Major League Baseball pays homage to Little League with the game in Williamsport every year.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't seat a ton of people.
No, it's a special event. It's a one-off, and it's
and
great.
that's what I would suggest that this would be, is just kind of a one-off, right? Somebody asked a question, is it possible to play a Major League Baseball game on the old Tiger Stadium field? I think it is. I think the field is there and is still regular dimensions. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's still super deep to center field. I mean, there's condos that surround it, and
right, there's all
you
types
wouldn't be
of
able to sit in
business
very many
around it.
people, but that's...
And it's no longer grass, right? Isn't it all field turf?
Yes, it is field turf. So, I mean, you could do it, but just like everything else, it would be... You're not making the money on the tickets. Just do it to do it, because it might be cool,
Right, but you're looking at revisiting old historic stuff. Like having the Tigers play at Jimmy John's Field doesn't make sense.
No, having them play.
But playing at the former site of Tiger Stadium would, if they. But again, you're sacrificing a lot to do it, but it's just for the fun of doing it.
So Jimmy John's Field has the USPBL up there in Utica. Is that league ever going to expand? Remember there was some talk about that.
Yeah, there was talk there was going to get another stadium built in like Canton or something like that they would.
And then maybe put 4 teams there. And I mean, I suppose the fact that they're still around, how long has the USPBL been around? I would say whatever they've done is successful.
Yeah, like 8 years, something like that. 7 years. I don't know.
I remember
it says it started in 2016.
Wow. I mean, for what it is.
Go Beavers.
You a Beavers fan?
Big Beaver fan.
I think that's geographically what Gator would have to root for. Right? Isn't it Troy Bloomfield or something?
It's.
I got the names in front of us.
The Bloomfield Beavers.
Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers.
Birmingham, okay.
The East Side Diamond Hoppers. The Utica Unicorns. And the West Side Woolly Mammoths. But this league has carved out its little niche.
Yeah, and they use the stadium for other events too. I know that they've had some college games there.
Has it Lawrence Tech plays there?
Lawrence Tech has played there.
it's a great stadium. It's a great environment, you know. Got the concessions right there, the parking's right there. You just, kind of walk on up to the stadium. It's pretty cool.
Kang, have you taken the girls to a game there?
Oh yeah, we go at least once a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a good time that the kids run the bases. There's fireworks usually, and I think they're it's like time limits. Like they definitely get you out by like 9:30 or something. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those. We're playing to a certain time. When you're getting out of there. But yeah, I mean it's local. You get that baseball feel. Smells like a stadium, all that good stuff you usually get. You know what I mean? When you go to a game, it's different. That's the advantages of going to a game other than staying home. Because I know everyone loves staying at home watching games. I do too, by the way. But there is a different feel when you go to a live sporting event, no matter what it is, right? And Doug, you're at like a lot of high school games. That,
Yeah.
You feel the gymnasium or the field or whatever.
Yep. No, it's really cool that they've carved out this niche and it works for them. So the whole idea, where I'm sitting there going, why didn't they expand? Well, they got a business model that's working. You want some assurances that you'd be able to expand it. Let's see. Fat Mark in Brighton says, Champ, Busch Light Apple got 2 30-packs on Saturday. Chump the Toronto Maple Leafs. If only they liked hockey up there.
That's aggressive.
Super aggressive.
2 30-packs?
That's 60, I think.
If I see 2 30-packs, the next time I'm buying 2 30-packs. This has been tough to find. You don't know how many people have texted us over the last couple of weeks saying, where do you find it?
Wow.
Because I think they're selling out. People love the Bapple.
Busch Light Apple doesn't just grow on trees, right, Doug?
Wouldn't it be Blapple?
I know. My kid said, oh, Dad, you like Bapples? I'm like, oh, Bapple. Is that what the kids call it? So. Champ the Leafs for losing Game 7 yet again, making Wings fans happy. Chump John Rahm for his epic collapse.
Oh. That's just too bad. Rahm had gotten a tie. They were at 9 under. He was playing well and moving up, and Scotty Scheffler wasn't playing well. He was moving down. Oh, man, you just hate to see it that John Rahm just, put one in the drink and couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the pressure.
Gator doesn't like to live, guys.
Neither do you.
Neither do I. So
Rahm really pisses me off, though.
Why?
Because he's the one guy. He went later on to live. He was the guy who was up front and said, "I don't need the money. I'm getting paid just fine here, and the legacy is fine." And then what does he do? He goes to live.
Yeah. 248.
It's just too bad because I like John Rahm.
Well, not anymore, apparently. 248-539-9797. Let's get to some Tiger stuff. What was your favorite thing of the weekend? What stood out to you? When you look back at the 3 games in Toronto, what was the number one observation? We will get to ours today at 1246. Tigers take 2 or 3, best record in baseball. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, usually about how they offer up the best game day atmosphere in the state, how they serve up the coldest draft beer you've ever had, and, of course, the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. And, of course, there's the Scratch Kitchen. Well, Twin Peaks is offering up something new, catering. That food you crave can be yours at work, at your house party, at your tailgate. They offer up a wide variety of party packs featuring favorites like their chicken fried chicken, the street tacos, the char-grilled salmon, steak salads, and so much more. My favorite, the Chipotle chicken. There isn't a sports bar in the world that can compete with their food. And now you can make your favorite lodge for lunch, and you can have it all at work if you so choose. Their wing packs are perfect for tailgates. Call the store and speak to a manager for details, or check them out online at easycater.com, easycater.com. If you've never been to Twin Peaks, you've got basketball and hockey playoffs as well as Detroit baseball action tonight. So stop by your closest lodge and see for yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket. Gator? Ha! I mean, we knew it was going to come to an end, but Thunder Nuggets is over.
Oh, it's never over. It'll never be over, Doug.
Yeah.
You can't just toss away those Thunder Nuggets.
Well, Thunder Nuggets is over for now. But we're on to Thunderwolves. I would not want to mess with a Thunderwolf.
I want nothing to do with a Thunderwolf.
No, thank you.
Or a group of them to make them Thunderwolves. No.
I'm not going to mess with a Thunderwolf. Thunder Nuggets. And then if we get to the Thunder Pacer, the Thunder Knicks, doesn't work as well.
No.
But the Thunder Nuggets series was fantastic.
I like it.
Although Game 7 Thunder Nuggets wasn't elite.
I find this interesting, though. I mean, we get these 4 teams are now playing for an NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fresh.
What do you mean?
Minnesota, Oklahoma City, neither of those teams have ever won. You get Indiana, who hasn't won, and you get the Knicks, who haven't been relevant since the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a Knicks-Pacers series, which actually is a pretty great rivalry over the years. Initially started off with the Knicks beating the Pacers, but then the Pacers have beaten the Knicks, I think, 3 or 4 of the last 4 times they played. And they played last year, and the Pacers won, I think, in 7 games. So it's a good rivalry. We're going to get some new blood winning championships, which is, I think, it's always healthy for the sport. Yep. Not going to be healthy for the ratings. I can't imagine. I mean New York would draw, but the other ones aren't going to draw as much. But nonetheless, it's kind of cool.
I guess. I mean, I
was that mid yawn with a comment?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I wasn't yawning at you. Just fatigue setting in. I can't stand the 2 teams playing for the Eastern Conference Championship. I mean, I can't stand them.
I hear you.
The lesser of 2 evils is the Pacers, but I feel less comfortable rooting for the Pacers than I did rooting for the Celtics, which is a really weird place. I'm in a strange place in life. I might need some therapy.
Wow.
Go West. Whoever wins the Thunderwolf series, that's who I'm rooting for. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. E is in Detroit and next. Hello, E.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I got to give you my champ and my chump.
Let's hear it.
My champ is the Tigers. I mean, what they're doing right now this past weekend was amazing.
Yep.
That's my champ, and my chump has to be unfortunately, the Denver Nuggets for giving up an 18-4 run in a Game 7. How do you get it up in a Game 7? They had the momentum going. The crowd was quiet. And then, boom, here comes the Thunder. And I got 2 chumps, actually. I got one more chump. For life of me, I don't understand how this chump called in about Ryan Day and Suck Eyes, man. That is the chump of the year. You don't call this great radio station talking about Ryan Crybaby Day and the Suck Eyes. They will not beat us this year. Go Blue, 5 in a row.
Thank you. Gator, you found it perplexing as well.
I don't understand people sometimes. It's like you won. All that you can win is a championship. That's all you want. You won a national championship. Damn, you lost to Michigan. But you know who didn't compete for a championship this past year? Michigan. You won the national championship. It's amazing. Your program has been on cloud 9 and been at the top of the game for a long time here. They got a Michigan problem for sure. But if you can lose a game to Michigan and win a national championship, you take it 10 out of 10 times, 1,000 out of 1,000 times. If you don't, you're unhinged.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What was your favorite thing about this Tiger series this weekend?
I think it was Reese Olson.
Okay.
He went 6 innings, gave up 1 hit and 1 walk, struck out 6, 385 pitches, and came out of the game at a finger issue, which hopefully is nothing big. He says, yeah, it's no big deal, but did come out at a little problem with gripping the ball. So, but just to see him come out and pitch as well as he did, I mean, this is the guy that just kind of goes under the radar. You don't think about Reese Olson too much because you're too busy thinking about Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty, the high-end guys, or Jackson Jobe, the rookie, or Casey Mize and what he's done this year. You kind of forget about Reese Olson, and all he does is pitched really well. It's 3 out of his last 5 starts that he's made where he hasn't given up an earned run. Hasn't given up a run in 3 out of those 5 starts. The other 2 starts, he gave up 3 runs. I mean, he's pitched awfully well. Awfully well.
I think my favorite thing is Spencer Torkelson was basically responsible for all the offense Saturday and Sunday. He drove in all 3 runs on Sunday. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he score the only run on Saturday?
Yeah, well, he hit the home run on Saturday.
And that was their only
That was it.
That was their only scoring, right?
Yep. They lost 2-1.
So I think that was my favorite thing. What was your favorite thing about the Tiger weekend? There's so much to choose from, though. And, every time we extend Baez at a home run this week, every time we extend the Baez, Mize, Torque stuff another day, you get just a little bit more comfortable that it's going to be a whole season thing.
Javi is turning into a tomahawk artist. I mean, swinging a high fastball and just tomahawking it out of the ballpark, and it's a no-doubter.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to watch.
248-539-9797. Brian's in Bowling Green and next. Hello, Brian.
Hey, what's up? Champ and Chump.
Yep.
Champ, I've been watching WNBA a lot, so Indiana Fever, they played a great game, blowing out Chicago Sky by like 35 points, I think it was.
Caitlin Clark had a triple-double, I believe, with 20, 10,
she
and
had
10.
A triple-double.
And then she got the flagrant foul against Angel Reese.
Yeah, well, that's debatable. I don't think it was flagrant, but Chump will be Maple Leafs. Every year they get there, and every year they fail. And I wanted to ask you, and WNBA is making a comeback. Do you think Detroit's ever going to get another WNBA team? They're going to bring back the Shock?
So weren't they in the running here and didn't get it? I apologize because I haven't followed it that much, honestly. But
that's what I've heard. That Detroit was a potential for getting a WNBA team again, but then I haven't heard anything else.
Yeah. Cleveland was awarded the next. A quick Google search. Cleveland was awarded the next expansion franchise with the new team expected to be named the Rockers. Reports indicate the WNBA may consider awarding another franchise, potentially Detroit, Houston, Nashville, or Miami. So that's what I got off Google, but I really don't know. Yeah, sorry.
Hopefully Detroit gets one. It'd be big.
Well, if the league is sustainable, yeah, it is. I mean, it's certainly rejuvenated over the last couple of years, and they've got a decent TV contract now, and we'll see if it continues to grow. I hope it does.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would be happy if Detroit. I mean, it's like the MLS thing, WNBA. If it's something more that people can do and have fun with and enjoy, I'm all for it. Whether I'm into it or not.
Options, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't have to be into it, but if others are, great.
Yeah, I'm not mad at anybody if this is your jam and.
You can get 15,000 people to come out to watch a game. Awesome.
I mean, I spent way more time watching the college softball World Series, probably the first round regionals, than probably most. But if you find enjoyment out of it, that's great. And yes, I saw something that the data shows that Caitlin Clark is like producing the most clicks of any athlete right now.
And she's, I mean, here's the interesting thing about that league. Not that I know a ton about that league, is that we hear about Caitlin Clark all the time, but she's not the only star of that league.
No,
they definitely have talent in that league. Can they do enough to showcase that talent and continue to bring that league up and up and up?
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes. Get them into the Carson Anderson inbox. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Regarding the Skubal call we got early, I love Skubal, but he had 2 arm surgeries. Every pitcher is 1 pitch away from not pitching again. Long-term contracts to pitchers are just nuts to me. Ed in a truck says, there were Jared Goff chants at Post Malone last night. I'm fine with it. If I were either Skubal or Hutchinson, there's a 0% chance I would sign a new contract this year. Why? Whoever sent this, I wish you'd explain why.
Because wait till your free agent year and
so
leverage the most you can get.
There's a degree of risk. I mean, I guess as a professional athlete, you're willing to take it, but You get the money now, it's locked up. If Hutch gets hurt again, or if Scuba hurts his arm again, I think a player that has had a significant injury that has cost them playing time, I'm not so sure it does make sense to wait a couple of years. It's something that is a factor that needs to be considered if you are in their camp. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I'm starting to get upset at this guy. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you who it is, and you tell me what you think. We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. My jump of the weekend was the 2 Game 7s that both turned into routs. Not a lot of drama in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals between Florida and Toronto. Same thing. Thunder Nuggets.
Well, there was, and then the third period happened.
Well,
Pretty good game, and next thing you know, floodgates open up.
Anyway, I wasn't particularly thrilled and didn't enjoy either game the way I was hoping to. I also didn't enjoy, and I'm mad at Scotty Scheffler for this, I didn't enjoy the PGA Championship. This SOB is kicking everybody's butt. He's running away from the field. There was little drama on Sunday. I sat there and watched, going, all right, who's going to make a run? And I'm like, oh, damn it, it's Scheffler. Is anybody going to make a run? Come on, chip away at this lead. There was no chipping away.
Well, I mean, it did get good. He was tied at one point.
And then he got he was like on 14 with a 5-shot lead.
Well, right. But I'm just saying.
Hold on. On both these things, you're trying to convince me that I was entertained. I was not. I was not entertained in the basketball, the hockey, or the PGA. And I'm pissed at Scheffler for it.
I guess the problem for me was that I did not want a live golfer to win this event. I don't want a live golfer to win a major.
You don't want a live golfer to ever win.
Sure. Fair enough.
Yep.
But I really like Scotty Scheffler. I like having, the next superstar to root for in golf, and that's what he is. He's got 3 majors under his belt now. He's been the world number 1 for a while. He's remarkably consistent, and as Georgia Jimmy said to us before the show, the guy's just got this unorthodox swing where his foot slides out, and somehow it works for him. And he's great. So was I entertained over the weekend? I guess I was on Saturday because he was playing great on Saturday and shot the 65. Yesterday, maybe not as much. You're right about that. And because he's put so much distance between himself and the rest of the field, it's tough.
Yep.
But there weren't a whole lot of guys out there that were playing great golf in yesterday's round.
Well, it would have looked like good golf if they weren't so far behind. I mean, there were some big shots made for the guys that were positioning themselves for second, but I'm not really mad at Scotty Scheffler. I'm facetiously mad at Scotty Scheffler, but he is always in danger of running a tournament boring. And I'm thinking about, like Evan brought up, Tiger Woods used to do that. I'm like, yeah, but Tiger showed a ton of personality. Like and Scheffler that's not him. And
he did show some emotion after he won.
We got golf's Yvonne Lendl. Sweet.
Well, Yvonne Lendl was fiery. But Scheffler did show some emotion at the end. But it was just a quick burst. When he threw his hat down, let an F out or an LFG, one of the two, embraced his caddy, and then he was back to being Scotty Scheffler.
For the previous 4.5 hours, he was a cyborg.
Well, that's what he is. But I like watching greatness, and what we're seeing out of him is greatness. Not a great final round, but it was great enough. But he's been so good for so long now.
Yeah, I'd like somebody. Does he have a rival?
Anybody on Live? No, because nobody has a bad thing to say about the dude.
I know.
He got thrown in a cop car.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's like the most exciting thing that's happened is he got a kind of a bogus blocking traffic charge against him, and they ended up in handcuffs.
I can't believe he's turned his life around like he has. I applaud it. I think he should be the champ of the weekend for just turning his life around.
Getting it back on track.
Yes. The system works.
By the way, speaking of, some people have a system for picking winners. Kang brought this to my attention last week, and I was cracking up. You're driving into work last week, and you throw on the Bet 1270.
Yeah.
And they had some betting guy on to talk about who's going to win the PGA Championship. And he said something, and it made you laugh, and you brought it up to me, and it made me laugh too.
Yeah, and he was giving all these reasons of why he was going to take the pick he was, the value, all that stuff. And it sounded like legit stuff. You know what I mean? Nothing, sounded like, I didn't look into the information he put out there, but it sounded legit, and he does this for a living. And then one of the things he said at the end was, and also, guys, he's due. And that just made me laugh because I thought, how long are you due before you're just not good? Or, right. You know what I mean? Like, or
when does
there's
a window there, right? You have to cross the threshold where you're not struggling, you're due, but then you better win before you get to the far side of it, and then you're not good. So what makes one due? When do you become due?
How long do you have to fail?
Right.
to qualify as I'm due.
Yep.
And then how long do you fail before your due turns into, well, he just sucks?
Right, because here's what nobody would ever say. Rory McIlroy's due to win another major. Nobody would say that. He just won the Masters. He didn't win this one. What's next? The British Open? The British Open's next.
You expect him to, but to say you're due is
you'd never say that
implies that it's been a long time.
Yep. So he's got to lose a bunch of majors before he's due again to win a major. Yeah. But I don't know when that threshold is crossed. The person that, by the way, Kang was talking about, the golfer that he picked because he was due, was who?
Patrick Cantlay.
Patrick Cantlay
He's due.
He shot 74-74 and missed the cut.
Yeah.
He was going on and on how this was the value play and all this stuff. And he said, well, and he's also due. And then it turns out he golfed like doo-doo.
Yeah, well, he's due to play well because he hasn't played well in a while.
So, I mean, to say someone's due as well, do they have to be good at some point? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just say some guy's who's never done
I think
it.
You have to accomplish something. Like, with golf, I think somebody might say Jordan Spieth is due. Because he's played like Mung for a long time here.
Is this actually a real thing? If you start thinking about it, is it just sort of a cliche that you throw out there, or is it a real thing, being due?
Let's go to a different sport that more people watch.
Okay, let's go.
Like baseball.
Yep.
And specifically with the Tigers. If Spencer Torkelson goes 6 games without hitting a home run, would you say he's due?
I don't know if I'd say it about Torque.
Guys, if you go 25 at bats without hitting a home run, and you're known for, doing that.
I mean, maybe it applies a little bit more to like Aaron Judge, somebody who's got a longer track record of being due. I mean, maybe that's a thing. I don't know.
Or if somebody's on a heater, he's due to have an offer, or he's due to have a clunker of a start.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to think.
I mean, was Scooble due to have a clunker?
I'm thinking back to like when we talk. Have I ever used the term "he's due"?
I've definitely used it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If I have, it's been a long time. But I can't remember last time I used the term "he's due."
Gator, like whenever you've gone to the casino and you see the roulette table and you see it's all like been 4, 5, 6, 7 blacks in a row, right?
Red is due.
Even though it's literally the same odds supposed to be every time before it spins. I know.
It's due.
I'm kind of with you.
But I don't play roulette. Ever.
Like, are you due for a blackjack? Have you been dealt?
Well, I mean, I'm due for a blackjack. You've got to be kidding me. You have gone through 2 shoes, right? And I've yet to get a blackjack out of this. And it's just you and I play. I'm just playing the deal. Yeah. And I haven't had. It's been a half an hour. I haven't dealt me a blackjack.
You're due.
I'm due. Yes, and that's what the casino is counting on, for you to move in and start increasing your bet because you think you're due, and that's the whole thing. If you can time it, you can't time it, but you can if you're counting cards, I suppose. But,
so you do believe in being due in cards, even though you know that that's why the casino makes a profit.
I understand.
We know what we're getting ourselves into, Doug.
Yeah. No,
okay.
I'm not. These aren't delusions of grandeur. I get it.
Somebody on Twitch, FBG25, basically just said, "Are the Maple Leafs due?"
No, they're just bad.
All right, so they've crossed the Toronto Maple Leafs since 1967. At one point, you could say they were due, but we can no longer say they're due.
No, and they're going to lose Marner this year, and
Yep.
Are the New York Knicks due?
No, they're not good enough.
They haven't been good. They have a long track record.
Not this team. Although, is this? I mean, I don't know. I saw that the Indiana was like plus 135 to win the series against the Knicks, and Indiana was like the worst odds at 7-1 to win the NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like Indiana.
So
I like Indiana to beat the Knicks.
You do? You like them? Are they also due? Is Indiana due?
I don't know if they're due. They haven't been in this position a ton.
I think if I ever use that term, I should be fined a day's pay.
I think to your point, I forget which one of you made the point, but I think it was you, Doug. You have to have some success first before someone can say you're due. Like if you come in and you haven't done anything, you haven't won. I'm as a hitter, I'm in baseball, and I just haven't shown any ability to consistently do anything. and I'm continuing to not show that ability, it's not that you do. You just might not be
not
good.
good. I'm not sure Patrick Cantlay was due to win the PGA.
He's still due.
He's due to have a good round. I don't know if he's due to win a tournament. I mean, that's what you got to look at.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Hey, look, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And you wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. And once they take their case, they will communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
I say something. It's not necessarily an element in the room, but if you watch and stream the show on Twitch or YouTube, where you can just search for 9-7 with a ticket, you could watch us stream the show live with video. I don't know. It's probably not on camera, but there's something new in the studio.
Oh yeah.
something new throughout the building. But we have in the studio, there's something new too.
I'll make a change here.
Yeah?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm going to be replaced. Doug's being replaced with a new co-host. And I found it to be strange. And yet I just
put it in the background for your shot.
Beautiful.
Your camera shot.
Nice. I found it was strange when I walked in, and yet also welcome when I walked in.
Okay. So now if you're watching the stream at twitch.tv or youtube.com, you mentioned something new in the studio, and I moved it into the background of Gator's camera shot. And we're not quite sure why, but I wish the cameras could see what we're looking at behind you, because I'm not going to lie. It looks like a jungle or something. We have so many plants here now.
It's a ficus fest.
Kind of is.
It's a fern frenzy.
Now, what's up with the plant in studio?
I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's nice. Don't mind having an act, and it's not a fake one, right?
No, it's real. I wonder if somebody who, like one of the higher ups, their kid who had a fundraiser for something where you could buy plants, and we just bought a whole bunch of plants to support, lacrosse at Utica Eisenhower or something.
It helps to improve the air quality.
Yeah, they're natural purifiers, a lot of these plants. I'm a big plant guy. I like plants. My wife loves plants. We have a lot of plants at our house.
Were you surprised when you came in and saw plants everywhere here all of a sudden?
Absolutely. I thought I had just got drafted. I thought Roger Goodell just called my name. It looked like an NFL draft green room all of a sudden. No, right? Remember I made that observation?
Yeah,
it looks like a furniture store?
Yep.
That's what a big section of our office looks like now. Look over there where that furniture is, where all those plants are.
Hey, folks.
It looks like Shador Sanders is still sitting there. Oh, no, wait a second. He had a home party. That's wrong. That's false. He was at home.
Wow.
But anyways, yeah, it looks like a NFL draft room in Green Bay.
Okay, Kitech says it's because you two admitted to passing gas in the studio.
No, we really don't.
We don't. We have a very...
It's a hard and fast rule.
How many years have we worked together?
This is 18.
Okay, there has been, in 18, I would say 18 years, there's been maybe 5 times one of us went, hey, my bad, I broke the rule.
Exactly. Yeah. No, we respect each other with that. Now, I mean, Kang doing some crop dusting is different.
Yeah, that was
unfounded.
That was intentional.
But I like having it. I was kind of like, oh, here we go. We got plants now.
Yep.
And I do like plants. I don't have any plants in the house.
Don't you?
No, but my backyard is chock full of them.
So,
but I don't.
Oh, you have plants outside your house? Doesn't everybody have some sort of plant?
No, but this is like you've seen.
Oh, you got grass, dude?
No, not grass. Plants. You've seen my backyard. There's lots of landscape plants in there and stuff that are perennials. They come up every year, and not just weeds. So, but I don't have anything inside the house, and I think it's mainly because of the dog, but also perhaps because of me being lazy and watering plants.
So, first time I lived by myself post-college, had an apartment, and I loaded up on plants for some reason. I'm like, okay, I'm an adult now with a real job. I'm getting plants. I don't know why I thought that was some sort of signal that I'm, hey, I'm a grown-up now. I killed them all so fast.
Oh, dog.
So I haven't really been a plant guy since. I wasn't good at it.
Maybe you should grow kale.
Oh.
That'd be more, efficient for you.
Yeah, it'd probably be something that I'd pay closer attention to. And Yep. Well, hey, look, glad to do our part and support Utica Eisenhower Lacrosse, their plant sale, or whoever it was.
I feel like I breathe better.
I'm telling you, yeah, man. It's good. It's a good thing. There's only one in there. I don't see any.
There's just one.
Yeah. Why did they only put one? Because that's all you
There's
get.
like 20 out there.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There's plenty.
Just a start.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right, so big weekend for the Tigers. They take 2 of 3 from Toronto, and now they got a series coming up with St. Louis. Pretty hot lately. That team was 12-17. They're now 26-21. Tigers did announce that they are starting Sean Gunther tonight. He will be the opener. He hasn't pitched in a week, I believe. Then Cater Montero will come in after Gunther gets the start. So opener with Gunther. Then they'll go to Montero. So they open with the lefty and come back with the righty. This game might not get played tonight because of storms in the St. Louis area. And with it being a interleague game, there's a strong possibility that we would have a doubleheader tomorrow if it doesn't get played. But the Tigers playing great baseball going into this series. And, I don't know if I call it a big series. The big series, don't they have Cleveland this weekend? Isn't this the one? Is this where the opponents stop being polite and start getting real? Actually, they've played a tough schedule, so that's not necessarily true. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Cleveland in town. And the Tigers have finally started to put some space between themselves and the pursuers in the American League Central. 5 games clear of Minnesota right now.
Minnesota won 13 in a row, and they're still 5 games back.
Yep.
That's impressive.
Minnesota's making up for the losing streak they had at the end of last season with a winning streak here in May. But, hey, man, this team is playing great. You mentioned your favorite thing for the weekend was Reese Olson. You could probably look at all 3 starting pitchers and have a takeaway that that's like the best thing that happened this weekend. Jack Flaherty got back on track. He wasn't dominant, but he was much better on Friday night in the win over Toronto. Reese Olson's actually the only starter where they didn't get a win. And then Jackson Jobe yesterday, 6 innings pitched. Might have been the 4th inning where he got in trouble with, I think it was a walk, a double, and a single, but held him to 2 runs there, got out of the jam. Jobe had a pretty impressive start.
Yeah, he looked good. Yeah, he was
not great, but
striking guys out, though, and get lots of swings and misses, and at times looked just filthy with what he could throw. And he's just continues to get better. It's keep building off of good starts, and by the end of the season, we should see a much different looking, much more poised Jackson Jobe. But remember when they drafted him, there were a lot of people who were upset that you can't use a high draft pick on a high school arm and all this. And, we'll follow him in the minors. And a couple of years ago, he had a phenomenal year in the minors. And he was on the fast track. And he is on the fast track. Actually made it to the roster last year, and he was on the playoffs. So what we've seen this year is you can see all the potential. And it's just a matter of time before he puts it all together, and you're going to start to see much more consistency. He's due, Duck.
Don't. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger fans, what was your favorite part about the weekend series? You mentioned Reese Olson, leadoff single, then faced the minimum after that. Got him 1, 2, 3 after the leadoff single, so got him in order after that. And then the minimum the rest of the way, he did walk 1, wiped him out on a double play, 6 innings. He worked his way through facing 18 batters. Pretty impressive start for Reese Olson, and again, ironic. He's the only one that they didn't get a win in his start. But reality is this baseball team is playing so damn good. Tiger fans, you got to be fired up.
Well, and they got 3 more right-handed pitchers they're going to face this week, and a couple of these guys have been lights out good for St. Louis in the last couple of starts. Fetty, in fact, who they'll face tomorrow night, had a complete game shutout. You don't see those often in baseball anymore. It's like as rare as a no-hitter, right?
Yep.
Oh, you gave up hits? Oh, okay.
So the power rankings that have come out earlier in the week, MLB.com has the Tigers the number 2 team in baseball. And it says no team and no fan base in the entire sport is having more fun than the Tigers are right now. They were the first team to reach 30 wins this year. They have the best run differential in baseball, and they're scoring like crazy. Javier Baez has been the most surprising story, but let's not overlook Spencer Torkelson, who's already got more homers than he did last year and tied for second in the American League in RBIs. CBS Sports has the Tigers the number 1 team in baseball. So if you want to debate it, we can. Are the Tigers the best team in baseball, or are they the second best team in baseball? 248-539-9797. Let's hear from you. Whoever imagined
the debate is on.
Whoever imagined that this would even be the template for even a facetious debate.
I mean, I thought
this would be good.
I thought this was a good baseball team. I thought this was a 90-win baseball team. I did not expect this team to be where they're at this point. 15 games above 500 with 16 losses on the season. That's wildly impressive what they have done. And I didn't think this lineup was going to be producing as much as they have, specifically with the power. I didn't think these power numbers are going to be there, but here they are, led by Torkelson, Green, and Carpenter with the power numbers. And then Javi has had a ridiculous 3-week stretch here where he's had more RBIs than anybody else in baseball. Javi Baez, welcome back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge. And, Casey Mize got off to this great start. Welcome back, Casey Mize. And the good news is they're getting healthier. That guys that you expect to be big, like Casey Mize is out, right? But here's the good news. Casey Mize is scheduled to pitch today at Comerica Park to give live batting practice to Parker Meadows.
Ooh.
So if we're worried about Casey Mize's the tweak he had in his hamstring, it sounds like it's fine. If he's going to pitch today, they're going to get a good look at it.
Trending to get back.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. FanDuel is your best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once a game starts, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find one of those prop bets, then move the line so you don't get a big return on your $5, but you'll get the $200 in bonus bets. And you can do with that whatever you want. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, got a bit of a debate point here, Gator. Pro Football Focus put out a list of the top players in the NFL under the age of 25. Do you think a Lion made the list?
Yes, Doug, I do. I think there would probably be several Lions that made this list.
All right, who do you think made the list?
Well, let me first take a look at the roster and see who is under the age of 25. But I do know that Penei Sewell is one of them because Jeremy had him in the update.
Yep.
Let's see. Is Aiden Hutchinson, is he under the age of 25?
I'm not sure.
Aiden Hutchinson is 24, so he's got to be on the list.
Okay.
I would imagine that you're going to get the safeties are probably going to be on this list. Is Brian Branch? He's 23. He's probably on there. Kirby Joseph is 24. He's definitely going to be on there. Looking at wide receivers, I would think that you're going to get Amon St. Brown is 25, so he's not under 25, so he no longer qualifies. Does Jameson Williams qualify at 24? Yes, he does, and I think he'd be on the list. Then you're going to have the running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, is likely going to be on this list because he's 23. So, yeah, I think there are many Lions on this list.
I'm just looking at this, and I got somebody who cut and pasted and sent it over to me. Kang, am I seeing this right? Hutch is not on this list?
Yeah, they explain. They say that it excludes the likes of Sauce Gardner and Aiden Hutchinson, who are under 25 at the time of publication, but will turn 25 before week 1.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, because I was about to say, this is absurd. All right, so here's who made it, all right? And is J-Mo, what category? Is J-Mo turned 25 before the season starts?
He is.
You said he's 24.
He's 24, and his birthday is. He just turned 24, so.
Okay.
No. He should be able to be on this list. Yes.
All right, here's who's made the list. Okay. Kirby Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Laporta.
Yeah, sure.
Penei Sewell.
Yep.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Uh-huh.
Brian Branch.
Okay.
J-Mo did not make the list.
Okay.
I'm not going to
Well, I don't know how many wide receivers are going to have on the list because there's a ton of young wide receivers. So I could see why he wouldn't be. If you're going to limit it to say, well, we got 5 receivers on the list or something.
So one of the Lions ranks number 1. Who do you think that is?
Penei Sewell.
Yeah, you are correct. What are the order of the next 4? Kirby Joseph, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs. What do you think they'd be ordered in?
Gibbs, Joseph, Laporta, Branch.
Gibbs, Joseph, Laporta, and Branch. Okay, what was the Price is Right game where I tell you how many you got right? And then you have to switch them around based upon that. Isn't that like a new car? You had to put the price up.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You got 1 right.
I have 1 right.
Yep.
Okay.
So your first guess, it was Sewell, Gibbs, Joseph, Laporta, Branch.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? You got 1 right.
All right. So after Sewell, and Sewell isn't the one I have right, correct?
No, Sewell is. Okay. You were correct about that. He's number 1. So you got 1 right in the next 4.
I will stick with Gibbs because I got to find out if he is or is not the guy, and then I will go with. Actually, no. Let me switch that up. I will go Joseph, Gibbs, Branch, Laporta.
Joseph, Gibbs, Branch, Laporta. You have 1 right.
I don't want to do this. I can't.
It sounds like.
I thought you liked the Price is Right, man.
I do, but this seems ridiculous just to keep playing this game.
You got to rearrange the numbers back, man. Next, moving on to the next.
Okay.
Ask the crowd.
I'll just tell you what order they're in. It's Penei Sewell, Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Kirby Joseph.
Brian Branch is number 2 on the list.
Well, he's not number two. He's the second line.
The Lions, yes.
Yep.
Huh.
Now, let's also point out the Lions have 5 of the top 25 players in the league.
Pretty great.
Under the age of 25. And by technicality, they say if you turn 25 before week 1, you're not eligible, which means Hutch isn't eligible. And Jamo's not on the list. God, they got some elite young talent. They really do.
Yes, they do.
Really do.
And they're going to sign most of these guys.
Do you take issue with the order they did? Branch, Gibbs, Laporta, Joseph?
Yeah, I think Branch is too high and Joseph is too low. Obviously, I like them both.
Yep.
But, I mean, Kirby Joseph had 9 interceptions last year in the second year of the league.
Yep.
That's pretty damn good.
It's pretty good, and he really is a ball hawking safety. You go back and you look at the quality of the plays that he made. He made some high quality plays back there. So
they're both very good players.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. I mean, you just can't argue with that production. That's an amazing season.
No, I mean, he has, in his 3 years in the league, he's had 4 interceptions. His last year, he had 9 interceptions.
Yeah.
He's been, how's this for consistency tackle wise? 82, 82, and 83 this past year.
Not bad.
That's impressive.
Kang, do you take issue with the way they put it, the way they order the Lions?
No, and they put it in a way that you can't take issue because this is their grades. Like what they put down on paper. This is
Pro
math.
Football Focus?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
so you know what I mean? So, and we all can debate, which I like it. I like debating that stuff. But for them, they put it because that's what they graded out as.
Had I known it was Pro Football Focus, and I just forgot about it. Okay, I think it would have changed things. But
I think of all these guys, I think Gibbs is the number 2. That was your original guess, right? Is the number 2 player. He's
so productive.
He looks like a cheat code. He's so much faster. He gets through the hole fast. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He is such a weapon.
I mean, the way he improved from year 1 to year 2, and year 1 was really good for him, right? Averaged over 5 yards a carry in his rookie season with 945 yards on the ground, had 10 touchdowns on the ground. You added 52 receptions for over 300 yards and another touchdown. That's damn impressive, right?
Yeah.
You look at that, that's 1,250 yards with 11 touchdowns. The next year, last season, he improved to 1,400 yards rushing. His average per carry went up from 5.2 to 5.6. He went from 10 touchdowns to 16 touchdowns on the ground. Still caught the same 52 passes, but now it was for 517 yards.
Right.
And 4 more touchdowns. That's incredible from one year to the next when your first year was damn good.
Now, others that did very well in this, Penei Sewell was number 1 overall. Number 2 overall was Puka Nacua. Number 3, Kyle Hamilton. Number 4, Jaden Daniels. Number 5, Trent McDuffie. The Lions were Brian Branch at 8, Jahmyr Gibbs at 10.
3 in the top 10.
Yep.
Wow.
Sam Laporta is number 23 and Kirby Joseph number 25.
So how many receivers were there out of that 25?
On the whole group, I'm going to scroll backwards.
I would imagine. I mean, you probably Garrett Wilson.
Brian Thomas of Jacksonville is number 20. Ladd McConkey of the Chargers, number 19. Malik Neighbors of the Giants, number 15. Drake London of the Falcons, number 11. And the only other one, Nacua. Puka Nacua at number 2.
So you have 5 wide receivers in the top 25, which is why you can understand Jamo's not in there.
I mean, I guess,
you're only doing 25 players.
You're only doing 25 players. You can put as many receivers as you want.
Yeah.
Because he can be better than Kyle Hamilton or something, right?
But
the team has a more valuable player. But this is based on their gradings.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Take it for what it's worth. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Hey, do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you're the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. You know what's so weird? We followed up an NFL season where the Lions had the best record in football. Now we're having an MLB season where the Tigers have the best record in baseball. Now, I know it didn't translate to a championship in the NFL. Got it? Yep, sure. What the hell's going on with all the winning?
Well, this is what you hope for, right? You put a roster together, you draft certain players, you make acquisitions, and you hope you're here. You build off what you did. You always hope you can build off what you did the year prior. It doesn't always work that way. But when you're a young team like the Tigers, you're building off what you did last year. Nobody expected them to be this good. And they are legitimately this good. This is not smoke and mirrors.
Do you think it's ever happened that the Lions and the Tigers coincidentally have the best record in the league?
I mean, you'd have to go back to the 50s to see if that's the case, if the Tigers were doing that for any period of time, because that's when the Lions are winning championships.
It certainly has been a long time, if that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the Lions that we've been accustomed to prior to Dan Campbell coming in, they've never had the best record.
In the 50s.
In our lifetime, anyway.
The Tigers had the best record in the American League in 1945.
And they won a World Series, I think.
Yep, and they didn't do it again until 1968. So they never would have coincided. Well, I mean, I guess at some point during the season they might have, right? They haven't finished the year out. So it's possible that during the season, in 1950, for instance, they won 95 games and had the second best record in the American League. But this is, in our lifetime, unprecedented.
This is unprecedented, Doug.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting text that says it's because we were due.
I mean, it was fun when we had the Red Wings and Pistons playing at the high level. And we're like, let's play on the parade every year. Can we make this happen?
No, you're right.
But
we had something like this.
Never with a football team. And, of course, it never lined up with the baseball team. The baseball team has done their job of being very good over the years.
Given the Lions' schedule, I think they're going to be extraordinarily competitive again, but probably not the best record in the league.
Probably not the best record.
But then again, they're going to get guys healthy, and they may, who knows? I wouldn't count them out of that, but it seems unlikely. Of course, I'm doing the dangerous thing of assuming we know how tough the schedule is going to be way ahead of time. But man, to go from the best record in the NFL to now currently the best record in Major League Baseball, this is great. This is fantastic. People should lean into this. You should feel really good.
You did well.
Yep. And the weirdest thing, they're in the toughest division in baseball. They got 4 teams that might be in a playoff chase out of the 5. They've played tough teams. They played and beat the Yankees in a series. The Yankees are in the first place in the American League East. They played and beat the Mariners in a series. They're in first place in the American League West. Well, they got a big series against St. Louis. They're a second-place team. The Padres are a second-place team. A game behind the Dodgers, who obviously swept the Tigers. But it's not like every game's been against the White Sox. The Tigers have defeated the top 2, top 3. Have the Tigers played Tampa yet this year?
No.
Tigers have won series from the top 3 teams in the American League East. Houston beat Detroit 2 out of 3, right?
Yes.
And so did Texas.
Texas did as well.
At pesky American League West. But the Tigers beat the top team in the American League West, the Seattle Mariners 2 out of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at this, the only time the Tigers didn't really look good in a series was against the Rangers.
For a whole series?
Yeah, I thought if I go back and think about the Houston series, I thought that, okay.
It looked a little sloppy. And let's be clear. They got swept by the Dodgers. We're aware of that.
Yeah, but they look good against the Dodgers.
There was a reason why we said favorite 0-3 team of all time.
What they couldn't do against the Dodgers, which is what they've done ever since, is score with runners in scoring position. They didn't come up with a big hit against the Dodgers. They just didn't. And since then, they go out and it's their job to do it, and they've done an amazing job at that.
Do you know that the Tigers have played 5 consecutive one-run games?
I did not know that.
They beat the Red Sox 10-9. They beat the Red Sox 6-5. They beat the Blue Jays 5-4. They lost to the Blue Jays 2-1, and they beat the Blue Jays 3-2. They're winning close baseball games. But a sign that you're not winning close baseball games, you're winning blowouts, is they have the best run differential in their division, second best run differential in baseball. Now behind the Yankees. But it's been one hell of a run. I don't know if we've ever had it better. I guess winning a championship is always better than regular season success. But
yeah, I mean, I still can't believe they're doing what they're doing right now, this Tiger team. This good.
Mm-hmm.
This competent. And with all the buttons being pushed correctly when you need to, hey, well, let's put a guy in a pinch runner. Let's have this guy pinch hit, and it works. There was strategy yesterday with you wanted to leave in Kerry Carpenter in the 7th inning because he was going to get in the bat in the 9th inning if he needed it, and all this. It all has worked out very well, and they're still not at the full complement with their roster, not even close.
Now they are going to hit a cold stretch.
Sure, they
are going to lose. They are going to get on some kind of losing streak.
They're due.
Well, it's just baseball, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Twins had won 13 in a row, and they were due to lose, and they did yesterday, finally. Because they were due.
They were due.
What about bringing up, you talking about all those, just the right calls, Gator. What about just calling up Akil Baddoo and making 2 great defensive plays?
It's huge. Huge. Like, hey, kid, go out there and play left field. Oh, okay. And then you get tested right away. Make a catch, smash your face up against a scoreboard and throw it in. Okay, can you do any better than that? Sure, I'll dive and make this play, and then I'm going to throw it into second base awkwardly and still double up the guy. So outfield assist for Akil Baddoo. Then he has a base hit, draws a walk, steals a base. Yeah, thanks. he's been up for 2 games and he did all that in 1 game, after doing nothing in the first game. But this is just what Hinch has done. He's found those guys. And there was a point where Hinch went out, was it yesterday's game, where he went out to the mound to talk specifically to Job. It was either that one or with Reese Olson. He didn't want to take him out.
Yep.
But normally you get fettered up in that situation, right? If you just want somebody to go talk to him. No. AJ Hinch said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk. We're going to shut this down right now. And they did. He didn't take him out of the game, came back to the dugout, and they got what they needed to get.
Okay, so then a name we've heard associated with the Tigers, and if this was in the offseason and now it's kicking up again, is Nolan Arenado.
The third baseman?
Yep. And the Tigers are in St. Louis.
That they are.
So is this kind of, Scott Harris saying, telling an intern, I want you to watch every move of Nolan Arenado. And when he, how does he treat his teammates? How does he high five guys? Is he drinking enough fluids? Like,
yes,
are we paying attention to everything Nolan Arenado does the next 3 days?
I think they've already done that. I'm sure that they're doing the research on Arenado, because that would be an upgrade at third base for sure. But at the same time, they're in no hurry to make any move because
they don't have to be.
The roster is going to change dramatically within the next 3 weeks.
Yep.
But yeah, keep an eye for sure. And that everybody in the media that's going over there is paying attention to the situation as well.
So
Because it's all the talk in St. Louis.
We're going to get those quotes, right? Nolan, what do you think of what this Tiger team has done?
Like get the Bregman treatment?
Yeah, everybody will ask him just in case. They'll have a quote on standby in case he gets traded here or when the trade rumors kick up. But Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's up with the look?
He's seeing the plant.
Oh, the plant.
It's like, Jimmy, did you put that in there? No, I didn't put that in there.
I like it.
Yeah, we got plants all over the place.
You know what?
Helps the quality of air, Rico.
I feel sorry for that plant.
Why?
Because Mike will get on a rant one day.
The plant.
That's all right.
Let's hope not. Let's.
Yeah, how many chairs this man has broken?
I understand.
What was the video game system he threw and broke?
He did that at the PlayStation. What do we have here?
Jesus.
Can he treat the plant with respect?
Plants are people too. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, he's got something he wants to start the show off with, so I'm always interesting when he won't mention it to any of us.
Okay.
So we're all in the dark for the opening. But at 3, kind of what I like to call the Buffalo Bills paradox.
Okay.
Just going off of what happened with the Leafs, is it better not to be in the playoffs
than to do what the Leafs have
done? To do what the Leafs keep doing. It's the Buffalo Bills paradox.
Right. Keep going and keep losing.
The Bills are due.
Are they due?
No.
Buffalo's due.
No, they're not. All right. Have a great show.
All right.
Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. And plants with respect. 97.1.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That is how we're starting the show. Work with me before you turn the channel. This is your warning. Just work with me. If you trust anything I've done for you guys in 21 years, hold the line for a second. Kenny Cott not with us. Kenny's not dead. He's just got the day off. I don't know why I said it that way. So listen, Rico is burning a hole through my skull staring at me. Just hold on before you erupt, all right, Bam Bam Bigelow?
Well, you know why.
Just chill out. I want to ask a question because this is like an age-old debate. And look, I'm not expecting that you watch the Preakness Saturday, but if you did, even David, who doesn't care, Evan, who doesn't care, they both watched. And they both walked away going, holy, what the hell did I just watch? I said, you watched a once-in-a-lifetime effort. You watched, that is, as Larry Colmus said it, that's a performance you read about. That's like something that I wasn't born until 1980, and I'm lucky that YouTube exists. You can watch what Secretariat did at the Belmont, but it's generally what you read about. Hear me out when I ask this question, because ESPN got in a bunch of trouble with this in the mid-'90s. Do you remember Sports Century?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a big thing. Sports Illustrated. Do you remember that? Used to be a magazine.
Oh, yeah.
now
swimsuit issues.
Now it's rubbish.
Right.
They both did a ranking of the top 100 athletes. And on the list, each of them was Secretariat. And people went out of their minds. How could you put a horse on there? And da-da-da. And you get these, even Evan asked me a stupid question of, well, what about Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes F1 car? I go, no, one is a machine, one's a living, breathing organism. I want to ask the question. If you watched what went down, even if you have no nuance to watching horse racing, you just saw it, Evan saw it, David saw it. That is a constitution and a bravery and an effort quotient that we beg our human athletes to give us, okay? What journalism pulled off, almost getting knocked into the sun, full momentum stop, only to battle, stick his nose in there, re-rally, and when you freeze frame it, Rico, you could run 10,000 races. You will never see a horse win the way he won. You could 100,000 races. It was unbelievable, and it begs this question. Or maybe should I say it as a statement? Horses are absolutely athletes. Sports Century and Sports Illustrated had it right. And I know you're going to make jokes about Nay-Bands and Air Jordans or whatever else you're going to do, but I'm being serious with you. What you saw in the stretch drive at a Preakness defines
Okay.
a champion. It was remarkable.
Then what's the jockey?
A passenger. He's a coach. The coach doesn't play. He's along for the ride. True or false? If the athletes listen to the coach, they generally get a better shot at winning, right? It's almost like if Phil Jackson was on a pony. That's what Umberto Rispoli was there. Because Rispoli, the human element is, A, staying on the damn thing, but B, keeping the horse together and urging him to get in the mix. The athlete responds. They are the coach. That's how I define it. But when Sports Century, when ESPN put Secretariat on that list, they caught hell. I want to revisit that. And I don't care if we only do 2 segments. But damn it, what you saw, and if you didn't watch the Preakness, the people. If you didn't watch, please take a minute.
Yeah, I watched my money come in second. I took the long shot.
Why didn't you? Well, no. What'd you do? Have Gosger to win?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
So I'm like, yes!
This is the part I won't mention. I had the exact of both ways. All right. I'm sorry.
Because if I don't know anything about it, how about I just pick the horse that's,
I just
want to lose. But I'm leaning no.
Damn it.
I only because I thought I was about to witness a tragedy. When all 3 horses got together, I'm like, oh, no. Don't fall down. I don't want to see 3 horses put down.
No.
So,
it went from a sigh of relief to, oh my goodness, where'd this horse come from? I don't.
What do we want out of our athletes? You want the ability.
It's a good question.
And I know no other show's qualified to do this, and probably the other shows are too smart to do this. But damn it, it's a question. We want the physical ability, but we want what you can't see. We want the heart. We want the brain. We want the motivation. We want our athletes to lay it down every damn time they take the floor, right? Yeah. And when something goes wrong and they pout and they cry and they whine or they shut it down, what do? We rip them. What journalism did was like Michael Jordan, was Kobe. I have never in my life watched a horse win with that happening.
Okay, but
that way.
But see, here's the flip side. Because it's a horse, when they do bad, you can't rip them.
Yes, you can.
They don't care.
But that's not your problem.
Journalism. You didn't win the Derby. Hey.
So wait, if a horse had a social media account, somehow this would be a different equation. Wait a minute. I'm being serious.
Okay.
They are living, breathing things that are at the best at what they do. But the constitution, the brain power, the smarts, and the willingness to sacrifice it all to go get what they want, that's what we want from the human counterpart. Okay. So why can I not view journalism as an athlete?
I like it. Look, you made a great point.
It's a setup.
The jockey.
You went cranium.
No. The jockey as the coach.
Yes.
2 points for Mike.
Thank you.
I can't say it's an athlete, and I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know if the horse knows what it's doing.
The horse knew what they were doing.
I don't think the horse knew. Okay, wait. So this race counts, but the other races that I did at the other place didn't count.
Hold on, David. But hold on. I want David's feedback on this because David, it's not like David is D. Wayne Lucas. He only takes a light interest in it. And David, say what you said to me pre-show. The clean part.
Okay. I was watching the race, and I'm yelling because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You're right, Rico. When you saw it, you're like, oh, my gosh, you're about to see a tragedy. And then the horse decides, I'm going for it. That was everything. That was athleticism.
That's everything you don't get from Jason Tatum.
That was great.
No isolation offense.
See, that was the jockey, but I'm saying,
it was the horse.
What you're saying.
You get bumped, and the horse made a decision.
I don't think the horse really knows what it's doing.
No, hold on. Now, that's where you're wrong. Here's all I can tell you, because I know what you're going to do.
I'm being
Does the horse know he just won a grade 1? No.
I'm beginning to think because every time they go into it's like the two horses and the one is like whisper, like, I just won the Preakness, right?
Hold on. There's an element to this, though. Let me give you an example. I'll give you an example.
I'll share some of these black-eyed Susans with you.
First of all, they're pack animals.
Okay.
They know what they're out there to do. If you go to a horse in the stall, a lot of them are 1,000-pound puppies. Put the racing tack on them and the light switches. It's no different than, hey, Jared Goff is a loving husband at home, and then he takes the field and he wants to kill everybody. It's the same thing. They're pack animals. They know what their job is.
Okay.
And the great ones know their job is to destroy everyone. Now, the only example I can offer you of this, it's very famous. I'm not asking you to go watch this, but I can link the video if you like. A very famous horse, Zenyatta. Zenyatta won 19 races in a row. Okay? Zenyatta would dead closer from the clouds. She wouldn't even be on your TV screen like a Marvel hero that you like. But she got beat by a nose in her last race. She tried going to the winner's circle. She was like, wait a minute. No, this ain't what we do after the races. I go over there. That's my spot. I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm telling you. They know. Okay. They know to a level. And they damn well know what their job is.
Okay.
Unlike Jason Tatum when he's burning the shot clock and shooting one for 15 from 3.
Mike, he's in the hospital right now. The show, as Doug would say, a little respect.
Just making a point.
Now, do you give them something extra if they win? Like, is it kind of like a dog treat when they do something good?
Yeah.
You reward them. I'm not trying to be funny.
Carrots and peppermints always play.
Okay.
Listen.
But only if they win.
No.
No. I guess what I'm saying is, to know that they've won, you give them something special.
The only thing I can
that they
tell
can
you
relate,
is,
like, oh, if I get this,
I have seen it in real time when horses win races and then they act completely differently. Their confidence is up. They think they're Godzilla. They know. So my point, to bring it full circle, because we're not doing a Preakness breakdown per se, it's the idea of ESPN got raked over the coals when they put Secretariat in their top 50 athletes of all time. My point is, horses are athletes. And what you saw journalism do on Saturday, that's everything you demand from an athlete.
But you know the reason why they got raked, because now you're saying, oh, well, look at what Secretariat did as compared to what Shaquille O'Neal did. Like, which one is better? And it's just like,
well, I would argue it would still be Shaq, because Secretariat had an unfair advantage that his heart was 3 times the size of a normal horse.
Right, but that's where you get the whole, like, wait, a horse is ahead of me?
Yes. And especially for some of the dogs
Tatum,
that play in the NBA.
I know, Jason Tatum.
2-4. Hold on. People, work with me on this. We have laid a case out.
He's sitting in a Boston hospital like, why I keep feeling strays?
248-539-9797. I'm dead serious when I say it. Can we settle the debate? Horses are athletes. And if you didn't watch the Preakness, take 1 minute of your day. Come on. It's a minute, guys. That ain't much. Not asking you to read a second bedtime story to Junior. 248-539-9797. We'll get with your phone calls and what I'm sure are going to be nuanced and thoughtful text messages. Yes, we'll get to the Tigers later. And why I'd rather not make the playoffs than be a sad bastard fan of this franchise. I'll explain. We'll get to it. 97.1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They got it all. Railing, lighting, all the time, and at the lowest prices. And whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it, and do it with the best. It's Northville. Stop on by, take home some samples, see the showroom. Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. All right, I can't thank you guys enough for the support here. We're going to do this. I don't know if I'll be saying thank you afterwards, but I wanted to revisit an old sports debate after what happened.
I feel like I need Evan in here to support me. No.
Well, have Evan come in. I don't care. But what happened at the Preakness and the effort by journalism, it was jaw-dropping. It was remarkable, and it displays everything you ask of a human athlete. And when ESPN had Secretariat as one of the top athletes of all time, people went crazy. So I just wanted to bring it back and go, look, horses are athletes. Rico asked the question, well, what's the jockey? He's the coach. Does the horse know? They absolutely do. This is their job. It's what they're born to do, bred to do. It's what if you don't let them do it, they get angry. So, yeah, they're athletes. And what journalism did, if you didn't watch it, watch it.
So the horse not going into the gate, is that like the athlete holding out? That's the Trey Hendrickson?
I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Let's get to, you know what? This was a terrible idea. I'd like to scrap this whole thing.
I had to get
That's
one
fair.
in.
That's fair. I'll go to Matt in Westland, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, pal?
Mikey, this is why you're my guy. I was going to call up and see if we could talk on the commercial, and then you lead with the Preakness.
So talk to me. What's on your mind?
What that horse did when it did not fold like the other horses around it had goose. It's the same thing as Rich Strike. When you see an athlete pull something like that and just decide, you know what, I'm going to go win this, how can you not say anything? How can you try to take anything away from that? Absolutely, they're athletes.
Yeah,
and they make you feel everything you want to feel in sports.
Yeah, there's an honesty to it. I mean, Matt, here's the other thing that people don't realize, brother. Like, those horses, the great ones, will push through the pain. I mean, think about it. Like, for anyone who out there, any of our runners that are out there, or triathletes, whatever, marathons, you're running through the pain. The mental desire to get that done. Horses do the same thing. You're running 42 miles an hour. You're flying. And down the stretch, the great ones are going to gut through that pain. Like, they're athletes. Now, I understand Nay-Bands and Jordans and snowshoes.
Okay. I didn't say any of that
yet.
That's you.
Okay.
You answered all of my questions.
Let me go to Danielle, 97.1.
I mean, if it was a real person, they would hold out for more money.
Okay, Danielle, 97.1.
Hi there. So I am a equestrian athlete. I do show jumping and hunter jumper.
Okay.
So we're trained that we are the pilot. They are the athlete. It is a partnership for sure, but they 100% do their job. They know their job. They know they have heart. They win. Those are the true athletes of the horses. There are horses that don't want to jump. There are horses that don't want to race. But when you have a horse underneath you that wants to win, you can 110% feel it. I've had a horse on course, on competition, where I got gassed. I leaned my knuckle into his neck because I needed to take a break. I felt his entire body come up underneath me. He said, I got you. And he did his job, and we won.
Athlete. Danielle, I appreciate the real world backing here, because that's the key. And like the great ones, they know. They want to do it. They're born to do it.
Because Danielle, thank you because you've answered the question I've often wondered. And Michael take it as a different way, but it's like if you take I get what you're doing. Like if you take your dog out for a walk, the dog just wants to be with you. Doesn't really know what it's doing. It just wants to spend the time with you. I didn't know if the horse just wanted to spend the time with the jockey, not really knowing what they were doing. So thank you.
As a pilot, you can feel it and you can feel the difference. There's horses that don't want to, and there's horses who have heart and 100% want to. And as the equestrian and as the athlete of the equestrian, you can feel the difference.
Yes. And look, to Danielle's point, look, there are horses who just don't have. I'm not even looking at Evan for the moment. Evan, I'll get to you in a second. There are horses that don't have a lot of talent, but they're honest. I mean, 75% of that deal is just wanting it. And there are horses that look like $1 million and run like 10 cents. Those are the horses you end up presenting. Those are the Tatums. But the
Are all horse athletes created equal?
No.
Like,
Certainly not.
The sprinters more athletic than the ones that jump over stuff? Like,
No, okay, they're two different disciplines.
all right, I'm just curious.
Evan Jenkins, please.
Are any horses sponsored by like Stanley Premium Timothy?
No. Can we get to the
and
part
this is
where I
why-
had you watch the Preakness pre-show?
Evan, this is why there's few gray horses in there.
They are genetically faster.
Are East Coast horses sponsored by Vineyard Vines?
No.
Do any just skip? You know what?
No.
I'm gonna skip being
Can we
two
get to
and
the
go straight to being 3?
I will admit,
Why are you here?
Mike had asked me to watch the race. I didn't watch it. I was out and about. It was one of the more impressive things that I've seen. And that's on the heels of 2 awful game 7s, the golf tournament being about as bad as you could possibly want drama-wise. But I did ask Mike the question. I'm like, so the car that's driven by a NASCAR driver, that's the athlete, right?
Yes.
So the golf bag would be the athlete for
No,
golfer?
not a living organism. Once again, car, not a living thing. It's a machine.
But we've always had the debate, are NASCAR drivers, race car drivers, athletes?
I would
No,
say
no, no.
yes, based on the physical punishment they have to take and the mental focus that is
Turn
required.
left. No, see, I
No,
They
that
get
is not.
physically destroyed in those races.
No.
man.
Now the
man.
question I often said was it a sport? It's an event, but it's not
definitely
a
a
sport.
sport competition. But the problem I
So on the
have,
freeway, are you sporting home?
I hate everything.
I am, yeah.
Can I go home?
I just wonder when it comes down to the horse, they don't always pertain or like they'll listen to you, right? Where you're like, run fast, and they have to run fast.
Some will, some won't.
But when do you realize with a horse if they're good enough to like actually perform on the track? The reason I ask this, let's say you have a horse that's awful in practice, like Allen Iverson.
Yep.
But then they perform actually on the track.
Yeah.
Are there horses like that?
Yes. There are horses that are morning superstars and afternoon duds.
Wow.
They'll train like Jordan when there's no one in. It's like Mitchell Robinson hitting 3-pointers in summer league, and then you put him in the playoffs. He can't hit a free throw.
Can't even hit the rim.
Yes, those are the horses that drive you insane.
All right, well, then they're
Hold
athletes.
on. So what do you do with the horse that like? Do you not like a horse that really doesn't do well in practice? How do you know that they can actually do well in a race?
You eventually throw them out there and sink or swim.
Okay. All right.
Show me.
Hey.
No, I know.
That was a legitimate
Getting-
question.
Getting warmed
Calm
up
down.
over here. We got a lot of people who want to talk. This
Everybody
is exciting.
calm down.
I'm excited.
Could a horse hold out? Like, I need more oats.
Look at me. Look at me when I say this.
Corbin, athletes
Get
or
out.
no?
Get out.
Athletes or no?
He's new. He's going to
That
say
race
yes.
will change your mind on if it's an athlete or
No,
not. I'm
David.
telling you, it will.
David, I saw the race.
It changed
I lost
my
money.
mind.
Thank you. Journalism.
You should have picked the athlete, the right athlete.
Yeah.
I picked the one.
Journalism.
You picked a bunch of Tatums.
He went out there and tried his best.
Are there horses that are the
know
Ben
what?
Simmons? Yes.
No, he wasn't a Ben Simmons. You know what? They will officially be athletes when they face the media afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Ed. He was
know
the first.
I just want to
You know what?
establish
I like
I have sat here for 27 minutes in good faith.
Yeah.
I'm about to choose
I can just see the horse. I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Mr. Ed.
Right.
To all those iron workers out there, get my shoes right.
They're
Mike,
called
this is-
blacksmiths, you ingrate. Get out.
It's a great conversation, Mike. I really enjoyed this.
You know, it takes guts to do this topic.
David,
we got full lines.
David, I only get this way when Evan shows up.
I tried to refrain
It's
from
called a
coming in.
contact buzz.
You asked about Trey Hendrickson. What are you talking about?
Okay, I have one. No, I said if the horse doesn't want to go into the gate, are they last second renegotiating?
Whoa, your phone calls coming up next. Horses are athletes, true or false? 97.1. All right. So if you're just tuning in, don't run away. No, we're not doing a deep dive into the Preakness. But because of the performance, if you didn't watch it, it's just take a minute and watch it. It is proof to me that ESPN had it right 30 years ago when they put Secretariat among Sports Century's top 50 athletes. Horses are athletes. So we're asking the question. Because what journalism did, the way that race went down, that is a 1 in 100,000 thing. I mean, it was remarkable, breathtaking. You heard Larry Colmus, who's one of the best race announcers in the country. On the fly, he had to recalibrate in his brain what he was seeing. And the fact that the horse got up after, Rico, you said it, it was almost 3 horses just doing a backflip.
And I'm beginning to lean more towards your side because I guess one of the horses that was in there just shut it down. And I guess it finished dead last. And that horse was one of the favorites.
It was clever again.
And just said...
He said, I've had enough.
Yep.
Whereas Goal Oriented fought on, but couldn't overcome that.
But the other horse, you know what? Fine. Not my night. And it looked like Game 7.
A lot of Tatums out there. Let's go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's up, pal?
Mike, Rico, how we doing, boys?
Hey, Sam.
What a way to start the week. I got 2 things. I'll make it quick. Whoever was on that call for that race, that announcer, I don't know who he is, but that guy's electric. I would love to have him.
Larry Colmus is his name.
Well, that guy deserves his salary to be tripled. Second thing, Mike, and I don't want to break your heart. You're my guy, but the problem is horse people are kind of weirdos, Mike.
I know that. Believe me, I know that.
I don't want to dox myself. I know some horse people. I work for some horse people, and it's sort of like vegans or marathon runners. They kind of make it like their whole personality. You know what I mean?
Sam, the way I've always had it explained to me, and it's always made sense, is you do have to be wired different to wake up at 4 a.m. and talk to a horse before you talk to a human.
Yeah.
I know. Guilty as charged. I get it.
And, I know people have gone to Lexington, worked for dudes, from Saudi Arabia. And, horse people are a little different.
I know.
But
now, answer the question, Sammy. Are horses athletes? Did ESPN have it right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. Then, Sam, I accept your slander. It's tremendous. Thank you. That's very good.
But, aren't all, owners just kind of built different? Not just horse people, but just owners across the board?
What do you mean?
I just seem like they're a little aloof, a little weird. Just not.
That's just the cliches. There are a lot of good people involved in the sport. Okay. There are.
No, I mean not just talking about horses. I'm just talking about period.
Oh yeah, no. I mean listen, buddy. The people who actually work with the horses on a daily basis, you got to be built a little bit different. A little bit. You're up at 3:30 in the morning. You are talking to a horse before you talk to a human. I mean, you got to be built a little different.
Right, but I mean, it's like an athlete who gets to the
Look,
gym
David's
at 5.
built different. The guy won't stop having kids. I mean, you got to be we're all a little off kilter in different ways.
Good grits.
Whoa. All right. Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, what's going on, pal?
I'm doing fine. I guess I want to make a quick point, 2 quick points. Do I agree that was one of the greatest performances? Yes. Now, as far as rating Secretary as one of the 50 greatest athletes, we base our human athletes on longevity and consistency. So to me, it's kind of unfair to say that it's one of the greatest athletes when we don't. If we have a guy who plays pro ball or NBA, 1 season, 2 seasons does not make him great. But we base him on a period of time and how consistent he was. So that's the point that I guess I want to make.
Yeah, and you're right. And I mean, Keith, without getting too into the weeds, the reason it is the way it is now is that these athletes are worth more off the track than they are on. They're worth more in retirement for their second career than they are on. And you're right, Keith, the economics of the sport have really hurt the ability for instance, a horse like journalism probably doesn't run at age 4. They don't need to. Because his stallion, status has been achieved. So no, Keith, it's more than fair. I can't really argue it.
All right. That's all I had to say.
My man.
Enjoyed the show.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
But even, your one-hit wonder athletes are still
Jason
athletes.
Tatum. Let's go to Dennis.
But you leave that poor man alone. He's healing in a hospital.
I'm
Trying to
still
get
healing
back.
from 17 isolations in the fourth quarter of
He
Game 4.
got you banner 18.
No, he didn't. You know who the NBA Finals MVP was? Jaylen Brown.
He got him there.
You know who the Eastern Conference Finals MVP was? Jaylen Brown.
You know who Superman is? Jason Tatum.
Harry Cavalis or whatever his name is. What's his name?
Have they taken that ad down yet? Because they can't
Yeah,
really
I think they have.
air it anymore.
I haven't seen it since he went down. Yeah.
That ad was terrible. Dennis, 97.1. Dennis, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. First-time caller. This is something I know quite a bit about. I've owned racehorses for the last 20 years, and I've been blessed with really, really good ones. I won over 700,000, 69 races, and I can guarantee you he knew when he won a race. He would pull up after the finish line to go back to the winner's circle. He had won so many times.
Yep. They know. Dennis, I used the Zenyatta example. They know.
Yeah, I heard that. But he was a thoroughbred. I owned harness horses. And as far as the age as they can race, a harness horse can race till 14. And we buy them at 2 years old and race them as long as they'll win for us. My horse was Horse of the Year and to the Hall of Fame. And he loved every minute of training, racing. It was just tremendous. It's just too bad we don't have racing in Michigan anymore.
That's a whole separate deal. Yeah, and admittedly, fellas, don't ask me a single question about harness. I don't understand it. I don't know how to handicap it. I don't bet it. I don't watch it. I don't understand it. It's not for me. I know some people love it. I'm not qualified to speak on it. But is there big money in it? Yeah, there is. You can, I think, what is it called? The Hambletonian or whatever the hell it is? Not the point. Horses are athletes. David, let's go to what should be really nuanced and thoughtful ticket text, shall we?
Guys, that race was incredible. I was yelling at the finish, and I didn't even have any money on it. Yes, the horse is an athlete.
Yes.
Of course, a horse is an athlete in my mind. The jockey is just along for the ride.
How is it any different than a coach? Coaches don't play the game. The jockey is a coach player. You're in the game.
No, that was good when you said the coach.
Like Umberto Rispoli, who wrote journalism, he had to work to even get the horse in that position because journalism was being lazy on the backside, and he had to really get him into the bridle and get him going. But then when you're in that spot, first of all, you weigh 120 pounds. Rico, you're riding on your toes. There's no power brakes or power steering. I mean, he was making physical contact with Flavian Pratt, elbow to elbow. And there's no seatbelt. There ain't no doors. I mean, it's breathtaking to watch that.
Yeah, Tom writes in, horses are not athletes. They don't decide to train and be great. You don't hear about horses from the ghetto beating the odds.
That is not true. There are plenty of horses from
the California Chrome.
It was no-name background. I mean, no, I can't say he's from the barrio of Brazil, but Jesus, the horse was an $8,000 horse. He's out here beating horses worth 7 figures when they're 1 year old. Come on, there's some good stories.
From Mitch, Mike, I ride and show horses. They are absolutely athletes.
Yes.
Mike, I've never watched a horse race, but I just watched that race and I have chills. That was simply amazing, ballsy, but amazing. Yes, horses are athletes. That is from Justin in Roseville.
Justin, let the game into your heart. We're waiting for you. Come on, Justin. Tuck. Come home, Scott. Just give it a chance.
Don't slander journalism with the comparison to Kobe, not an athlete. Does this mean a NASCAR?
Wait. Saying Kobe
because we were bringing up Kobe earlier.
Oh,
yeah. I just made the point. We want our athletes to display an indomitable will to win.
So, if the horse is an athlete, does it automatically, like if they did the top 100 again, Secretariat, would you even consider a top 10 athlete? Or is it like at the bottom where, okay, we're just going to let you be like 98th?
I just want inclusion on the list. Plus, Flightline would have to be on there. I mean, Flightline didn't have a genetic defect that gave him a crazy advantage like Secretariat. But Secretariat happened at a time where it captured the imagination of a country. In the 70s, horse racing was still
right. But I mean, even the genetic, you would say defect, but he would just say, "Hey, that's just what I was getting." Like Shaq was 7 feet tall,
like Donald Driver.
He had.
Sometimes you're just bored with it.
Shaq was just tall. He had no say-so in his height.
Okay.
So therefore, you know what?
Not so funny when it happens to you, is it? FanDuel, player props. What do you want me to say? Listen, they got more betting markets than anybody. People love the same game parlay stuff. FanDuel's got you covered. Get in on the action. You start with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get a little football in the mix, shall we? David, music, please.
All right, let's have some fun. Yes, it's me.
Damn it.
It's going to be fun. Just kind of some odds and ends from football, what's going on this week and the last week regarding the NFL schedule. Mike, this was just for you. Let's play a little guessing game with you and David.
Okay.
The schedule came out, and we all know some people, hey, this team's going to go this. Everybody played the scheduling game. Vegas said, you know what? Only one team is favored in all 17 of their games. Just one.
All right, hold on. Let's think about this for a second. I don't know the answer. David, do you? We're both guessing?
Yeah, both guessing.
All right. I will say the Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles are favored in 16 of their 17 games.
Damn. All right.
But
David, you're up.
The Eagles are going to be playing this team.
Okay, so it's not the Eagles.
Good guess, though.
Chiefs?
It is not the Chiefs.
Okay, I'm out. David, no more guesses
Well,
for me.
I know it's not the Lions because we went through that last week.
That's not what Jim Costa says.
So, 49ers?
No.
Okay, just what's the answer?
Let's head over to Orchard Park.
The Bills?
The Buffalo Bills, when they take on the Eagles, are favored by 1.5 at home late in the season. But the Bills are the only team favored in all 17 games.
I think the big thing that helps them is divisionally. You're right. The Patriots, Dolphins, and Jets, that's 6 right off the rip. Even here, the Lions are underdog to the pack, or maybe Philly's an underdog against Washington. Whatever it is, having that division.
No, Philly's only underdog to them because it's in Buffalo.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah,
that's the one game that Philadelphia is not favored in. Buffalo's favored by 1.5 as of right now. And we all love the primetime games. 2 teams did not make the cut for a primetime game. One is a shame because you don't get to see the number 1 overall pick in a primetime game.
Titans are not on.
The Titans and Saints. Even Bryce Young, Caleb Williams had primetime, at least a primetime game for people to see. You aren't going to see the Titans on any primetime games.
The 1 o'clock is where we see him.
They're the 1 o'clock.
There's not a reason to see them.
No, but you would figure if Bryce Young could get a primetime game, you would think that they would get one. Even if it's like when they do the double Monday night games. Just one. Nothing. Which team will travel the most miles this year?
Oh, boy. Isn't this usually Seattle's award?
But remember, you got the overseas games you got to include in there as well.
Oh, dear. All right. So who's got 2? Do the Chargers have a game over there,
They have a game in Brazil, so I was going to guess the Chargers.
I'll go Chargers. Yes. Nice job. Teamwork, dreamwork.
Yeah, that Brazil game alone will put you real high on the mileage.
The Chargers will travel a hair over 37,000 miles this season. But the Brazil game, that's where the bulk of it comes in. There's one team that has a 3-game road trip, 3 straight games this year on the road.
David, this would have to be a team that goes to Europe.
3 straight.
Because they'd be giving up a home game.
Well, then the Vikings would be a good guess then because they've played London twice. Oh, I'm sorry. They're in Europe twice, and then they probably come back home to the United States on the road.
Minnesota?
Nope.
Dang.
Chair to spine.
They will play the Lions this year.
The Dallas Cowboys.
No. The Baltimore Ravens. Week 5, 6, 5 through 7 will play on the road.
Wow.
One team will play 4 straight games against a team that won 14 or more games last season. So 4 consecutive games against 4 opponents that each won at least 14 games last year. One team will play
I think I know this one.
4 straight times.
Well, say it out loud.
Yeah, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
It is the Dallas
because They have the
Cowboys.
Vikings, the Lions.
Dallas will play Philly, Detroit, Minnesota, Kansas City.
You just hate to see it. Really breaks my heart.
All right. Dealing with the schedule. Guys, I'm going to give you 5 quarterbacks, according to CBS Sports, with the most to improve. They have the most to improve this year. Can you guess the 5 QBs with the most? They got the most on the line. They have to improve.
Bryce Young.
Yes, at number 3.
Okay, David. Let's alternate.
Let's go with Dak Prescott.
Yes, at number 5.
Let's go with Anthony Richardson.
Mike.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay.
Let's go with Justin Herbert.
No.
Oh.
Way to ruin it, David.
I'm sorry.
God. All right.
Michael,
Needs
you
to
get a
improve.
chance to steal.
Okay, let me. It's a guy that I think is capable of so much more. Jordan Love.
No.
Damn it. Now I ruined it. All right, David, go ahead.
Ball's in your court.
Let's go with Drake May.
No.
All right, just go ahead.
I was about to say one is a brand name and one technically is in his first year.
Brand name Tua.
No.
Just go ahead.
Brand name, Trevor Lawrence, number 1.
Oh, good
how
one.
do we not do that?
Shame on me. That's my fault.
And at number 4 is J.J. McCarthy.
Need to improve. The guy didn't play last year.
Most to prove.
I thought it was most improved.
No, most
oh,
improved.
Dear Jesus.
So no. All right, I'm going to wrap this up.
I think JJ is the wild card of the entire NFL.
Yes.
If he's good, if he's Bo Nix, Minnesota's a Super Bowl team. That roster, what they did around losing Ginger Idiot.
If he just does what Sam Darnold did, then
Yeah.
yes.
What, fold like a
For
cheap
year 1,
tent?
I think you're right. For year 1, if he does
Mike,
that.
they won 14 games. So yeah.
Except the most important ones. Ginger idiots don't win. Can't do it.
What about people sitting under goalpost?
Look, it's a meditative thing. I don't know. Whatever.
A bunch of quarterbacks are in Cleveland. Would you guys like to take a guess as of right now
Yes.
who they said is leading the pack of all the quarterbacks in Cleveland?
Oh, boy. Joe Flacco. I don't know. Dylan Gabriel.
I'm going to go with Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett
Oh, my
is
God.
correct. As of right now,
Oh,
if
my
the season
dear
were to
God.
start, Kenny Pickett would be coming out under center.
If your season starts with Kenny Pickett, it never starts at all.
I was
Your
choosing
season
that.
is over.
I was hoping to be wrong.
No.
Kenny Pickett.
According to reports, it looks like Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders will get very little time, especially early in the season. It's going to be Kenny Pickett. And I can understand why, because if Kenny Pickett fails, you can go to the rookie. If the rookies fail, you've already ticked off the veterans. They've cashed out. Finally, voting is going to take place later this week. So you guys, you're going to be owners. You can only vote for one.
Yes.
You could have the tush push removed, or you can vote in favor of the new playoff change where it's going to be based on records and not divisions. But you could only pick one.
Tush push. Not a football play. Don't like watching it. Tush push.
I guess I have to go with the tush push because I'm fine with the playoff the way it is right now. So I don't want to change it.
Really?
I would like to change both, but Rico offered one. Get rid of the tush push.
See, I would go for the playoff. I mean, because
My team doesn't make the playoffs, so it just doesn't matter.
Oh, my team didn't either. So, but the tush push, if it was so easy, everybody would do it. So therefore, I don't think that the Eagles should be punished because they do something better than everyone else. That's just me. That's your Football Blitz 97.1.
3 o'clock. Good to have you with us on a Monday. This next one, I see it pretty clear, but that doesn't mean I'm right. But work with me. Last night, the Toronto Maple Leafs lost a Game 7, which on its own is painful enough, especially when you no-show. Scoreless after 1, 3-0 after 2, down, I think, 5-4-1 before you score. You lose 6-1. I mean, just a complete and utter disaster. But it's not by itself. It's not on an island because the Maple Leafs have lost 7 straight Game 7s in the last 21 years. 7 straight. Mm-hmm. David said something before the show, and I go, stop right there. That's the topic. We're sitting here, and whether you're a Wings fan, Piston fan, Lion fan, Tiger fan, there have all been periods of your team not being good. Now we're blessed. Our teams are starting to turn things around, except for the Red Wings. David said the following: I would rather just not make it at all. I would rather just be bad than to be a Leafs fan. To be good, to routinely not make playoff runs is one thing, but to lose 7 straight Game 7s.
Bro, when they won Game 6, I'm looking like, you sure you want to do this? You sure you want to do this? You could just go out in Game 6 and have a mercy kill.
But to lose Game 7 and get dump trucked?
Yeah.
So here's my question. As a fan, guys, would you rather just not make it at all? Is there a more painful existence than being a Leafs fan? Because I'd argue all the years the Lions were bad, at a certain point, it doesn't even hurt anymore. It's like me with my Giants. At a certain point, you just don't care. Hey, we're bad. And it's like when Eminem makes fun of himself against Papa Doc in 8 Mile. And what else? You know, you just get to a point, it doesn't matter. But a Leafs fan, oh my God.
No, it's what I like to call, because when David told me, I like to call it the Buffalo Bills paradox. Bills go to 4 straight Super Bowls, lose all 4. And the question is, would you rather be the Bills or would you never go to the Super Bowl? And I will still say, you take the pain.
Oh, God.
You take the pain because it means you're in the fight. It means you have a chance. Yeah, you may lose, but you're not at home. You're not watching. You have an opportunity to change the course of history, and you got to hope that eventually you will break through. Eventually, you will win that Game 7. So if I had the choice, I'd rather play the Game 7s and lose than to sit at home and do nothing.
Where do you guys stand on it? Is there a worse existence than being a Leafs fan? 7 straight Game 7s. I'd rather you not get to a Game 7. In fact, I'd rather you just not make the playoffs. But to get to Game 7, and again, for it to go the way it went, oh my God. They were showing pictures of and video of people leaving Maple Leaf Square. What is with the viewing parties, by the way? I had this conversation with my dad last night. He calls me up because where the Knicks had their ridiculous watch party, they were repurposing it for Yankee and Met fans. What is it with people you can't stay home and watch the game?
You want to be with other fans just like that.
So you weren't hugged enough as a kid. Understood.
The camera will cut to you, you'll cheer.
And
it was
what?
funny because I saw one and the brother just walked out. He just left at the view.
The Maple Leaf fan.
Yeah,
I saw this.
He just left. He moved the barrier and just started walking to his car.
He looked like Kenny Cotton leaving the bar.
He knew, you know what? I don't need this. I know where this is going. And I think at least it was easy for them because it was 6-1. You didn't lose a 1-0 game in double overtime.
So the question to you, the listener, is this. 2 choices. You can live the existence of a Maple Leaf fan where your team's good, but they never go anywhere, and they lose every Game 7. Or you could just be bad. You could just be a Wings fan. You could just say, F it. I'd rather not be a part of this. Then, look, you know what's approaching this? Being a Ravens fan. Being a Bills fan. That's where I always laugh when these Detroit GMs talk about, we want to have sustained success.
It's a different type of hurt. It's a different type of pain. But yeah, if given the choice, I want to be in the playoffs. I want to have a chance. I want to be able to break through. I do.
But you're choosing death by getting hit by a car or dying in your sleep.
No,
I mean, come on. There's an obvious winner here.
Well, the winner is you don't know that maybe you go to the playoffs and you break through.
So you want to get hit by a car. That's your desire.
I think they know, though. Every year there's failure. Whether it's the first round, second round, overtime, game
David,
7,
but I'm saying,
they know.
It's one of those things, different sport, but it's like the Cubs. Eventually, they broke through. The Red Sox, eventually, they broke through. You want to give yourself an opportunity to actually win. Because to me, if you rather just say, I don't want to be in this, you kind of sound like a quitter. You at least want the opportunity to say, I had my chance. I may have blown it, but I had a chance.
Yeah, I don't like to live in misery. Knowing every year we're going to make the playoffs and lose.
David, scared money don't make money.
Okay, all right. Then you go ahead and make the playoffs and being hurt every year. Be in pain every year. Burn your jersey every year. Go ahead and keep doing that because I'm good. I'll stay on the side. I'll not be in the playoffs, and I'll just be just fine.
And just know your team is bad.
I'll be fine with it.
Okay. I'd rather have an opportunity.
It's up to the people.
I'd rather have a shot.
Look, I don't even just need the hockey elite. You could be Pistons, Tigers, Lions. If you like sports, bottom line is I'll take anything but being the fate of a Leafs fan. I'd rather just not be invited.
No,
Terrible. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. That would break me.
I mean, I remember having this conversation. It was with Lions fans. They were like, I wouldn't want to go to the Super Bowl. I was like, yes, you would.
You know what being a Leafs
fan is?
Even
though if you lost 4 in a row, yes.
Here's what being a Leafs fan is. You're a Penn State fan. Who the hell's signing up for that? You know James Franklin's gonna screw the pooch in the big game. You ain't never gonna win it all with that bum. I'd rather just be State. Then I don't even have to watch. Go to the apple orchard. Do whatever you like.
Because you're a fan, Mike, and regardless, you want to see your team win. You could say you're cashed out. You could act like you're cashed out. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that.
But you know what I've turned into. You know what
I've
I've turned into. I now sadistically laugh at the television. I am Jack Nicholson in The Shining watching MSU.
Okay, but
I just hate laugh.
You're a little bit of a unicorn, Mike. So I can't put you in that crowd because you don't like the man who got you 2 Super Bowls. So I can't put you in that crowd.
Eli's a putz. 248-539-9797. David, the ticket text. Early returns.
I think the only thing more painful than the Leafs game 7 or losing 7 straight of them would be the Bills losing 4 straight. Either way, I would rather not make the playoffs. If the Lions don't win a Super Bowl in the next 3 to 5, I would rather them have stayed terrible.
See, you know what? That person right there, he's a liar. He or she is a liar because you've seen what it looks like when you're just bad and you see the buzz that this team has now. It's pain that you keep losing in the playoffs.
I tell you what, I can expedite this. You go out and do exactly what you did last year. Home playoff game, you don't win a playoff game. That's 3 straight years of absolute heartbreak. This is why I keep telling you people are going to turn. I'm telling you.
It's not going to happen this year.
We're going to fight to the death.
17-0. Another one bites the dust.
Jim Blasta, everybody.
Okay,
good.
7 games, 7 losses consecutively. You just hate to see it. That is
I
from
know.
Tom.
I'm not asking you to feel their pain. I'm asking you, would you rather be them or be where you're at? Your franchise is in a rut. It ain't going nowhere. I'll take being a Wings fan. I don't need ball breaking like that. That's ridiculous.
Chris in Grand Blake says, heard a stat that Toronto has won 2 series in the last 20 years. That's crazy. I would rather not have made the playoffs.
Well, luckily for you, you're experiencing the latter because the Wings haven't made the playoffs in, 10 years, 11, whatever it is.
From Jordan Waterford, I'm with you, Mike. I would rather be bad than not make the playoffs than get embarrassed every single year in the playoffs.
Think about the Ravens. The Ravens are good every year. The Ravens have the MVP seemingly every year. Do you know what the Ravens don't have? A Super Bowl appearance.
They don't.
Heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. I'd rather just sit here as a Giants fan. Homeless. There's no standard.
No.
I don't even need to put deodorant on. I can just sit here in my filth. My team is terrible.
No, Mike,
it's
here's
easy.
The thing. No, it's not. You get hope. If your team is winning, there's hope.
I'm hopeless.
No. That's apathy. That's what you don't want. That means you don't care anymore.
It feels great.
It's
no
apathy.
stress.
It is stress. It's a different type of stress because you've convinced yourself, I didn't want to go to that party anyway. Oh, it was going to be a bunch of losers there. When deep down, you know you wanted to be there. You just convinced yourself, nah, it's better to stay home and not go and not have a chance.
Yes.
It's not.
It actually is.
It's not.
Look, the Giants either win the Super Bowl or wallow in their filth. It's a very easy relationship I have with my team.
This is going to sound very nuanced, but you can't win the Super Bowl, Mike, if you're not in the playoffs. So you have to have that opportunity to get in the playoffs and see what you can do.
Well, right. Once they do it, it's fine. But that's not what we're talking about.
No, right. But
the Leafs have shown you 7 straight Game 7 losses. I don't want that. I'd rather be the Clippers under Donald Sterling with Bimbo Coles as my best player than deal with what the Maple Leafs or your example, the Bills thing. Right. You end up in an institution if your team loses 4 straight Super Bowls. You have people sign in to visit you if you lose 4 straight Super Bowls. No circumstance. I'd rather just sit here. I'd rather be a Jacksonville fan.
But you made it.
Great. I'm sure that's what they'll put on the banners. Hey, we made it. Floating above Ralph Wilson Stadium. All right. Victor's Home Solutions. Let's talk about it. Picking a roofer, tough decision. Victor's is going to try to make it easier for you. Customer concierge team that follows up promptly, answers your questions clearly, and keeps you in the loop. It means installers who will install a perfect roof the first time. It means you can get new windows and save you money on your energy bills. Make your home look great. It means Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. You sign up right now, you save $500 on that new roof or a home full of windows. Great financing's available. What else do you need? Have them come out, do the 21-point roof inspection or window estimate at 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. Straight to the people. Maple Leafs lose a Game 7 for the 7th straight time. We asked the question, would you want to live the existence of a Maple Leaf fan or just have your team be terrible? Rico and I just don't see it the same way, which is the beauty of sports. I'd rather just not bother. If I were a Leafs fan, I would seek therapy. How do you lose 7 straight Game 7s? How?
Oh, no. It's difficult if you're a Leafs fan, but I'd rather be a Leafs fan than a Wings fan and know that you're never going to be in the playoffs.
But why? We have Stevie. Okay, we'll go to Doug, 97.1. Hello, Doug. What's going on? Sorry.
Not much, Mike. No, you're good, but how are you?
Excellent.
No, man, like the Leafs, it's so painful, right? Because they were up 2-0 again, and then they blow it. So it's like, if I'm a Leafs fan, I don't know what to think, but I got to go with Rico. I think it's better to go through the pain. It's like the Tigers in 12 and 13, right? Would you have rather go? I don't know. It's a tough call, but as a Leafs fan, that's a whole other level. That game last night was just so bad. It was so pitiful.
But remember what you're signing up for. It's not one heartbreak. It is 7 Game 7s in 21 years. Doug, I'm telling you, I think you'd wear down.
If I'm a Leafs fan, I'm so broken. I mean, and even like I think it was Marchand last night said that it puts the pressures on the players because they feel it too. And I don't know if there's a more broken franchise in sports right now. Would you agree? I don't think so. That's like just it's so bad, Mike. It's bad.
I'd argue the New York Giants, but yes, I hear you loud and
you
clear.
have Super Bowls. The Leafs haven't won a cup since what, 67?
67.
You got two of them in the last 30 years, man. So
right,
that's not
but
bad.
my point is, when you talk broken, I mean, I'm going on 15 years of having a worse record in football. But I hear you. We've at least done something. Look, here's the thing.
Yes,
I'd love to see the Wings capitalize on this. The fact is, if there was any question about needing to break up the core four in Toronto, it's been answered. I'd love to be the Wings that become the benefactor of that.
Yep. Break up the band, but they got to break it down and build it back up. I mean, they were saying people were throwing jerseys on the ice. And
they were throwing beer.
Halfway through
they were throwing beer on the bench.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then you look out in that watch party, which everyone just looks like they just lost their dog in traffic. It was just bad.
I don't get the watch party thing. I
don't either.
I mean,
I want to be
it's you know what it is, guys. You want to be there in case they win, so you could party downtown. You want to hang out. You want to do stuff.
No.
But Rico, they never win. That's the problem, man.
And Doug, right? But just hear me out. Imagine if last night was the first time they broke through. Nobody's going to work today in Toronto.
But I'm with Doug in this regard. If you go to that Leafs watch party in Maple Leaf Square, that's like going outside during the purge. You know what you're getting.
Yeah. When I saw that they won Game 6, I honestly I watched that game specifically because I had hope for them. I did. I'm like, oh, my God, they won Game 6, and now they have a chance. And then they pooped their diaper once again, and now we're back to square one. And I'm not even a Leafs fan, and I feel that pain here in Detroit. So it's brutal, guys, man. I am so glad I'm not a Leafs fan. I'd rather be a Wings fan than a Leafs fan today, I tell you that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, year 7, this is the year the Yzer plan gets it right. Yzerman's turning into the new Scott Frost.
Good call on the purge.
But you know what I mean?
I didn't think that was a Mike movie.
Well, I had to turn it off. It got a little creepy. But I get the gist of it. I understood. I saw a preview of it where they're trying to lock the house down, and then somebody shows up like, oh, help me, please let me in. And then they're a killer, and it's like if you're outside, everybody dies.
Right.
I got the gist of it, and I turned it off.
Yeah, girlfriend's boyfriend, like, nope, not tonight.
Bottom line, if you go to that watch party as a Leaf fan, you're going, hey, I'm going to go grocery shopping during the purge.
You're hoping that tonight is different and you're going to be celebrating and you may be doing some type of nefarious things out of pure joy. Now, you know who is going to be a tortured fan base if this doesn't go their way?
Lions.
No, I was going to say the Knicks. Because right now there's 4 teams. 3 have never won.
I want to say this.
You haven't won since 1973. If you were ever going to win the NBA Finals, it has to be this year.
They're not that good. And second of all, shame on their fans. That was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, throwing the garbage and hitting the guy.
pouring into the streets like you just won the NBA championship. You're hanging off of flagpoles.
Oh, I thought you meant
what
them
are we
going after the Pacer fans.
Well, that's just trash behavior.
Well,
but the rest of it, it's like, really? You won a second-round playoff series. This is what we're doing?
Yeah. They beat Boston.
You know what? You're telling me you're a loser by acting that way.
Absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
David's pointing at me. I don't know if that's judgment or support.
They're acting like they've never been there before.
I guess Tyrese Halliburton saw the fan, so he's invited him to Game 4.
Game 4, yes.
Got a plane ticket and got him a hotel room and all of that. Because I'm like, first of all, like the Purge, son, why are you downtown New York wearing an Indianapolis Pacer
you're
jersey?
asking for it.
Right. Like,
you're a Michigan fan at Arkansas, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Why are you here,
random
bro?
fan in the
Why are you
fan.
wearing a yellow hat, yellow shirt?
Right.
What are we doing here?
I mean, I'm like, you have the right to do this, but doesn't mean you should do this.
Like a short side jet sweep from Dave Warner.
You just bringing back all the oldies.
I'm telling you. And it's like great example. I use a Penn State example. I'd rather be a State fan than a Penn State fan. Just painless. We suck. Penn State, you actually believe every year that Mr. Garvey, a.k.a. James Franklin, is going to get it right. And it never happens.
But at least you're relevant. I'd rather be relevant than irrelevant.
Why? The relevancy's the pain.
No, it's not. It's when you just fade away.
I know why, though, because you're a Niner fan. You're okay with heartbreak because that's all you got the last 30 years.
You know what?
I'm projecting. I'm sorry. That was from hour 1 during your Preakness slander.
David, you know where this is going. I'm going to tell Mike to just get right behind me.
Booming.
Get thee behind me.
Booming.
The pain, like Maple Leafs fans, not booming.
You will not take my joy devil.
Oh, Kirk Franklin. Carry on. I might be the only white guy who knows that reference.
That's what you're trying to do. Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Yeah, they're booming too. Andrew and the sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer, whether you're looking for the sleek sedan, tough trucks, spacious SUV, or even that drop top. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and budget, including the May Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $299 a month for 24 months. You could bump Kirk Franklin in it and just walk in with $995 down and get 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton, it's leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Okay, that's dirty pool, David. You cannot play that highlight in front of him. That's terrible. Come on.
Oh, you rather be there than not make the playoffs, huh?
You know what, David? Absolutely. It hurt. It was painful, but you were right there in the NFC Championship game rather than just at home on the couch. Maybe I'm a masochist. I don't know. I'd rather take the pain knowing you got an opportunity to go. I mean, heck, I watched my team lose in overtime because the coach didn't know the rules.
I just want to say, that's a pastor.
Oh, yeah.
That's dirty pool,
I'm this
man.
close to putting the Greenlaw
you're
player
wearing
in.
a shirt with the Lord's name on it. I mean, how do you even look at yourself in the mirror with what you just did to him? And for people who are going, what the hell was that highlight? It's when Stafford did what Stafford does. He airmails a ball to no one in particular. The only person there is Jaquiski Tart, the Niners safety. The ball hits him directly in his larynx. Doesn't catch it.
He catches it, ball game.
It's over. You're going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
It's almost like 1990 when Roger Craig, all you were doing was running the clock out and you fumbled. And, the Giants won. I'm not a pastor. I can do that to you. Let's go to Theo.
I'm wondering if either one of you are a pastor.
Theo.
Some will cry, Lord, Lord,
He's a
David.
pastor in the state of Texas and Maine. Theo, 97.1. What's going on?
How y'all doing, fellas? Y'all okay?
Yes, sir. How about you?
I'm feeling like Rico. I'd rather get there and just deal with it after I lose, because at least I got there. But I got a question for y'all, because I argue with LeBron. I argue with Michael Jordan fans about this all the time, about LeBron getting there 10 times and only winning 4. Would you rather get there 10 times, only win 4, or make the playoffs like Mike was doing and don't even get to the finals? Which one would you rather be?
Hold on.
Well, you're saying make the championship, but you only win 4, or
Mike played 15 years, only made it to 6 finals. Or would you rather go home 9 times without even making it to the finals?
Oh, so you're saying if you make it to the finals, you win.
Yeah, and here's my perspective. Like, I'm a Celtics fan. This Tatum group, I mean, they made 6, 7 Eastern Conference finals. They won 1 championship. How much fun did I have making the Eastern Conference finals and getting decapitated? 0. No, I'd rather be Jordan. Anytime I made it, I won it all. And
you made the playoffs. You made the playoffs.
Right, but I'm saying making the finals and stuff like that. Like the mid to late 80s Bulls teams, they weren't good enough. I mean, yeah, he went to the Boston Garden and dropped 100 on the Celtics. Like, they weren't good enough. I'd rather be Jordan.
See, I'd rather
What about
be
you, Rico?
I'd rather be LeBron, because if you're there, you got a chance to win. You don't know what can happen in the game.
You had 10 chances.
Now,
to
I will
win.
say this. I respect LeBron more because Jordan, if you look at the teams that have made the NBA Finals, I know we're not doing a Michael LeBron topic, but for Theo, the teams Jordan faced in the finals were 6 of the worst teams to ever be in the finals, versus LeBron James faced multiple dynasty-level teams. So I would attribute that LeBron's record is more of a byproduct of facing historically great teams.
Yeah, Jordan had – it was a time period where that's when everybody either had died or they were all retiring, and it was just
Now,
Jordan
see, that's a shot at
and
the
Barkley.
Celtics. Another shot at the Celtics.
No, it
Len
wasn't.
Bias, Reggie Lewis.
No, or old and retiring. Magic, pulls his Achilles, and he's done. And next thing you know, they win their first title. He does it in game 1. So that's why I'd rather win. I'd rather be there, because it's like, I mean, as a Lions fan, you went 15-2 and you lost. You'd rather do that than go 2-15.
I'd rather not make the
be in
playoffs this year than have last year happen again. Meaning, great record, bye week, home playoff game, aced out. Do us all a favor. Don't even make it if you're going to do that.
So you'd rather be 6-11 and just stay at home.
F it.
I'd rather be in the playoffs, because you never know.
Why don't we ask somebody who might have some insight? We go to Kevin in Windsor, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Are you a Leafs fan?
I'm a kind of a casual Leafs fan, but I'm also I got accused of being a closet Red Wing fan by my friends. So I play along, when the Leafs are on. It was like hey, we had a tough game last night or whatever, and these guys live and die, right? It's like, because put it this way, Toronto is like your New York market where you grew up.
Yeah.
With the Yankees, right? Yep. Yankees. Can you imagine not winning a World Series since 1967 and being a Yankee fan with all of those cameras and all of those microphones?
I will tell you that in a New York perspective, not winning the World Series since 2009 is 1967. It's a disgrace. So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
Wah.
That's right. Wah. But Kevin, would you rather live the existence of a Leafs fan losing 7 straight Game 7s, or would you just rather be a fan of, well, the Red Wings, where you just don't make the playoffs?
You know what? That's it's kind of tough. But tell you what, the Red Wings at least won championships in the last 50 years. You won
that. I agree. I agree with it. So, all right, maybe it's like being a Lions fan.
It's a lot like being a Lions fan. However, I mean, it's like being a Lions fan, but being in New York of Canada.
Yeah, no, that the pressure kills them. The
That's
pressure.
What it is. I think it's all pressure.
And again, it takes a certain type of person to play in New York, and I think it takes a certain type of person to play in Toronto. That's why I give Detroit even less of an excuse. This is an unbelievable place to play for pro athletes. You have 8 microphones, not 80. The fans here are infinitely compassionate as long as you try. Like if you roll out to the post game weighing 350 and go, I've got kids, brah. No, fans are going to turn on you. Shout out Prince Fielder. But overall, all fans here want is care. I mean, just try. And fans are generally pretty nice to you.
Yeah, true. David, fun fact. The apple sometimes does fall far from the tree. Case in point. Quote.
Mm-hmm.
My Giants went 9-7 as a wild card and had a dream run to beat the undefeated Patriots. I'd rather have a shot anytime over being a doormat. Sign, the benevolent and wise Big G. The apple falls far from the tree sometimes.
I thought you were going to tell me that the apple was tart.
Will you do yourself a favor and get in there?
Honestly,
by the way,
I'm now hoping Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback. Because remember, it's a boomerang, David. What goes around comes around.
Did the Jaquiski Tart play end his career? I can't find this guy.
He got cut.
I don't think he played anywhere else.
He played. I
thought it was with the Eagles for 1 year.
Either Eagles or Rams. Like he went for one more year, played, and then that was it. After that, he was done.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you do.
David, ticket text, please.
We saw the latter. The Tigers went from getting bounced for nearly 10 years to the playoffs. I didn't watch since 2021. I don't want to go back to that, so I'd rather not make the playoffs. I enjoy winning. It's heartbreaking not to make the Super Bowl, but I enjoy every game that they win, the pursuit of happiness.
But it will change. Again, I will tell you, if you don't get it done, you are the Bills or Ravens. Ask if there's any happiness in those fan bases. It is all stress. It is all heartbreak. The honeymoon is over.
Oh, no. Mike, you are correct, because it'll get to the point, Lions fans, you can go 16-1. The season starts when the playoff starts. You'll look at the regular season as preseason.
When's the disco start? Listen. My bad. I'm sorry.
Everybody take it straight.
Hit the road in style, Moran Chevrolet. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a truck, they got you covered. The 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month. They also have the Blazer EV all-wheel drive, $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride at moranexpress.com, or you can stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile of Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we'll knock out some phone calls. We'll get some ticket texts as well. Going to get a little Tiger baseball in the mix, too. A question about expectations and a sliding scale. And I'm sure Rico's going to yell at me. That'll be great. David, ticket text first, though.
I'd rather make the playoffs. If your team is consistently bad, they're no fun to watch in the regular season.
How much fun are the Maple Leaf fans having? Ask yourself, how much? Look, if you've never won anything before, I understand. Like the euphoria of the Lions' rise, I understand it. But that is going to wear off if you continue to go to the playoffs, blow a 17-point lead with the Super Bowl on the line, get aced out by a rookie and play your worst game of the season at home. Go ahead and go out and don't win a playoff game this year and go lose again.
It's no fun today, but eventually you're still going to be interested in your team. Rather than if you know going in, we have no shot at making the playoffs.
It's easier to unplug.
Then you're not even watching this. You're not watching. The apathy kicks in.
It's great.
It's no fun. It's not great. You want to root for your team instead of, we have no chance.
It's an entertainment product. If they don't entertain you, if they don't win it, why bother? I mean, if you're David, what fun have you had the last decade of Steelers football? Oh, winning seasons, we make the playoffs. Here's what happens when the Steelers make the playoffs. What fun are you having?
And this is the year I'm going into it like, you know what? Fine. We can finally get a top 10 pick. Reset.
Man, you can't be afraid to love, okay? You can't. Because you don't know. You don't know when the season starts if you're going to win.
I know.
So if you make the playoffs, you are one of 14, 15, 16 teams that have a shot at this now. I'd rather have that than just know, you know what? I can just go ahead and watch something else because my team has zero chance of making it.
What the Maple Leafs do to their fans is a special brand of diabolical. 7 straight Game 7 losses. Think that over. Like, what is the NFL equivalent to a Game 7? The NFC title game? Go ahead and lose 7 of those. You'd lose your mind.
I'm with you. I was like, guys, you don't want to win Game 6. Don't do this.
Just don't bother going home.
Now, that was one I was like, just don't do this.
But I will tell you this. I'd rather lose 6-1 in a Game 7 than 1-0 in overtime.
Because you know what? You can be like that Leafs fan who just said, nope,
I'm out.
And if you haven't, find the video. It is the funniest thing.
That poor bastard.
He just, I got better things to do. I'm not doing this. No. Goodbye.
Mike stuck in traffic says, it's like being in a relationship, getting to the altar, but you don't get married several times. I'd rather stay single.
That's right. Or have you seen the video? This was in the New York papers. This firefighter was celebrating his 40th birthday. Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. Now, would you rather not be in a relationship or be in one and then have to roast your wife at your 40th because she's been tagging one of your friends?
Okay.
I'd rather just be single.
Okay. That's an extreme, but
that's being a Leafs fan.
No.
Yes,
Being a Leafs fan, someone else is banging your wife every day. That's what a Leafs fan's life is. Just stay single.
Okay.
Argue it. Losing a Game 7.
Losing a Game 7 to me is like getting your heart broken. Doesn't mean, you know
7
what?
times?
Because you're thinking maybe the 8th time is the charm, David. Not everybody married their high school sweetheart.
The 8th time is a charm? Good God.
Maybe she isn't cheating on me.
What are you, Carol Shelby?
No, I'm just saying. No, for the person out there, it's like, okay, it happened. Pick yourself up. Get back out there. For the Leafs fans,
there's no picking back up.
You're hoping that it ends here and the next time you'll win Game 7.
Yeah, the next time you take her back, it'll all work out.
No, a different person.
Cutscene. Oh, look, the Amazon truck's at my house again.
Because you just jumped back into it that quickly, believing it's going to work.
Right, like, oh, yeah, I expect something different. That's insanity.
No, I said different person. But, yeah, I get – now, I saw what you're talking about. That's probably how they feel right now.
That's what being a Leafs fan is. Go to Paul in Brighton, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, Rico, how are we doing?
Good, Paul.
Real quick, worst guy in sports is the watch party guy. Always tries to make the event about them. But
I can't understand it. For the life of me, I don't know how we arrived here, Paul. TVs are never been better.
I think it started with the Deer District. And everybody was
just
out there.
What it was. Yeah, you talk to the guy, oh, yeah, I went down to the game. And you're like, oh, yeah, you went down to the Garden. How was it? They're like, well, I was at the watch party. I'm like, so you weren't there at all. Like,
Right.
completely different.
You left your beautiful TV to go to a way worse TV next to people with body odor. Awesome plan.
Definitely. But as of right now, I reserve my opinion to change maybe in 10 years, but I'll take the hopium right now. It's nice to be talking about football and players instead of regime changes and all that type of stuff. So give me a shot at it. As of right now, I still want to be in the game instead
At
of
what point,
talking about the draft.
So let me ask you this question, Paul. Okay, you're there now. You said I reserve the right to change. How many more disappointments would it take for you to go, you know what, enough? I can't. I'd rather you be bad than keep breaking my balls.
I as of right now, I would say 5 years. So what are we, 2 years into it? So I got 3 more seasons.
Okay, very patient man.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm a patient man.
You are.
I've gone 30.
Or you're a conditioned loser. One
I've
of the
gone
two.
31 years, so, you know.
Like after losing the Super Bowl with the lead in the fourth quarter the second time, that would, well, maybe the Jaquiski Tart thing.
No, the
well,
Super
maybe
Bowl.
Kyle Williams fumbling against the Giants. Maybe Roger Gregg against the Giants. I don't know. You've had a lot of these. Maybe you should power rank all your disappointments. Maybe you'll feel different.
And Mike, maybe I'm just built different because I don't live and die by this stuff. It's like, oh my God, I'm not the burn your jersey.
Oh, so you don't care if your team loses. Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay. That's not what Rico said. You know, don't make me defend Rico. Now, that's a terrible thing.
I'm not the burn your jersey and I hate life.
No, I hate that guy.
I'm not. You know what? It sucks. It's disappointing. All right. Guess we got to wait till next year.
Let's go to Arjun, 97.1. What's up?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. Good evening, guys.
Hey. Evening.
Hey, I had a counterpoint to you, Mike. I think you were saying that, you know, you'd rather be a fan of a bad team because of like the lack of expectations, and I think we need to, you know, to decouple the fact of being good and having expectations. I think, you know, for the Lions, it hurt so bad because it's never really been done before, and you know the loss really hurt. But you know, if I was a Leafs fan, you know, even though we're good, you know, losing after 4 straight Game 7 L's, I would just go into the 5th one thinking we're going to lose. So I think over time, you know, it hurts less and less. And, you know, this year, if I was a Leafs fan, I wouldn't even be mad because I didn't even think we would have a chance in the Game 7. So I think just because you're good doesn't necessarily mean the fans have expectations.
That's really interesting. See, and you know what? Look, that flies in the face of how I operate, and maybe that's a blind spot for me. Like, you're right. Maybe it's just for me, no, the expectation is win it all or go bleep yourself. Versus a Leafs fan who, well, Game 7, we're dead. Yeah, I don't have that. I can't have that approach. I didn't have that approach, Arjun, when I was growing up a Spartan fan. Same old Spartans. No, it would still upset me when they would shoot themselves in the ding-ding. It would drive me nuts.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, yeah, for me, I would just be painless. It would just be nothing. So, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but yeah, for me, I'd rather be relevant and just have, you know, even though we're relevant, just have no expectations. So I just shut it off.
Okay, and listen, I mean, like I said, I've arrived at this point with the Yankees. My expectations are what they are, and I know they're not going to get it done, but that's my expectation: win the World Series or burn the stadium down. Even last year, but the Dodgers were awfully good. I don't care. The season was a complete waste. No joy. None.
So just burn the stadium down.
All these Aaron Judge home runs, they're all empty. They don't mean nothing. Where's the World Series? Where is it? Same thing with the Celtics stuff. All these Eastern Conference Finals, one championship. Not good enough.
So is it because you won the championship that you feel that way?
No,
because I'm asking, if you were a Lions fan, are you saying last year was just meaningless, worth nothing?
Last year was an absolute waste of time. I don't think there's any nostalgia to last year with the Lions because of the way it ended. A home playoff loss to a rookie QB and you turn it over 5 times? Don't make the playoffs if you're going to do that type of bleep.
Mistakes were made.
My point is, all of the disco shirts and what did it mean? Ugats, nothing.
No, see, I was wondering, if you won it all, you have a different perspective. But like for the Lions, they haven't. So it's still the journey.
I guess why do you have to win it to have the expectation?
Because Mike, only one team is going to win every year.
I've heard that.
Does that mean that the other 31 or 29 other teams are just complete losers?
Yes. Utter failures. Held back in class.
You were not hugged enough.
I'm Mr. Garvey. A.A. Ron. That's just how I view sports. It's terrible, isn't it? 248-539-97. I quit. All right, football time. I have no idea what this is pertaining to, but hit the music. Show me. Oh, the sport that Rico ruined. All right, this should be exciting.
Yes,
we're under 100 days to college football.
Well, we're going to talk about the part of the sport when it was great. The top 25 teams since 2000.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm going to give you a couple guesses, and then I'll go through the list here.
Hurricanes.
What Hurricanes?
What was it? The Clinton Portis Hurricanes. Was it
2000?
2001 or 2000, 2001? The overtime game. Oh, no, they
have the 2000 Hurricanes on here.
Okay, yes.
So, yes, you are right about that. They are... Oh, they're high on the list. They're in the top 10. I don't know why I'm missing it here, but they're in the top 10.
Okay.
David, do it your way. Rico just over here, just not even buzzing in, just random guesses.
All right,
25.
I thought okay. You want to give him the list, or you want us to choose?
I'll give the list now. The 2000, I'll go through it, but the 2000 Miami is number 10. Okay. So let's give me number 25, the 2006 Florida. That was the very first Florida team to win a championship.
Is that Chris Leak, Tim Tebow? They'd bring him in for the jump passes?
Yes.
Half the team was in jail.
Was that the one where Urban begged to get into the game, to the championship game after the Michigan-Ohio State game? Was it that team?
I'm not sure if it's that team. Percy Harvin was a freshman on that team.
Look, that's when Florida was Florida.
Correct.
It's just, the problem with that team is you got to take away what you think about the off-the-field stuff.
You sure do. You
half of that team was on parole.
Mm-hmm. Number 24 would be the 2014 Ohio State team that went 14-1 with J.T. Barrett, Joey Bosa, and Michael Bennett.
We're not here to play school?
Yes, Cardell Jones, yes.
12 gauge, as they called him.
He replaced him.
Do you remember the moment in time where if he came out, he was going to be a top 15 pick, but he stayed, and, well, I think he got drafted by the Bills in like the 4th round and lasted 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Number 23, the 2016 Clemson Tigers at 14-1.
Is this the Hunter Renfrow team?
This was, no,
23.
This was Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Christian Wilkins.
Was this the team that beat
Hunter
Alabama?
Renfrow. Yes.
Hunter Renfrow won the game on that little spin out in overtime.
Correct.
I mean, that's, again, is Dabo still hanging on to some of that? Yeah, but those teams, he was the only coach who went head up against Saban and one of Saban's elite teams and actually beat him.
And who would have thought when the game was on the line, Hunter Renfrow, I'm going to throw it to you. Was he a freshman at that time?
I think he was a freshman.
Yeah, I mean, that was ballsy.
They snapped that 26-game winning streak for Alabama. Number 22, the 2010 Auburn Tigers. Cam Newton's team.
I disagree with this one completely because it was Cam Newton and garbage. They relied on Cam Newton in a way that he did everything.
That's probably why it's at 22. But, I mean, Cam Newton was a phenom at
He was.
Auburn.
But, I mean, dude, their running game was him. Their passing game was him. They didn't have anybody. And they beat a bad Oregon team with that phony Mark Herzelich or whatever his name is, coach.
I was going to say, it's probably like when Michael Vick was the quarterback at Virginia Tech.
It's the same thing. You wouldn't put him on this list either.
Well, they lost, but I get what you're saying.
Number 21 in front of that team will be the 04 Auburn Tigers. Went 13-0. Carnell Williams, Carlos Rogers, Marcus McNeil.
Cadillac.
Yeah. Number 20, the 2000 Oklahoma. They went 13-0.
Was that Josh Heupel or
Yes.
Jason White?
Josh Heupel.
That was Josh. That was in shape, Josh Heupel.
Not the Tennessee coach.
Well, they're the same person.
I
They're
know.
just distinctly not the same body type. But yeah, look, people forget about Oklahoma because they've been such a joke. And even with Lincoln Riley, they didn't win the big games. They were dominant. And what Stoops did with them, you got to remember, Oklahoma was a lost soul. After Schnellenberger left town and they had a bum named John Blake there, OU was a homecoming game for a few years.
Well, here's the thing. They started ranked 19th this season. They beat 3 consecutive top 10 foes in October. And then beat number 1 Nebraska that
Back
year.
when the Big 12 was a thing. It was real.
Adrian Peterson wasn't on that team.
No.
No, he was not.
Okay.
Roy Williams was, the future Pro Bowl safety.
The one who ended what famous running back's career in the NFL? Ended his career. Here's a hint. Plays for a team I hate.
Must play for the Eagles.
One I hate even more.
Cowboys?
Yes. He broke Emmitt Smith's shoulder. Didn't separate it. He broke it. He hit him with such force, and I know Emmett was old and brittle. He broke his shoulder and ended his career.
Sent him off to Phoenix.
Sure it is. Never the same. Well, he was old, though. But number 19, the 2002 Ohio State Buckeyes went 14-0.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know.
That was the championship that came off the flag. That was
ridiculous.
As Miami was on the podium celebrating.
And it was Craig Krenzel. You shouldn't be allowed to win a title with Craig Krenzel.
I just remember the lateness of the flag. Miami threw their helmets in the air. They're jumping up and down, celebrating, putting on T-shirts.
Right in the corner.
Hey, guys, there's a flag over here. No, there's not. Actually, there is.
So let me get through this to get to the top 10. 18, the 2015 Alabama team went 14-1. Number 7.
Oh, the team that smoked MSU?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley.
The number 17, 08 Florida Gators at 13-1 with Tim Tebow, Brandon Spikes, and Percy Harvin again. Number 16, the 11 Alabama Crimson Tide went 12-1. Trent Richardson.
Yeah. And again, I know the jokes can be made because his career was a bust. You couldn't tackle the kid in college.
No.
Those Bama teams were vintage. Even the year like Bama inexplicably lost a second game and they ended up in the Citrus Bowl against State. The talent those teams had, the Mark Ingram team, they just bullied you. They buried you.
Yeah, then the number 15 is their next year's team. 2012 Alabama went 14-1 because they lost to Texas A&M that year.
Was that Johnny Manziel?
Yes,
that was
it
the
was.
Manziel
Yes,
year.
it was.
That was the white helmet game. This is back when college was great before you got your grubby paws on it.
I used to watch it.
Number 14, the 2019 Ohio State Buckeyes. That was the J.K. Dobbins, Justin Fields, Chase Young team. Jeff Okuda.
But again, did they win it all?
They did not win it all because they lost to Clemson.
Exactly.
In the semifinal.
And wasn't it 35-0?
Yes.
And they fired their OC?
Yeah.
It was bad.
I can't put you this high on the list when you show your ass in the playoff that way. Come on.
Okay. The number 13 is the 05 USC Trojans. They went 12-1.
I was going to say,
lost to Texas.
The Reggie Bush
lateral. For no reason. Remember when Reggie Bush tried to lateral it in the open field? It flipped the whole game.
That's young.
Go pop in the highlights of Reggie Bush versus Fresno State early in that season.
But Vince Young's stock was never higher.
First day I had HD television was the Rose Bowl.
Really? You know what it was for me? It was Michigan, Ohio State.
Oh, the Crable game.
Yes.
The personal foul game.
That was
right. Yeah, let's not go there. Number 12, the 2013 Florida State Seminoles went 14-0 with Jameis Winston. They beat number 2 Auburn.
You know what? I'm just going to say this. It's a good thing for Auburn and Florida State that Michigan State got screwed against Notre Dame.
Yep.
We would have beaten that Florida State team.
I'll go to my grave saying that.
You couldn't move the ball on us.
Number 11 is the 2023 Michigan Wolverines. Went 15-0. Won the championship.
What year was this?
2023.
Cheaters, off the list.
Number 10.
No, you don't get to skip over it. You don't get to skip over it.
Yes, I do. I'm going over to the top 10.
Maybe I put them at 26 with an asterisk.
No, they're number 11.
Yeah, blatant cheating. Why? They were good enough. They probably didn't have to do it, but you did.
Number 10, you got Miami, 2000 Miami. Number 9, the 09 Alabama Crimson Tide.
That's the team that murdered State in the Citrus Bowl.
Was that? I thought that was
Mark
11.
Ingram.
That was Mark Ingram. That's where he killed.
Rolando,
He said 09.
Yeah, that was the.
I thought they lost it at 11.
Didn't they murder? Who was number 11 on State? The safety, Hyde.
Micah.
Yeah, he murdered him. Mark Ingram. No. I think put his head through that kid's chest. Double check on this, but I swear that was the Citrus Bowl. We got murdered.
Number 2016 Alabama Crimson Tide is number 8 at 14-1.
How many effing Bama teams?
I know.
Hey, by the way, is Georgia ever make an appearance on this list?
Number 7, the 2022 Georgia Bulldogs.
There we go.
15-0.
Jeez.
Number 6 is the 2018 Clemson Tigers. Went 15-0. Number 5, the 04 USC Trojans.
Was that Carson
13-0.
Palmer's last year?
Matt Leinart.
I'm sorry, I got him
Matt
twisted
Leinart.
up.
Man, they won that championship 55-19 against Oklahoma.
They were a machine.
Wow.
Yeah, Pete Carroll buying people's houses.
And yet again, number 4 on the list, 2020, Alabama, 13-0. Mac Jones, Najee Harris, Devontae Smith.
How did Najee Harris just not turn out to be good? Oh, wait, David.
No.
Your offensive line. That's how.
Yeah. That's exactly
you were
how.
right. It was the 09. Yeah.
Poor Micah Hyde. You know, he died on the field that day.
Wait, was it Mark? Wait, I think Micah went to. It was.
Listen, whatever
to
Hyde
Iowa.
it was, he's like Jimmy Hoffa. He's buried underneath the citrus bowl.
Correct. Number 3, the 05 Texas team went 13-0.
Vince Young.
Number 2 is the 2019 LSU team that went 15-0 with Joe Burrow.
The single greatest passing offense I've ever witnessed. They put up 6,000 yards in the air.
Pretty good for like the 4-string Ohio State quarterback.
It's the greatest aerial show ever that I've ever witnessed.
And number 1, the 01 Miami Hurricanes went 12-0 with Ken Dorsey.
And that was the famous Ed Reed Boston College halftime speech.
Yes, it was.
I put my heart in this bleep, you pieces of garbage. And they came out, rallied. Ed Reed had a pick 6 in the game. Back when college was great.
All-American list on here is amazing, by the way, for that team.
Oh.
It is so long.
Maybe that's what Georgia's trying to do. Bring the criminals back.
That is your college football blitz.
All right, if you've been injured in an auto accident and maybe you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with an insurance company that doesn't give a damn about you, you need David Feminino. Injury attorney. He'll fight the insurance companies. And when we say get David, get paid, it's not just a catchy phrase. It's a promise. He'll get to work for you today. Call him, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything we've hit on. I thought it was a really fun first hour. Don't laugh. Horses are athletes. We proved it in a lighthearted way. And then we got into Maple Leafs losing 7 straight game 7s and whether that's a life you could ever tolerate as a fan. I want to bring this up because Rico and I were just talking about it in the break, David. I'm sorry to hijack the show. I can't even believe this is like a story. And I feel like all this Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese stuff, it's just talking points. It's almost like what happened on the court is just an excuse to talk about other stuff. First of all, I don't care about any of this. The WNBA is terrible. It's terrible to watch, period. I'm conditioned to watch a game above the rim, not one below. I can't watch it. But you can't avoid it now because clearly the NBA is tired of losing money on it. And ESPN has the rights, so they're just driving this bus at you. So, okay, Caitlin Clark fouls Angel Reese. I didn't even think it's a flagrant foul. I don't. And I'm sorry. This idea, too, is, look, I'm going to read you some quotes.
Okay.
But I'm not lowering the bar for what a flagrant foul is. Oh, well, it's women getting physical with each other. No, Molly Kieram, that's not what it's about. It's not a flagrant foul. It's not. It's a basketball play. No easy buckets. Angel Reese took a dive. Mm-hmm. And then she's a nutcase. She's delusional on surface to think she's anywhere close as good as Caitlin Clark. But B, she goes after Caitlin Clark, becomes this big thing. And then everybody's out here doing their talking points of racism and this and that. It's like, okay, you know what? First of all, who cares? But I want to read this to you. I want to read it to you. And I want you to tell me where you're at with this because I can't figure any of it out. First Take, which is a god-awful show, Stephen A. Smith says, quote, "It's not about black and white. It's about that white player and that black player," Smith said. Why? Because of the history they had before they came to the league. If Angel Reese was never in Caitlin Clark's face, taunting her the way she did, mimicking what Clark was doing to opponents en route to the Final Four, and then LSU and Reese busted their you-know-what at that particular moment in time, and Reese was in her face chirping, it would have never gotten to this point. He continued, "I have never deemed it to be a bad thing. I love confrontation. I love that kind of heat. But there are white folks in America that had a problem with Angel Reese coming at the chosen one, Caitlin Clark, and because of it, they've acted with a level of vitriol. How do we know it?" Smith said. "Because Angel Reese came back to college, and one of the things that reduced her to tears was the vitriol she was receiving from around the country because people were hating on her because of her elevated popularity and the fact she had gone at Caitlin Clark that way."
So I guess her coach hated her too because she got benched her final year at LSU.
Stop with facts, Rico.
Okay. I'm just saying.
It also couldn't be from the delusional, unchecked way that Angel Reese is her own worst enemy either.
It's like she wants to make the rivalry between her and Caitlin, I guess, like the Bird Magic thing, but it's not. Like, okay, she won that game, but so far, Caitlin is winning everything else. Like, Caitlin is out there getting it done, and Angel Reese is kind of putting up some fake calories. Like, she's getting the stats, but, she'll miss the layup, get the rebound, miss it again. So she's padding her stats in games. I don't understand. She looks like she's jealous of everything that Caitlin Clark has.
It's not looks like, it is.
And she's like, well, what about me? And it's like,
you're not as good as her. That's what about you.
You got to kind of earn that. It's not going to be handed to you. Look, they had an opportunity to really make this. Mike, yes, I'm old. I saw Bird and Magic when they came in, and it revolutionized everything.
But because they were trading championships.
Right, but I remember people were like, well, who is this white boy and doing all of this stuff? And Larry Bird I was like, hey, you better get on this Bird train because he's good. Forget about the color. This boy is bad.
These two players aren't close to each other.
And that's just it. They're not. They had the one game where LSU won, but
how does Stephen A. say, well, it's white folks that are upset, and that's why, oh, look, they treated Angel Reese badly. They treated Angel Reese badly, probably. Human beings did, because Angel Reese is a goofball.
Well, because
Angel Reese has no perspective. She has no limiter. She talks a bunch of mess, and it's like she wants to be a wrestling heel, but doesn't want any of the smoke that comes with that.
yes, she wants to be loved. And I think the reason for that is something that you hate and something that I don't use as much. It's the social media aspect of it. The people who have no idea what basketball is, and there are some who just looking back, oh, well, you're black and she's white. So, look, this country is divided on so many things that this has become a divisive thing where, yeah, you're going after this person. Why? You've never watched the game. Well, she's black, she's white, so let me be angry. Okay, you just wanted to be angry.
The problem I have with it, and again, these games, I watched when Iowa played in the finals. They were in Albany. It was a college tournament. I go, all right, I'll watch LSU and Iowa. I watched it. I 15 minutes, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. The point is, you can't escape this. It's being jammed down your throat. So my whole point is, look.
But these two just, I'm sorry not to cut you. It's the fact that I think the flagrant foul came because there's history there, and I think the referees were just like, you know what, guys, no.
But it's not a flagrant foul.
It wasn't. But I think it was just one of those, we're not going to do this because it's not just Angel Reese. I think a lot of the WNBA does not like Caitlin Clark because Caitlin Clark has been the shot in the arm.
Because she's making more money than
a lot
all
of the players thought that they were going to be, but now she's selling out arenas, and other players who have been in the league have not.
Too bad. So, it's called LeBron James. That's what she represents to the sport. Yeah. I don't know. I don't care. When's the season over?
You just started.
Yeah, it just started this weekend. This is just the beginning of this.
Just started.
I'm trying to hear about the Celtics offseason, and I'm going through 11 minutes of WNBA highlights, and it's like I'll check back.
Well, because they're trying to make the media, they're trying to make a controversy out of something that's not a controversy. This was just sport. This was just a basketball play. She doesn't want her to make the basket, and she's a hard foul. It is what it is. And the reason why the flagrant comes in is because the way Angel Reese responds to it.
Oh,
all you have to do is get back up and play basketball, go to the free throw line.
She looked like there was a sniper out there.
Right. There was a green dot in the forehead, and she just fell. Wow.
And there's a reason why, I'm going to say it like this. There's a reason why they didn't allow her to speak last year as a rookie, because she doesn't know how to talk. She doesn't. Ooh. And what I mean by that is,
which one?
Angel Reese. Okay. They asked her a question this year during media day about the whole eyes on the WNBA now, and she goes, it isn't just about Caitlin Clark, it's about me. I wanted people to know this. Like, you know what? Maybe they shouldn't have you speak to the media.
Well, she's a liability.
Again.
It's no different than Antonio Brown on your team. You can't have certain players on your team talking to media because every time they do, it's going to create a firestorm for everybody in that organization. That's part of the reason people don't like Angel Reese. I don't know. I had to ask you because it's everywhere today. It's like how this is one of the big stories in sports. I got no idea.
I went back and saw it and was like, oh, okay, wow. But yeah, those two, we talked about it last week, the rivalry stuff. They're trying to make this a rivalry. It's really not. Like, Angel Reese has to do something in the WNBA to make this a rivalry game because right now it's Hammer versus Danae. And Caitlin's the Hammer.
Let's get to Christine, and then we'll move along. I want to make sure we get to her. She's been patient on hold. Christine, how are you? Or Christine decided she's had enough. Okay, then. David, ticket text, and we'll move along.
Reese literally pushed Clark's teammate before the foul. Everyone made it deeper than it is. It was having her teammates back. Nothing more. Angel Reese won a natty. What has Caitlin won? Caitlin is a better player, but facts are facts. This is media-driven.
Okay, but my point is, I see through what the media is driving. This is a league that is wholly subsidized by the NBA, has never, is not now, and will never turn a profit. This is a rights deal that is being pushed on us as a sports culture. I'm sorry, it ain't for me.
Right. And I look at it as, if I were her Angel's agent, or hey, focus on you.
You would have been fired.
Not on her. Folk, just be the best person and quit playing, Jan Brady.
People who have accountability in their world don't act the way Angel Reese does.
Right.
So you would have been fired as her agent because you're not a yes man.
I'm just saying they quit being Jan Brady. Okay, it's not about Caitlin. You go out there, you do something, and guess what? People will talk about you.
I didn't have a Brady Bunch reference on the bingo board today. That's pretty good stuff. Summer is going to eventually be here. No, I swear, I promise. But the thunderstorms are. You going to wait for the power to go out before you call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical? Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. New AC, save up to $1,000. New generators, save up to $1,000. You get a sense what's going on here. Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service, and when you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, let's have some fun. Yes, it's me.
Damn it.
It's going to be fun. Just kind of some odds and ends from football, what's going on this week and the last week regarding the NFL schedule. Mike, this was just for you. Let's play a little guessing game with you and David.
Okay.
The schedule came out, and we all know some people, hey, this team's going to go this. Everybody played the scheduling game. Vegas said, you know what? Only one team is favored in all 17 of their games. Just one.
All right, hold on. Let's think about this for a second. I don't know the answer. David, do you? We're both guessing?
Yeah, both guessing.
All right. I will say the Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles are favored in 16 of their 17 games.
Damn. All right.
But
David, you're up.
The Eagles are going to be playing this team.
Okay, so it's not the Eagles.
Good guess, though.
Chiefs?
It is not the Chiefs.
Okay, I'm out. David, no more guesses
Well,
for me.
I know it's not the Lions because we went through that last week.
That's not what Jim Costa says.
So, 49ers?
No.
Okay, what's the answer?
Let's head over to Orchard Park.
The Bills?
The Buffalo Bills, when they take on the Eagles, are favored by 1.5 at home late in the season. But the Bills are the only team favored in all 17 games.
I think the big thing that helps them is divisionally. You're right. The Patriots, Dolphins, and Jets, that's 6 right off the rip. Even here, the Lions are underdog to the Pack, or maybe Philly's an underdog against Washington. Whatever it is, having that division.
No, Philly's only underdog to them because it's in Buffalo.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah,
that's the
all right.
one game that Philadelphia is not favored in. Buffalo's favored by 1.5 as of right now. And we all love the primetime games. 2 teams did not make the cut for a primetime game. One is a shame because you don't get to see the number 1 overall pick in a primetime game.
Titans are not on.
The Titans and Saints. Even Bryce Young, Caleb Williams had primetime, at least a primetime game for people to see. You aren't going to see the Titans on any primetime games.
There's 1 o'clock is where we're going to see him.
They're the 1 o'clock.
There's not a reason to see them.
No, but you would figure if Bryce Young could get a primetime game, you would think that they would get 1. Even if it's like when they do the double Monday night games. Just 1. Nothing. Which team will travel the most miles this year?
Oh, boy. Isn't this usually Seattle's award?
But remember, you got the overseas games you got to include in there as well.
Oh, dear. All right. So who's got 2? Do the Chargers have a game over there,
They have
too?
a game in Brazil, so I was going to guess the Chargers.
I'll go Chargers. Yes. Nice job. Teamwork, dreamwork.
Yeah, that Brazil game alone will put you real high on the mileage.
The Chargers will travel a hair over 37,000 miles this season. But the Brazil game, that's where the bulk of it comes in. There's one team that has a 3-game road trip, 3 straight games this year on the road.
David, this would have to be a team that goes to Europe.
3 straight.
Because they'd be giving up a home game.
Well, then the Vikings would be a good guess then because they've placed London twice. Oh, I'm sorry. They're in Europe twice, and then they probably come back home to the United States on the road.
Minnesota?
Nope.
Dang.
Chair to spine.
They will play the Lions this year.
The Dallas Cowboys.
No. The Baltimore Ravens. Week 5 through 7 will play on the road.
Wow.
One team will play 4 straight games against a team that won 14 or more games last season. So 4 consecutive games against 4 opponents that each won at least 14 games last year. One team will play.
I think I know this one.
4 straight times.
Well, say it out loud.
Yeah, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
It is the Dallas
because they have
Cowboys.
the Vikings, the Lions.
Dallas will play Philly, Detroit, Minnesota, Kansas City.
You just hate to see it. Really breaks my heart.
All right. Dealing with the schedule. Guys, I'm going to give you 5 quarterbacks, according to CBS Sports, with the most to improve. They have the most to improve this year. Can you guess the 5 QBs with the most? They got the most on the line. They have to improve.
Bryce Young.
Yes, at number 3.
Okay. David, let's alternate.
Let's go with Dak Prescott.
Yes, at number 5.
Let's go with Anthony Richardson.
Mike.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay.
Let's go with Justin Herbert.
No.
Oh.
Way to ruin it, David.
I'm sorry.
God. All right.
Michael,
Needs
you
to
get a
improve.
chance to steal.
Okay, let me. It's a guy that I think is capable of so much more. Jordan Love.
No.
Damn it. Now I ruined it. All right, David, go ahead.
Ball's in your court.
Let's go with Drake May.
No.
All right, just go ahead.
I was about to say, one is a brand name and one technically is in his first year.
Brand name Tua.
No.
Just go ahead.
Brand name, Trevor Lawrence, number 1.
Oh, good
how
one.
do we not do that?
Shame on me. That's my fault.
And at number 4 is J.J. McCarthy.
Need to improve. The guy didn't play last year.
Most to prove.
I thought it was most improved.
No, most to
oh,
prove.
Dear Jesus.
So, no. All right. I'm going to wrap this up.
I think JJ is the wild card of the entire NFL.
Yes.
If he's good, if he's Bo Nix, Minnesota's a Super Bowl team. That roster, what they did around losing Ginger Idiot.
If he just does what Sam Darnold did, then yes.
What, fold like a
for
cheap
year 1,
tent?
I think you're right. For year 1, if he does
Mike,
that.
they won 14 games. So, yeah.
Except the most important ones. Ginger idiots don't win. Can't do it.
What about people sitting under goalpost?
Look, it's a meditative thing. I don't know. Whatever.
A bunch of quarterbacks are in Cleveland. Would you guys like to take a guess as of right now
Yes.
who they said is leading the pack of all the quarterbacks in Cleveland?
Oh, boy. Joe Flacco. I don't know. Dylan Gabriel.
I'm going to go with Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett
Oh, my
is
God.
correct. As of right now,
Oh,
if
my
the
dear
season were
God.
to start, Kenny Pickett would be coming out under center.
If your season starts with Kenny Pickett, it never starts at all.
I was
Your
choosing
season
that.
is over.
I was hoping to be wrong.
No.
Kenny Pickett.
According to reports, it looks like Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders will get very little time, especially early in the season. It's going to be Kenny Pickett. And I can understand why, because if Kenny Pickett fails, you can go to the rookie. If the rookies fail, you've already ticked off the veterans. They've cashed out. Finally, voting is going to take place later this week. So you guys, you're going to be owners. You can only vote for one.
Yes.
You could have the tush push removed, or you could vote in favor of the new playoff change, where it's going to be based on records and not divisions. But you could only pick one.
Tush push. Not a football play. Don't like watching it. Tush push.